powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face.
It's not my brother.
Funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome to another edition of GhanaWeb Special here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are within the Keta enclave. We are at Kejikope, which is one of the communities in the larger Keta area, and we are here because of one thing. Just a few days ago, the residents of these areas, Kejikope, Adina, all the way, so these communities run all the way into the Ketu South district of the Volta region, and so what is happening is that they woke up to tidal waves sweeping through their residences. Their homes, properties were destroyed, running into thousands of Ghana cedis. And this is not the first time these tidal waves have swept through people's homes in these areas. They've been running into many years, and so GhanaWeb is in this area to speak to some of the residents to try and get an understanding of what exactly the situation is like, because from what we are told, this is the first time in a long time that the tidal waves have swept this far into the residences. And so I'm here at Kejikope to speak to some of the leaders in this community and get an understanding of what really the situation is. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I'm calling
Peter Halu.
All right, so Peter will be doing this with me. We're going to walk back into the water. Peter, can you tell us when exactly this thing happened? When exactly happened?
Okay, actually on Sunday early in the morning, as we came around and want to set up our business, we could see that the water is coming, the waves is coming from the sea, which is coming very, very heavily. We cannot able to find where to push our team. We think that is something that will happen normally, but before we can see, the place all is full of water. You
said you just came in to start your business.
Yeah.
Has this happened before?
Yeah, this thing happened some years ago before, but it's very long that this thing happened again.
How many years far back? Can we put a number to the number of years? How many years far?
Okay, this thing happened 1993. Since 1993, this thing happened here full of water. Nobody was able to stay. We will have to move back to the other side of the river.
So you mean in 93, the water came this far into the communities?
Yeah, the water came far to this community, which was even heavier than this one that we are seeing now.
I see. You mentioned to me earlier that when this happened, it took how many minutes for this entire place to get flooded?
Okay, frankly speaking, it took about some 30 minutes for water to cover all the whole community.
30 minutes?
30 minutes, yeah.
Can you give us a representation of how many people are in this area? This is Kejikope.
Yeah.
How many people live within this area?
Okay, this community, we live about so many people. Even yesterday, as they say we should go around and write the names of people that are affected with the water, we saw that we could get about almost like 100 houses that was affected with the water.
100 houses. How many people can you say live in a particular house?
Some people live around 8 people, some people live 12 in the house, some people live 6 in the house, others live 7 in the house.
So that's an approximation of about 100 plus by 8 or more persons. Yeah. Now I see that your business is around here, your business is here, you are still in the water. Is there a reason you are still in this water? Is there a reason you have not moved?
Okay, the reason that I have not moved is I don't have any place to locate myself, and I'm the only one selling things to the community to help the people in the community, because if I was not able to come, they were not able to buy anything from anywhere, because this is the only place that they buy their foodstuffs and things. So I have to sacrifice myself for them and be in the water and serve the people in the community.
What do you sell exactly?
Okay, I sell cooking items, I sell biscuits, cassava dough, cassava corn, pepper, and a lot of things.
Okay, so you and I are walking through the water, and this is not ordinary for me, because I wouldn't ordinarily be walking through stagnant water like this, even going to the sea or whatever it is. But is this not dangerous?
It's very dangerous for us, because we are affected mostly, because we don't know what we should do right now. So we can't have anything to say. We have to cope with whatever is happening. So we are just playing with the government to help us and locate some place for us so that we are able to sleep. Because some people, they even sleep in the community center. They have to move from their various houses because they don't have anywhere to put their items and cook.
You mentioned government, so let's talk about what kind of support you are getting. You said this happened some few days ago.
Yeah, almost 4 days now.
And what kind of support have you gotten from anybody, whether in government or leadership? What kind of support has come to you so far?
Okay, the support that we get, we have some support from the NABNO yesterday. They came around with some foodstuffs with some mattress and some mosquito nets, cups and some plates to give to some people who are mostly affected. They should be holding for some time. They will be coming for some more things, so we are just pleading for them.
All right. So you mentioned the kind of reliefs that you got. Yeah. Personally, what kind of things did NADMO give you?
Okay, NADMO came around with mattress. They give us a bag of rice, mosquito coil, mosquito nets.
What kind of bag of rice? What's the size?
Okay, that's 25 kilo.
And you are
5 kilo. 5 kilo.
5 kilos?
3 bags of rice each person. If you are 6 in the house, they will give you 3. and 4 mosquito coil, a mosquito net, and other bowls that we use to fetch water.
You are a family man.
Yeah.
You have a wife.
This is my wife.
So that's your wife. Okay,
Yeah.
this is your wife's business as well.
Yeah.
Let's get close to your wife's business. Are these your children?
Yeah, I have 4 children. 4 children.
Four?
Yeah, 4.
Wow. I know that this is going to be more than the conversation we are having, but in the long term, what kind of projections are you making? What is the plan? Is there any plan to even relocate from here? Because you told me that you've seen this before when you were much younger. It's happened again. It's obvious that the climate is changing. The tidal waves are not getting any friendlier with you. What is the plan for someone like you and other people who live in these communities? What is your plan?
Okay, our plan is to, if the water go down, we are just planning to move or relocate ourselves to different sites. But for now, we don't have anywhere to go. So we have to stay and think about what to do next.
This is still a GhanaWeb special, and this edition we are focusing on the effect that tidal waves have had on communities in the Volta region, coastal communities in the Volta region. We are at GhanaWeb. We just spoke with Alex. Alex's wife is here. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Janet.
Janet. I see this is your business. Your husband has told us about the kind of challenges that this tidal waves has had on you. For you as a mother in particular, how does it feel? You have a young child. How have you felt, or how did you feel exactly that day when the tidal wave swept all the way into this place? Tell us how that was for you.
It was very difficult because we are just purchasing things here. We sell things, and because of the water, we cannot sell from that Sunday till now. So it has been a difficult time for us.
Can you tell us how much of a loss in terms of the money you make on a normal day that you have made? Because people don't come to sell. How much of a loss has that been for you?
Very much, because sometimes I do sell like 30, 300 or 200, but since that day, we've not even touched 200 cities. So it's been a very touchful loss to us.
Your husband makes me understand that the plan is to maybe relocate. How do you feel about the decision to move from this place? How long have you been selling in the first place?
Almost like 2 to 3 years now.
Okay, so this has been a place for you to do business for 2 to 3 years. But now, how do you feel about the plan to maybe move out of this place?
We've not gotten any place yet, but it seems like the water has come once and now it has repeated itself again. So it seems like it will be a difficult thing to move to another place before getting new customers and those things. But because if something is not done about it, we have to move by force, because if it wants to come again, it can come.
Okay. Is there any help that you are hoping that people in authority can give to you and the other residents in this area? What kind of help are you looking for?
To prevent the water. That is the big help.
So we're talking about the defense wall.
So that if the water can support the water when it wants to come or those things. Okay. That one will be a big help to us.
This is one of the houses that has been affected by the tidal waves. The water has receded now, and that's why I'm able to stand on this platform in front of their shop here. The water is totally receded from what they tell me. But this is the landlady or the owner of the house, or one of the people in this house, and she's going to speak to us. Hello.
Marakuma jofia po.
Majola fia po. If you are joala de, inka oremi la fia.
A kpakpara nu ko jimi le nyaba kpara mian adu jiru na kpara mian.
Kpakpara un ka biamile. Na mi ba kpakpara un ade aka kun jimi le nka.
Na kanya chafo hano va kpona mi no wado ha bonami na chafo na tai.
Okay, so what she's just telling me is that she's been here for many years, close to 10 years, and this is the first time anything of this magnitude has happened. Like many people have already asked for, she's asking for support for possibly a harbor, the sea defense wall, so that this water doesn't keep coming into their home, so that they can do their business. Because as she tells us, most of the things that would usually keep on the floors have now been lifted onto platforms. Nka na wana fi achia va demi defia nka na wana
makuma nyina kpakpa he kpakpe koklo
kpakpa he ye achia va demi ale kpakpa he na nie kalifia
maku tia yo va dem kpakpa he ka tojo le chiaji ta we be nyemata awonu kpakpa he o menyi ko mo pole ko amare gbo
ye amanya de wa na ni mai ma na kpo anyi la
maku 50 pieces. Vo papa hevo la jiji. Koklo ha la jiji ta we be ye chiava woni ko. Nyemata awoni. Ta o kata o chichia ma ha.
Papa e ba nya koklo na ka koklo nto de.
Ma koklo ha o chichia ma. Ya o moton. Ma gbo moton ma mo poga ko ina amara ta ko chichia ji nyemata na ma lawo.
Kavifia de nka wo na la because me nya ba achia yema achia kali nyawa fo yema la achia ma ka kavado klo nka wo mi la fia
ma kunye mana na ka mota ye ojola ka wa na mi ba le community center ta fi ma ko mi le fia mi magana na ka wo
ka papa nka bia mi la cho alo papa nka jimi la fifia
ma kumye jiba government ana kpere mienti alo na emie ogun ojo ka ba ma ka ma le ndodo ma ne gbo fi ovajo ta yo ojo ka mi hin pepe nsugbo ba na kpere mienti na wonyo na do ba kutia ma lo ji te fa na mi ano mi afa jina ajima kwesu sube na mi atanu mi afa gbesi agbedo fa yi aba yo ojo ka ko mi afi ochi afa mo matan na oyisu ko mi po nti ko ba ha mi akona o.
Michael Bumegbe is the chief fisherman at GhanaWeb, and he's here to speak to us. Good morning.
Morning.
We're going to do this in Ewe as well. Meraku, manya bade achiba unya na jolafia de. Atanglo extent ka o glan wo la fia na mia.
Magloba nyatape nchoko shiragbe for former. Nchoko shiragbe for former apo ba gaton. Alaba miano viaro fon dongo inara atoji ka la oba fuataroro iko oyomi amaraka nyeno bala marakashi alaba yom blana ba o yodora fuatafia chafu vuora nyaba toji vuo chafu va ora alaba chofma nya ha emasi amayo kata roto kata ba no bala shinya ba kofuma yo ba oba chafu vuora la fuata Tami do nyawa ala huo ko ye fudu ifuata ko mi ba no huo mre poji kasha ko ime me huo hama chapwa adodom ba nyang tom ba yimre aduama kasha mi ha huo re poji vo aba 4 o'clock na mi atro ava agara duama ko kasha mi ba duama me ba fo mi le fuata no huo hama mi aso no mi ayom chapwa ma ba achi bagara afama na mi kasha mi hon to mi ba awo achi ala ko ga gara mi agbofia kasha ya fudu ba ropa ma ya ba fo kata ma yokla achi ala ba mi apa ma anyangu le nyanyana mi ba ato ba doro mi ajina na mota we ba mi ba no ma shi o gara o la nyigba la homa ala ba yo va na ma ko gara o kata ji ko aglon ka amaro o fa hakpo le fuata alaba avanga hakporo gara haogbo alaba enya kokla fugba fi owar haola chiama ro o fagbetro ko awe ba le nyata pama mawe ajore nyajiema ka la khama mawe ba vi ama si ama ba khoyo achi yo khoni taje ba mi katamia dogola mi ba foma ka amayo ka o ba noviaro la mogoduo maro fo bangu jo yafma ka amayo ka maraka malafma na o fo bangu community center kala nyagbo alaba ya chi amawa rio ko maro fo bangu aba kore community center ma ko ba we ba nyata fa ye o nyaba chapo glen ma fifile fi nyaba nguru popo miaru anye dona mi ala ka go jala ba chapo gbo ko mi na go fi pon haruna mi apa avio ba sku yi nyawo aba ta kamana mi lenka ka ava tonne ya domia anya ngui ka tatara mi jala ka go je ka mi li dom nad motoyom ova la ho ba va ma ova pongo jojo kata ka ngui ko na mi nya fi akpie nya ba a choi trauma ova mi agbo ba amayo ke la community center ma o ko yo tangwa now en viare alaba magba yo rogava apoyo kata chiare ko apoyo kata chiare fifile fia o ya balo faraka wiandrene apoyo ke chiare ke mi amagbo susu yo la po o ma na mi mi afo mi kata ngu fo ya ba akpere kakle na nene amakpere kakle na nene ko we ba lenya tafa ma mawenya njojo ajore mi aji fifile ka mi mokpom na jiruru na garama alaba oba awona na mi va vieto ye echiala mi agbo still meta afiara kayimo jiruru na wajita para mi o komia daro alaba no komi daria chofma mi ho mi ato akpogboju alaba mi anu mi aba fo yin class ba mi anu mi afa nguru po alaba nguya ka o kovena amayo ka alla community center amacho lanya tafa manguya o kona afakoraka vanguya o kone lenya tafa mangma lenka karaka banguru la nyaba fo mamiruna madana mikron.
So I want you to tell me how this place used to be before this, because we are riding on a canoe now.
First of all, my name is Achu Amuzu. 3 days today, it was Sunday, around 5 o'clock going. We just sleep for the room, no, we just hear the noise. Sea is coming, we don't understand. So before we wake up for house, no, the house all full up, our things all spoiled. My TV, my room things all, everything spoiled. So we can do like, I don't know how we go do. So it be like, no work again, no fishing, no.
You are a fisherman?
Yeah, I'm a fisherman.
So you've not been able to go to sea since then?
Yeah, since Sunday we can go see because we no get place to pull the rope, and even we no get place to sleep to go to work. So we just patrol for our friends. So the things is hard for me too much. So the government for council or government to do something for me.
How much of a help will the sea defense? How much would it help your work and then your community as a whole?
As now, I see first from beginning, we started to come small. But now, it's too much. So we want to make the government can't dip the water inside for we. Make the water go back small. Yeah, that's one problem now.
All right.
This place we are passing right now, first no water, but because of the sea, where the water can remain for here like this. So it's hard for you to cross the water, go fishing.
This was a bare land. It was just like the other side.
Yeah.
And then this is water from the tidal waves.
Yeah.
That has turned it, and we are riding on a canoe now because we can't walk through this water.
Yeah.
The sea started ravaging this very community from March this year. It started from Salakope. When you go there now, you realize that a plethora of houses are gone, have been washed ashore. People have lost their fishing equipment because this community, their major source of livelihood is fishing. Their boats have been destroyed. Some of them have lost their outboard motors. Now, when you get to the various houses, you realize that once the tidal waves comes around, it affects. It does affect the homes. It washes away their belongings, like their clothing. It sometimes has to take away their electrical gadgets, like the fridges and stuff like that. this has impacted negatively on the enrollment in the school or attendance in the school. Initially, we were having a population of about 800 plus, but as we speak today, when you go to the classroom and you put the number of students who are regular in school, they are numbering almost a little above 400. This is a sign that the tidal wave distraction in these communities has impacted on education. West of it, we used to have about close to 30 candidates getting prepared for the BEC examination. But as we speak today, we are only having 15 regular students in school who are ready for their examination. This is because, you see, once their families or parents have been affected, they are unable to give them money to even come to school to buy food for themselves. They will have to drop out. Those whose books, school uniforms, clothing, and other stuffs have been taken away have also dropped out of school because their parents don't have money to get them a school uniform. We want immediate intervention from the President of the Republic of Ghana. These are people that you have sworn to protect. These are people that you have sworn to be with them in times of their need. And so our passionate appeal to him is that, one, he needs to, as a matter of urgency, expedite action on the second phase of the project to cover those communities that are affected by the tidal wave. And secondly, there are some relief items that have been given to the communities affected. It is woefully inadequate. It is woefully inadequate, although they say half a loaf is better than bread, but we are looking forward to more of those things so that at least it will ameliorate the plight of the indigents going forward. The reason it seems that Keta has been hardly hit is that when you compare Salakope and Amutino to Keta, one, you realize that this area, Salakope here, there are a lot of sand here. So immediately the sea flows here, the sand absorbs it. Besides, we are torn between the sea and then the lagoon. So anytime this place gets flooded, we have to break into the main road for the sea to gush into the lagoon. There are times that we use pumping machine to pump it to the lagoon. That is how come when you come here after some few hours that the tidal wave hit this place, you feel like there's nothing happening here. Now, Keta, they don't have anywhere to pump their water to. So anytime you visit there, you feel that that place has been hardly hit. That is not so. We have also been seriously affected.
Le namacho izipata enye ba chafura manya agbo miaramo ikaba nya boblo don na jiru kaka jiru ma konya ma mia gbokpo mu kaka yicho memra gbeba za gavema e ya va ijia mala bobo crowd e ya boblo domela boblo go domela e amo e ka chafura ropo ma opa uno mo shokata ogle fifio opa la vio chichingo o mazio ha o chichingo bla o togbi o pro mama aro nya mama o chichingo e opong no mashokata o bla fio vai
nyi kwenya nwa kwenya ba mia kpong ruru na kuhia kata jojo cho gbaragba ke kwenya ba o va to chafo na mi chafo do do enu nya sa dynamic kokko kuhia tera ko nyi ba fia chafo cho afi va ro fia ajiji tamyo manya miawe gogo chafo nto ba va eta jiruru mamu ntonto do ha chafo e ma gbo na va gbo tano glo ba mia to tere chafo ngom tere chafo jiruru nto amate gona chafo poga ava do more gbo ta chafo ro tetan va tangi ko kwenya nroro ko nyara kuku na nyama du klo la bubu toko bo tro ko mia gbo klo mia no la ko ikunye bo do chafo na mi kunu nya sa do chafo ya ko ke mia ba afifafa ko ni fafa ngbu na mo nyung mia gbenon ro bo bubu mbegbegbon gbe shagbe jingra ka fa megbo ojo pleng ma o nyo ha mia ko te par ada tarugo fi na nya be mai ro khola va yo nyo mia yi na nya ba agbe mi va le Ghana mi va no mi ko viare na mo nyo ba se ko jino ga mia la ka kama na va una mi ta mi nya ba sa ro glango meng na ba nya jila ro maro na mo le shu maro nya dono de viaro o nya ba ndi a va su ku ka ka cha fo mo na na ba o mate su kwa demu ta mire kukuna jiruru ta ngunyi koko na urororo kata ko nya ba do chafwa
This is still GhanaWeb special on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We are here at Amutinu. It's in the Ketu South district of the Volta region. It's one of the communities that has been affected by the tidal waves. We are here in one of the primary schools in the area to speak to the headmaster. Good afternoon, sir.
Fine afternoon.
Please tell us your name.
My name is William Kofi Afarito.
Okay, so what's the name of your school?
The name of my school is Amutinu MA Basic School.
All right, and you have students or you have pupils who come from which kind of communities? Are they only from the Amutinu community?
No, majority of them come from Amutinu, but the rest come from Salakofe and then Adina.
All right, now let's come to the substantive issue. The issue of tidal waves. Has this affected your school in any way? I want us to take a walk whilst you show us that. Has this affected your school in any way? Let's take a walk while we do that.
Okay. When I was posted to this school, it's barely 2 years now.
Okay.
When I came here, the sea was far away from the school.
Okay.
But less than a year now, the sea is almost nearer to the school building. So without the help of the government, less than a year, this school will no more be here.
As I see it now, the beach is just some 200 or 300 meters away from your school block. You say this was not the situation. I can see the markings right on the floor. You say this could affect you, but how much of an effort have you made? You say you've been here for 2 years. How much of an effort have you made in trying to ensure that this help comes to you as easy as or as soon as possible?
Oh, anyway, one thing I can say is that the assemblyman is a staff member of the school.
Okay.
So anytime they come, they see the assemblyman. So if we can say something about that, unless you see the assemblyman. But all the time, people have been coming to promises. The FM stations have been coming, but so far I can't say anything that this is the promise we are giving unless we see the assemblyman.
You're an educationist. In the meantime, what kind of challenge, or even with what we've experienced so far, are your students worried in any way? What kind of fears do they show to you? All that are you aware of?
Oh, as for me, the way the students talk, I don't see that. I've not seen that they are worried. But it is the parents who are worried. But the students themselves, they don't worry. They don't care about it. But the parents, they are worried.
What kind of things do the parents tell you?
Oh, what they say is that sometimes the sea will enter their rooms. They may not be able to sleep. With a lot of things. Because of that, it is even affecting their economic activities.
All right. So this is still GhanaWeb special. We are placing our focus on the effects of the tidal waves that have ravaged communities along the coastal lines of the Volta region, specifically the Ketu South into Keta areas. And so we are still speaking to a number of stakeholders in this area. As you can see, we are just at the beach line right now, just behind this Amutinu MA school, and you can see the line here. The headmaster tells me this is how far the water went, or the water came the last time, and if nothing is done about this, it could just escalate. You wanted to say something?
Yes. Sometimes the tidal waves enter the school.
The school blocks?
The school blocks.
Okay.
So, sometimes, in fact, if you come and see the situation here, you will not like it. So, it is only these 3 days, it has gone back a bit. But very soon, it will come back again. And the tidal wave will just be splashing against the wall of the school. So, we need the help of the authorities, those who are in authority who can help us. Other than that, the school will no more be here again.
As far as I'm concerned, we have 149 homes affected and 1,027 individuals that are being affected. We have Salakope, Agaveji, Adina, and Amuchino being affected. Those are the communities, as far as I know, that are affected. We try to get a place for them temporarily so that those who are severely affected can have a place to put their heads. And some of them are in the church rooms, and others decided to perch at the end of their families that are at the higher grounds. A lot of them prefer to stay with their families. So as at now, that is what is going on. As far as I'm concerned, I had a discussion with the regional minister. You know, I have to deal with the regional minister, and some discussions with the Minister for Works and Housing. As far as I know, there are a lot of preparation that is ongoing. As you could hear, the Minister for Works and Housing himself said there are a lot of preparation ongoing for this project to start as quickly as possible. But let me do this clarification. You know, I will encourage the government not to do this sea defense to only the affected places. They have to extend it to Aflao border, because when it stops at maybe Adina, the rest of Denu and Aflao will be washed away with these tidal waves. So they have to do it up to Aflao border. And I'm sure if they want to do that, they have to do it in consultation with the Togolese counterpart. Because if they end it at the border, then the whole Lomé will be affected, and which will even come back to affect us in Ghana here. So it's a big project on its own.
Liam talked about the fact that his widow's might, he thanked some people who supported him to pull these things together. He mentioned the work he did on the sea defense when he was in government, having to build some sea defense and also in some communities boulders to break the waves.
Okay.
And then we went to the worst hit area in Anglo. It's the school, that's Puvama.
Okay.
The place called Puvama, so that would be, Puvama had a school, which the tidal wave destroyed. So a new one had been put up, and that too has been destroyed. So that's the site we went to. I mean, it was very pathetic. And I hear that it has actually affected the estuary, that's in Southstone. So they are also hit by the effects of the tidal wave. I think in their case, the sea has block the entry of the river into the sea.
Okay.
So those who need to move on the boats and so on are unable to travel across anymore. So it needs dredging. So what GM said was that it probably needs dredging, but he was inviting engineers and those in hydro, something hydro, to come and take a look and advise the state so that the necessary action is taken to have the necessary dredge to alleviate the suffering of those people too. So what's happening is whichever water from the river to be entering the sea is now going into their communities and destroying as well, because they have no way to get into the sea.
I want to understand we know that the eventual solution to all of this is the call for a sea defense wall, which is what people have called for countless times. But in the interim, and knowing how intensive a project that could be, what are the kinds of things that you are looking at? I'm talking about you as the MP for Ketu South, your other colleagues in the neighboring constituencies. What are the other solutions that you are putting in place or looking out for?
No,
so that
the immediate medium-term intervention would be for the states to construct temporary accommodation, where the people who are worst hit can go and find solace whilst we look at the bigger picture of the sea defense. So they need to identify a place and quickly put up, it could be tents, it could be brick and cement, who knows, but something has got to be done so that those who don't have accommodation can find one. The reason why we are demanding for a temporary accommodation is that in our case, as in Katisau, this is the third one. So if your sister's house was lost in the first one, then she comes to live with you, and then it hits you yourself in May, and then you all move into your family house, and then in November, the family house is also taken. That leaves you with nothing. That leaves you with people who it's important that the state provides a temporary accommodation for. You know that we mean well, we should be able to do that. But so far, it's been, I think that the conversation I've had with the regional minister points to the fact that he agrees that it has to be done. In fact, he agreed way back in May that this is a thing that has to be done. And it's 5 months down the line. Why didn't he do it?
Okay, there are also concerns and calls for not just the building of sea defense walls around the areas that have been affected now. There are also concerns about the larger discussions on climate change, because the fear is that if these defense walls are built all the way to the Ketu South area, it could extend into the neighboring country, Togo, Lome. There are suggestions that this should be a collaborative effort between authorities here and those in our neighboring country, Togo. Is this something you subscribe to?
I have a situation I want it dealt with. Togo is a sovereign country. They are responsible for their citizens. I want them to consider looking at finding the resources so that when we build ours to Aflawudi can continue. I don't think global warming is a secret. COP26 has just ended. Everybody knows about it. So I'm sure that they have their plans as a country. I'm not sure that, we can love our neighbors more than ourselves. And so it is what it is. So what are we going to do? So because Togo will have a problem that they have to deal with, we should not solve our problem. I don't understand this kind of argument though. Right. On humanitarian grounds, we will empathize with them, but they don't have a problem right now. We have a problem. Can we solve it?
All along all the conversations we've been having about the tidal waves that have ravaged communities in the Volta region, the southern parts of the Volta region, the Anglo side to be specific, all these have had to do with the climate change. And so we're here in, also within the Volta region, it's just around, this is Meet Me There, one of the most popular restaurants, sleeping areas that a lot of people come to while away their time and all of that. This place has also been affected by the tidal waves, heavily affected. And we have the manager here. He's going to give us some perspectives, give us an understanding of how badly the situation is. You're welcome to GhanaWeb.
Thank you. My name is Christian.
All right, Christian. Let's understand what kind of business you used to do here and how badly you've been affected.
Okay, so this is Meet Me There African Home Lodge. We have the lodge, which whatever we realize from the lodge, we push it into the NGO, which is working in the community. But now, as things stand now, we got a tidal waves that came in last Sunday night, and as we can all see, it has taken over our sitting area, taken over those rooms over there. And now our business has come to a halt. We don't know when we are resuming business, because as this is all a sitting area, which people sit and eat and drink. But now, as it is, nobody can come here, and we don't know when this will drain down. So we are all just hoping for the best.
That's to say that this entire place, more or less like a lagoon now, used to be dry land.
Oh yeah, this is a dry land. No, the entire place is not a dry land. This is on the lagoon. Okay. Where we are standing is on the lagoon, but now it's in the lagoon. Yeah.
Okay. So that means that because of the tidal waves, did you have guests here in the first place?
Yeah. So that fateful Sunday night, we got guests in all the rooms, but then we have to wake them up for them to go and refund them as well. So that affects business.
This has been a few days now. Yeah. How is Meet Me There coping? Management of Meet Me There. You mentioned that you have an NGO. that also helps people in the communities here. How are you coping?
Well, not much we can do than to shut down. Well, as at now, we are just tidying up the mess that the sea has brought, hoping that it will drain down for us to start business. But then, as it is, that's affecting the workers here, and that's going to affect what we do in the community as well. Yeah.
A lot of people are calling for the construction of a sea defense wall. Is that the same thing you're calling for? And in the interim, if that is not done, what kind of thing are you going to do? Because this yours is a business. What are you going to do in the interim to ensure that your place is still running?
Okay, if it's this the sea defense, if it's something within our power that we can do, we will have done it about 10 years ago. Because I've been in all the offices with my letters that I know they can do something about the sea defense, but it never yield anything.
What's the feedback you get?
Well, it will be done, but then when they start doing it, they end on the way at Aklotoko, and that's it. We have a monitoring camera from University of Cape Coast along the shore, and they came after one of their report. It's like, well, within the next 10-12 years to come, if nothing is done, this whole coast will be gone. Yeah, so we're just living in limbo here. Yeah.
All right. We're sorry about how badly you're affected. We hope that this is taken care of soon enough so that your business can also get back on track. From the Ketu South district to Keta, all the way to Anglonga, you've seen the devastation that the tidal waves have caused to many people, businesses, and properties along this way. And this has been a GhanaWeb special for GhanaWeb TV. Like many have asked for, the sea defense wall should be built for people around these coastal communities so that the recurrent damages that these tidal waves cause will be a thing of the past. My name is Eche Atisu, and this has been a GhanaWeb special.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie, and I'm super excited. It's close to Christmas, and this is officially my first video, Vlogmas Day what? Day 1. You know, there is this myth that says that like you have to look good for Christmas, you have to prepare your skin, your hair, everything, you know. Christmas is all about family, all about friends, all about expecting guests, expecting visitors, and you want to look good. And so in today's video is going to be a routine, and I'm taking you back to those days. It's what our parents used to use. And so this video is going to be about self-care, but they're going to be things around us, very affordable things you can use to enhance your beauty, look good, look sweet for Christmas. So let's go, let's prepare the face, the body, the skin. I mean, this is for both the men and the women, so you don't have a problem. You don't have a problem to your daddies, uncles, aunties, everybody. You have to watch this video. Recommend this video to your friends too, because they might need it. Come, let's So I had to move to the back house to start my self-care. So I'm going to start with this. Do you guys know what this is? So this is just wood, and those times before toothbrush came and toothpaste, this is what was used to brush your teeth. So all you need to do, this is how it looks like. Let me know in the comment section your how you call it in your local language. So you're going to take one, you start to chew it. So this is how it looks. You start to chew it. So after chewing it for some time, it tends to look like a toothbrush. So you chew it till it looks like this. Then so I remember growing up, my mom used to grind powdered charcoal, used with it. Some people use tomatoes. Even that's how come kids, when you are brushing kids' tooth, like toddlers' tooth, instead of using the Pepsodent because of the chemicals, they use tomatoes. Did you use this growing up? Let me know in the comment section. Or does it remind you of your childhood experiences? Let me know in the comment section. So next is, I have here my aloe vera, which I just plucked from my backyard because I planted them long time. This is something you can easily get. You can plant them. It's an indoor or an outdoor plant, so you can plant them anywhere, and whenever you are ready to use them. And one thing you should also remember is that when you plug it, don't use it immediately. Wait for some time so your body doesn't itch. The good part is not only used for the face, you can use for your any part of your body. Aloe vera is good. You all know the benefits of aloe vera, and so I'm going to be using this for my face. This is organic, no chemicals, so organic. So I'm going to use that for my face, wait for some time, and then take a quick shower. I've been using this soap for a long time. This is the black soap, and I'm sure you all want to know how I mix my soap, right? So let's see how I mix my black soap. In mixing my soap, I usually use lime. You can use lemon if you want, and honey. For this, because this is a lot, I'm going to be using this and this. Then this is the black soap. This is how it looks like. It usually comes in a paper. This is how the soap looks like. So whenever it comes, it's usually brown. This is very big because I'm doing it for the whole family, and it's going to last long for me too. So yeah. So you sprinkle it in the soup. You can clearly see that it looks very moist now. It's time to keep in my container. Because it's a lot, I can't keep it in my soap dish. So I'm going to store them here. Then I press it. Within 2 days, it hardens up and then it becomes very, very black. So that's how I prepare my black soap at home. So this is the soap I've been using. I'm going to just use a little rub on my skin. In fact, I use that for both my face and this is because of the aloe vera I used earlier on. And so I'm going to use this on my face. I use this for both my face and my skin. If you want it to look like shower gel, you can melt hot water in it. That's what I usually do. Let me know in the comment section if you want me to give you a full video of how I mix the soap and the possible things you can add, like turmeric and other things. So let me know in the comment section if you are interested. This vlogmas is for you and me. Like, I mean, self-care. This is how my vlogmas is starting, and I'm sure you all be you'll be interested in the videos I have next to Christmas. And so yeah, I'm coming along with you. So I'm going to quickly use this on my face, wash my face. But before I wash my face, this is also called kucha. This is how it looks like. So this is local sponge. It's also coming from a tree, the back of a tree, and some people call it kucha. We in Ewe, we call it kucha. Some people call it sapo. Some people call it any other name. So let me know in the comment section how you call it in your dialect, in your local dialect. Also, have you seen this type of sponge before? You can use this for your face, but this is very harsh for your face. So people usually use it for their face when they have like a skin, like something like a skin problem. Maybe you want to scratch that part so that you can use an ointment, or you want to scrub your back. This is a perfect sponge because it's very strong. It's called an African sponge because it's strong. Usually it's fine for our skin. I don't know how delicate your skin is, but those times this was the type of sponge she used. Unlike now that we have like the plastic sponge, the very soft type, the foam. Having homemade pedicure, and you know how because of the nature of our bathrooms now, we don't have like a rough surface like we have before, where it's made of like a paved area, like floor that you can scrub your legs. Now this is what most people use, which is a stone, and this is how it looks. It's usually like very rough. So this is how it looks. So what you're going to do is You're going to use a little bit of the black soap on top of the soup, like this. And to use a little soap, then together with water, and scrub your feet. Scrub your feet till your feet tense. So this is a local stone. It's actually just a normal stone, but this is very, very rough. And so it's very common to find them here in Ghana. I don't know if it's common to get them in your country. But yeah, this is a very quick pedicure. If you are going somewhere, you're going to town and your feet is so rough and you probably don't want to spend. I mean, this is also a remedy for yourself. This is a home care. I mean, this is fast and go. Once you're taking a shower, you just use this the stone, rub your feet till it becomes very smooth. Then you're good. To our sponge, I use a little bit of the black soap, and this is how it looks. So you can use to scrub your feet. Because it's rough, it's very good for your feet. It smoothens everywhere in between your feet. It's something I've been doing for a long time, and I highly recommend if you don't want to spend. I mean, always opt for home remedy. This is something you can do every day if you want to. If you want to leave your feet clean, and you can use any soap of your choice. You don't have to use a black soap, but black soap is what I use, and the fact that it's good for all types of skin. And so basically that is my routine. Let me know in the comment section which of them is what you use every morning. Let me know in the comment section your preference. Which of them haven't you heard and would want to try? Let me know in the comment section. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. It's Vlogmas Day 1. Okay guys, so let me know in the comment section what you want to see this festive season, what you want to see this Christmas, what you want to see preparing towards Christmas on my YouTube channel, because I'm going to be giving you back to back from the 1st December, which is today, to Christmas. And so expect to see amazing videos from now to Christmas. I'm super excited about it, and I'm super excited that I'm sharing this journey with you. So then see you tomorrow on my channel. I can't wait to be saying see you tomorrow. This is not weekly post, so daily post. So I'll see you tomorrow. Let me know in the comment section what you want to be seeing. I'm going to be coming with you amazing videos from the village, amazing video. And I also have a trip, it's an African country, in fact a nearby African country from Ghana. And so I'm super excited. I'm going to be sharing the entire journey from 1st December with you. Let me know if you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching. I love you as always. So hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. I am currently on Accra City bus stop with ZP, and this is the bus behind me. Nee, come and say hello.
Oh my JC, I understand. See, forget everybody. We are going on a tour. We are not even know Accra. Like, this is an opportunity. ZP,
yeah, so
hi everyone, we are excited to have this tour with our beautiful lady here, and please continue to follow us to see what we are going to explore together as a team.
So we are on a go.
Yes, I met Stella for the first time and I'm loving her already. We are going for the tour and then catch up for more beautiful videos.
Right, so we are about to sit on the bus, and it's going to be fun, it's going to be exciting. We are going to see Accra through the bus. I mean, I've done a cycle tour and seen Accra. I have also done a drive-through before on my channel. But if you are watching this video for the first time, know that it's Stella Chanelli and you're welcome. It's good to have you here. Catch you guys. So bye. See you.
So this is the bus. I want like 20 minutes.
As part of the YouTube Creators Festival, this city tour was organized by Etamoti together with ZP.
So it's an
an open bus. Yeah. Yep. We are setting off, and the sun is giving me life, but Ghana sun is on another level.
It gives you closer on your face.
I know, right?
Indian governments during our Golden Jubilee celebration. Ghana obtained independence in 1957. So 2007, as part of the 50 years anniversary,
So we are giving some snacks. This is it. Hi,
The way I'm happy here because like I'm hungry. You know the name already.
Come at the right time.
Yeah, it goes with food.
So we are still on the top. We are currently heading towards Circle, and you guys are coming along. And so let's go. And I'm going to be giving you updates on the entire trip. So let's go. I hope you're enjoying it so far. So far, so good. I'm enjoying it. But the sun, Ghana sun, this is what to expect when you're in Ghana. Ghana is mostly very hot. Apart from the rainy season, it's hot, hot, hot.
Constitution writes the Independence Act. The act is in the form of A. Stand for Africa. Representing Africa.
So we are currently at the very popular Accra spot. When you make it to Accra, make it a point to come here, take some pictures. This shows that you have made it to Ghana. This shows that you're in Accra. This shows that, yeah. So yeah. Of this video. It's Vlogmas Day 2 and I hope you're enjoying the Vlogmas episodes so far. And so I just ended the trip with ZP on the Accra City Tour. Whenever you want to rent this bus for your city tour, I'll leave the details in the description box. Until next time on my YouTube channel, since it's the Vlogmas videos, I'm going to be giving you back to back from 1st December to 25th December. Until next time on my YouTube channel, I love you all. Mwah. I'm currently here at the Jamestown and I want to know how Kenke is prepared here. You all know the nicest Kenke in Accra is from Jamestown. And I'm not here alone, I'm here with Freddy! Yeah. Freddy is also a YouTuber. Do want to show him some love. Where are we?
So we find ourselves in this place, it's called Sakuma Chod. Hold on. Let's ask the lady. I know, where are we?
Sakuma Choshishi.
Where are we? Oh, say it. Oh, she's shy. Anyway, so
we are here and I'm here with Fred. We are going to be doing this together. I'm dressed like this because I have to feel at home and I'm already feeling comfortable. Fred, where's your clothes?
Do you think I feel bougie right now? I mean, the only thing is Accra the drum. Accra can't get the drum.
So guys, I know very well you're going to enjoy this video. Let's go.
But wait. Have you ever done this before?
No, this is my first time.
This is your first time?
Yes.
So, are you sure you can do the job?
Oh, let's go.
Guys, let's see.
My subscribers are used to me, so let's
They are used to you? Yeah. Okay, alright.
So the first thing we are going to start by removing, this is the maize husks, and this is what is used to prepare the gan kinki.
Yeah.
So we are going to remove it from the husks, and when you remove it, this is how it looks like. So as you can see, this is what we have done so far. So there are two types of kinki. This is the gan kinki, and this is also the fanti kinki. They are both a popular Ghanaian delicacy, mostly enjoyed by the Gan tribe, and it's a common dish in Accra. Let's rewind to see the process of how kinki is prepared. They soak the maize into water for about 2 to 3 days and mill them into a corn dough. They start to cook the dough mixed with water. It's being stirred into a paste just like preparing banku. But the thing is, they don't allow it to be fully cooked like banku. They transfer it into a bigger pan, mostly in a rubber pan, and mix it with fermented corn. The same quantity as the same quantity which is being prepared earlier. The process of preparing kinki is the same. The difference is the gan kinki is being packed in corn husks and the fanti kinki is being packed in dried banana leaves. After this process, the kinki is ready to be boiled. They start by laying the pan with the leaves before adding the kinki. So if it's the gan kinki, they are going to lay the pan with the corn husks. But if it's the fanti kinki, they are going to lay the pan with the dried banana leaves. Then they add a little water and cover it with rubber and sack to allow the steam to cook the kinki. Some people decide to add salt, others don't. It takes about 2 to 3 hours on medium heat. I'm the market woman for today. Today's the market woman. Thank you, seller. Wait, I tell a designer for me.
Alright guys, so I'm here with Stella, and Stella is one amazing YouTuber who decided to come to Jamestown today to sell kinki with me. And first thing, we have to fetch the kinki out of the pot kinki, and then get it ready for selling. Alright guys, so
this is very hot.
Very hot, eh? I know.
24.
Okay. So I will do that 2 cities or 1 city. 2 cities, so they're big ones.
25.
Woo!
28, Kanemo. 28, me Kane, 28. Not we, madam, not we. Wait, I'm coming. Wait. Menega 26, Menega 27 woman. Menega 25. Menega.
No, I know. She's family. So this is what happens sometimes. If you are counting and you don't count right, then it brings confusion.
Yes. So there's a little confusion because I was counting and he was counting, so there's a little confusion. Right now, we have to make sure that what she has is the exact number because she's also going to sell it and she also needs to make profit. So yeah.
But I mean, how do you feel coming to this place to sell kinki?
Charlie, the environment is. These people are really trying. Serious.
All right, they said we should get back to business. So let's go. Hey, Stella, this is hot though. It's not easy at all. Hey, we should do it, eh? I like how you.
Yes. Use the water.
I know, I'm dying.
Where?
Do that job. So this is what they have to do all the time.
Every day. And we have to come early because we need to make it happen.
What time did you get here?
Oh, like 6 a.m.
Stella, do that job. No resting. Do that job.
So we are done with the first part. I mean, Fred is an expert in this. He has done something like this before. So today he's going to give you all the commentary.
I mean, but Stella is also here. Did you grow up in Accra, yeah? So it's time to wrap it then. Okay. So I have done it before. I'm going to allow Stella to do the wrapping. And so
another one. Okay.
Wrap all the rabbits so that the baby will not.
So the kenke will be hot the whole day.
Shout hot kenke!
Hot kenke.
Oh, Stella, shout hot kenke!
Your energy.
This
is your energy.
Hi, girl. So this is your kenke?
Yeah, it's special kenke.
Where do you sell this kenke?
At Accra Mall.
Accra Mall?
Yes.
So Stella, this is a special kenke seller.
Yes.
Who sells kenke internationally? So he doesn't sell only in Jamestown?
No.
He sells, mention the places there.
Accra Mall.
Can you imagine?
This one is expensive, nice kenke. Kale special hot kenke.
Come. Oh, come. Charlie, is there energy for me? Oh.
Hot kenke.
Oh, I know, I'll give him the hot kenke. Stella, it's your turn. Are you going to shout hot kenke?
Hot kenke.
Fast.
Charlie.
Hey, they have came for me, crowd, Charlie.
Okay, do it.
So you don't do it, they'll lash you.
So here there are two types of kenke. What you saw earlier on was the fancy kenke. This type is the gang kenke, which is very popular here at Jamestown. So the lady we saw earlier on bought 50 pieces of fancy kenke. So right now we are going to start with the gang kenke. So come along. Fred is already in the mood. So
guys, like I'm already prepared. This is my home. I should count 30. Okay. Hey, this one there, it looks hot too.
Do it.
Hey, we should do it like that.
This one there is water on top.
Oh, so wait. Do
it.
So we have to put in a rubber?
No.
So because it's very hot, you need water on the side so that you can dip your hands in it just to cool off your hands. Because as it stands now, look at my fingers. They are already reddish. Fred, show your fingers today.
Guys, I'm crying already.
Yes, so let's go. Yeah.
No, this one is Victoria City.
This is 3 cities. So I should put my hand under the water and get the hot ones. Hey!
Okay.
So, hey, but Stella, you have skills. So. Which you count? Okay, so this is 4, 5. Guys, count with us. 6, 7. Whoa! 8. What? This one is like after, at the end of the day, I'll end up eating a lot of kenke. 9, 10.
I'm a bad.
11. What kind of skills do you have that you just put your hand inside without crying?
Hey, this is hot too.
It's hot, eh? Hey, Charlie. I should take this. Sir.
Are you counting?
Yeah. Okay. This is 14.
14. Okay.
Because it was 12 and we added to 14. 15.
respect on their names. Like, they have to put up, because the work they do here to achieve the kinky that we always enjoy is amazing. Like, look at my fingers.
Charlie, my whole fingers right now, see. I can't even do my fingers.
It's even numb. So imagine them doing that like every single day. This is amazing.
They do it 2 or 3 times a day.
A day?
Yes. When I visited them the first time, I was so amazed because after I did 30 minutes of it, they had to take me to the hospital. Like I fainted over there and then they were pouring water. Oh no, but guys, go and watch that video and see.
Yeah. Go to his channel. He's doing amazing. See, guys, you know, I will not tell you if it's not. I mean, head to his channel. After preparing the kinky, I mean, what is the point of coming to enjoy all the things they're doing here without enjoying the kinky itself? So this is how the fancy kinky. I'm having fancy kinky. What are you having?
I think I will have the gang kinky, so I'll have to ask for the gang kinky.
Gang kinky. So yes, and then this is trophy.
What's trophy?
Trophy is turkey tail. Yeah.
Turkey tail. And you're eating the turkey tail. Won't you talk in your stomach?
You're mad. So we are going to be trying both the gang kinky and then the fancy kinky. This is how the fancy kinky looks like. Show us how the gang kinky looks like.
The gang kinky? This is how the gang kinky looks. So this is gang kinky.
Yeah.
Very soft.
Yes.
You know.
And it's very hot.
You know, do you have a special way you eat your kinky?
Oh no special way.
Yes,
then you have it with shito or red pepper.
Is kinky your favorite?
No. I love this. I love kinky from Jamestown.
Jamestown. Hey, you should try the gang kinky. It's very nice.
Of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here at Jamestown. Fred, come. It's been so helpful. Fred has been so helpful. Fred happens, see, the lady who took us around is Fred's girlfriend. So that was how.
I say a lie.
Yes, because you can't just come here and vlog. So do also subscribe to Fred's YouTube channel. Fred, what do you do? Tell them.
So I tell the African story. I travel and shout yeah. So when you go to my channel, you hear people shout yeah. Pastor, thank you so much for this.
Thank you too.
I mean,
Charlie.
What's up, guys?
So please, if you love me, do head to his channel. Show him some love.
Share this video so that she'll get more subscribers. We want her to get 60K by the end of this year. We can do it. Yes, we can do it.
I mean, serious.
So guys, Stella for 60K.
Yeah. Until next one, this is a Vlogmas experience, and this is Vlogmas Day 3.
Okay.
And so catch you guys in my next video tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. I'm posting daily from now till Christmas, and so expect more amazing videos on my channel. We blow them places. So let's go.
Hey, did I do it right? Okay, alright.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
For the first time in the history of Ghana's 4th Republic, a budget presented to Parliament by government was rejected. This was as a result of contention between the minority and majority side, albeit rejected by one side of the House. We don't yet have a budget for the upcoming year. My guest on Say Loud today is the Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, Honorable Kweku Ricketts-Hagan. We speak to him about the 2022 budget and issues surrounding it. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is George AC, and as indicated earlier, my guest today is the Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, Honorable Kweku Ricketts-Hagan. Honorable, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
It's good to have you, but I don't know if it will be good for the majority side as it stands now. Your side has been accused of bad faith. What will be your response to that?
Thank you very much, and greetings to your viewers and listeners. I don't think that they should take it that way. I mean, our job as opposition is to provide a constructive criticism. If there is something in the budget that we objected to, or at least we are speaking on behalf of the public. I mean, we all know, we've been listening to the radios, we've been listening to the people on the streets by the very job that you guys are doing, speaking to people. And I think the general consensus is that the people are not happy, especially with the e-levy. I mean, the budget in its entirety, and also the e-levy in particular, and a few other things. So our job is to make sure that, as members of parliament, to make sure that what the executive is bringing us as a budget is budget that will be acceptable to Ghanaians and will not add unnecessary hardships to the hardships that the people are already, feeling. And it is on that basis that we pointed certain items in the budget that we think will not to the benefit of Ghanaians, and that we wanted the finance minister to address those issues before we approve the budget.
Specifically, what are the details of the issues that the minority has with this budget? Specifically,
I think the issues, first of all, I must put on record that we are not saying that everything in the budget was bad. There are some good things in the budget, and there are things that we felt were problematic in the budget, and unfortunately you cannot just accept part of the budget and reject the other part. If you reject even a word in the budget, the whole budget is actually rejected. So even if you go and dot an I or T in a budget that has already been presented, that budget is seen as a new budget. So basically we pointed out a few things. If I should put them, necessarily not in any particular order, the principle among the things we objected to was the e-levy. And the e-levy is something that not only we members in parliament, but actually the general public or the citizens of Ghana felt that imposition of tax will be too much on the already burdened, Ghanaians. I think the second thing that we objected to was to do with fees and charges, which without any consultation, the government has decided to up it to about 15 to 30%, depending on, which item you're looking at. And we felt that was too high, and that we already have fees in the budget, or the fees are already there, but we felt that the increment that the government was proposing to charge actually too high and needed to be looked at. I think the other thing was the way the Ijapa deal was smuggled into the budget. We were not happy with it, and we wanted the government to look at it, basically to remove it and bring it at an appropriate time when they want to look at Ijapa again. I think the fourth thing was to do with the wording of the Aka Energy. We felt that what was agreed upon, the wording that we have in the budget is not what was agreed upon. So we again prompted them to look at that. And then recently we had a tidal wave issue in Kita in the Volta region, which obviously affected a number of our brothers and Ghanaian sisters in that place. But we know that there's a sea defense project which has not been completed. So we're urging the government to have that in the budget as a priority, so that the people of the Volta region can sort of not be suffering that kind of fate. So these are the critical things that we pointed out to the government from the very beginning when the budget arrived. And we were expecting the minister to say something about those things that we had debated on, and not to come and ask us for more time to dialogue.
Okay, so Honorable, not to digress here, but then you made mention of Kita and the people, the current plight that they are going through. With all the responses that the government has given to the situation in Kita, not just limited to the budget issue or the sea defense war, but then with the response of government, do you think that government has been sensitive to the plight of the people of Kita?
Absolutely not. And that is what we were trying to point out. If the government wants to be sensitive, we expected that issue to be in the budget, you know, to show the sensitivity. And the people, you know, apart from not being in the budget, the responses that so far has been given to the people of Kita is not adequate. You know, we haven't seen the president there. We haven't seen the vice president when he was, you know, acting as a president. We haven't seen any substantial move to address the issue there. But the most important is not about the aftermath, but we wanted the government to address the causes of this wave, tidal wave, which is to do with state defense.
You have eloquently adduced your position as a minority, but then there's been complaints from the side of the majority that you are not doing this in the interest of Ghana, and as a matter of fact, it is just a matter of the NDC preparing the minds of Ghanaians to win 2024. What will be your response?
Well, that is their opinion. It is their opinion. You know, with this, the thing with this government is that if you oppose anything that they are doing wrongly, they take you to be an enemy of the state. But that is not democracy. Democracy is the opportunity for people to voice their objection to things that they think is not going well for the country. And anytime anybody does that, even people who are outside parliament, it is seen as they being political. But we cannot actually live in a democracy like this. Democracy is a give and take. You have to listen and be able to correct things that the people. We are all the servants of the people. We serve the people of Ghana. Therefore, if we are serving them in something that is not in their interest, and then somebody points it out, then it is seen as politics or anti-Ghanaian. That's not the way to go.
So, the budget has been rejected, as in per the declaration of the speaker. But then, for the side, from the majority side, they are raising an argument of constitutionality that it doesn't hold. What would be your response?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but then when you look at the provisions, both in the Constitution and in our standing orders, I think the procedure that were the procedural issues were followed, you know, to the letter. I mean, don't forget, the Speaker is one of the most experienced parliamentarians in the country. He's been there longer than anyone who has ever served in Parliament, and he's gone through these budgets maybe over 20 times, considering the number of years that he was in Parliament. He has been a leader of the majority. He's been a leader of the minority back and forth. So if anybody understands our standing orders, which hasn't actually changed very much since they came into effect in in the early days, that it will be the Speaker. I don't see the point that they are trying to, and I have read all the provisions that they are talking about, and I don't see anything wrong with what the Speaker did. My only thing, and maybe my interpretation may be wrong, is that the idea of using 104, which is the Constitution, and 109 to buttress their case, that we didn't have the numbers to be able to make that decision, I think they are wrong. Because when you look at the same, and then the other provision that they were talking about of getting ministers, I will come to that. Let's deal with the first one, Article 111, which also they were wrong. My understanding is that the voting takes place when we have members present and voting. What does members present and voting means? Members present and voting means members who are in the chamber who have recorded or registered their name as able and willing to do government business on the day and ready to vote which was the motion that we were there for. They were there. We were 274 as I counted. There was only one member of parliament who was not there, was Honorable Adjo Safo, I believe. Okay, so 274 recorded their names in the parliamentary register that they are in parliament and ready to do the government business of voting the motion. That's why we were there. When the final debate that leads to the motion started, they were present. Minority speaker spoke, majority spoke, the finance minister spoke. Even though normally they change the order they do it, is not how we did it. You know, usually the finance minister will be given an opportunity to address the concerns raised by opposition. Hopefully those are concerns on behalf of Ghana.
So, not to stop you, but then the stage they walked out. Consequently, you decided to go ahead, one-sided, reject the budget. They are saying that it is wrong and that you didn't have the required number in the constitution. Yes, you have explained that, but are you trying to mean that consequentially their walking out had no effect as per the provisions of 104?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. That members present and voting should constitute half. Members present and voting when we started were 274 out of 275. Now, if I'm sitting in there ready to vote and I get up and go to use the washroom, and when I come, they have finished the voting, would I say that is unconstitutional because half of us were in the washroom? Because when the process started, and don't forget that you can absent yourself from voting. Would I say that I didn't vote, therefore we were not? If half of the people were there, they didn't walk out, they could have chosen not to walk out but sit there and not vote. If they had sat down and not voted, it will be seen as being present and voting. So the moment the process starts, and don't forget that they actually voted in the first motion. The motions, we had only one motion for the day, which is the approval of the budget. The finance minister came in and he, in his statement, asked for a prayer, which is basically time to be able to, go and address issues as he claimed. Now, that became a motion, which was a twin motion, together with a motion of being able to vote for the budget. Now, if the first motion, depending on how it goes, may influence whether the second motion will come in or not. They are mutually exclusive. They are not separated. Those issues are together. Okay, they took part in the first one. Okay, how many were we when they took part? 274. Then, no, the proof that they took part was that the deputy speaker or deputy majority leader challenged the speaker on his ruling for the nose instead of the eyes. And it's that challenge that led to what is called the division, which is what they requested. Now, when you request for division, division has a procedure. One of the procedures is to get people who are, you will term as lobbyists, but in our sense we don't have lobbyists and all that. But anybody, to put it simply, anybody who is a stranger, as far as parliament is concerned.
We are talking about non-parliamentarians.
Non-parliamentarians on the floor of parliament. When you go to other jurisdictions, as the speaker rightly pointed out, that we don't have lobbyists in the right sense. So we take lobby to be the seat behind us in parliament. There is a clear difference between what the lobby is and what a public gallery is. They are not the same thing.
It is good you have mentioned the public gallery. Another issue that has come up has to do with the presence of your party's general secretary, Johnson Esiedu Nketia. For the majority, their basis of walking out is because the speaker decided to walk the minister out and allowed Mr. Esiedu Nketia to stay. Do you think the majority had their reason was justified?
It's not a legitimate reason, as I have just pointed out to you. Unless they don't know the difference between a lobby and the public gallery, as we have copied from the United States and from Britain. They are two separate places. If you are clearing the lobby, you are clearing people who are on the floor of Parliament. If we 111 of our Constitution actually says that ministers from Vice President, ministers, deputy ministers can participate in the proceedings of Parliament. Absolutely clear. Proceedings of Parliament means anything that we do in the chamber. Okay, but the same Constitution, on the same Article 111, before it finished that article, says that except. So you have privileges just the same as the member of Parliament, but your privileges stops when it comes to voting.
Okay, so yes, this has happened.
And the voting of a division states that anybody who is a stranger at that point must be taken out. Therefore, you don't have any privileges again as a minister under 111.
So in your view, what would be the very reason why the majority decided to stage the walkout? If this is not the...
Well, they are putting that on the premise that Asiedin Katia was there. But Asiedin Katia was not there as, what is it called, General Secretary of the NDC. Don't forget that he was also a member of the board in Parliament. He wasn't also there as a member of the board of Parliament. Asiedin Katia could have been invited to be in the lobby by the position that he's a member of the board. They didn't do that, or he didn't do that. He went to sit in the gallery just like other people were sitting in there as a citizen of Ghana.
So
it doesn't go beyond citizenship.
To you, what motivated the majority to walk out, even though they've said everything that they want to say? From everything that you know.
Well, the only thing I can think of is that they realized that they didn't have the numbers. Because don't forget that in the morning, all the things they were talking about, that they were having a meeting and all that, we knew what they were doing. What they were doing basically was waiting for people to arrive in the country. There are people who came in, who we haven't seen in Parliament since we opened, but were there on the day, were flown into the country. And unfortunately, I don't know whether Honorable Adjosafu was in there. We'll see on Tuesday whether she was on the air coming and her flight has delayed. They were just delaying things to be able to get their people in. They realized they don't have the numbers, and of course they were going to lose, especially when the speaker has called no for the first one, and now he was going to get people out who were people on their side, because the ministers are not on our side. They are MPP ministers, or they are ministers from the MPP stock. So for me, that's the only thing, because they are Sergio Nkatia argument does not hold water.
Okay. So yes, this is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and my guest today is the Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, Honorable Kweku Rickett-Hagan. We take a quick break, and when we return, we speak on what happens when Parliament reconvenes on Tuesday. Are they going to concede, or are they going to come into consensus so that by December 31st, going into 1st January 2022, we will have a new budget? We'll be right back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the break. My name is George AC, and this is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. As you know, my guest today is the Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, Honorable Kweku Rickett-Hagan, and we are talking about the 2022 budget. Honorable, Tuesday Parliament reconvenes. What is the expectations of the minority going into the meeting on Tuesday?
Yeah, Judge, with your permission, I want to point a certain things out that will lead to what may or may not happen on Tuesday. One of them is there had been this allegation that the speaker called the marshal to walk the finance minister out. That is incorrect information. We were all in the house. What the speaker, and it wasn't only the finance minister who was the minister who is not a member of parliament present. There were other ministers, at least I spotted the transport minister and a couple of others. So when the speaker gave that directive, the finance minister, to be fair to him, had already woken up or gotten up from his seat, and he was walking, to go out. But there were other ministers who were still sitting down, not they were reluctant to basically go out. So I'm sure the speaker spotted them, and the speaker said that he could use the marshal to walk people out, trying to say that if people don't want to go willingly, they will be forced out of the chamber. He didn't say that marshal, get the finance minister and take him out. We have the hands out there. There's a recording of what took place. People could go and listen and see whether at any point the speaker actually asked the marshal to take the finance minister out. That never happened. But there were ministers who were sitting there that were reluctant to go out. Again, the ruling is that the budget has been rejected. The finance minister asked for time, which became a motion, to, at least you would have expected that since they have challenged the motion, they would have been there to make sure whether the time that they were looking for the finance minister happened. But they decided to walk out. The ruling has been made by the Speaker of Parliament per what we said, that we had rejected the budget, which he heard quietly through the voice message and all that, voice vote and all that. I expect my brothers and sisters on the other side to come in a much sober way than they did on Friday. And remember,
you think they didn't come with the right attitude?
They didn't at all, and their behavior in Parliament was quite shameful. Behavior of a couple of the members, especially, who were beating tables and putting on the mic and speaking to the speaker. I mean, these are members of Parliament, honorable members. They know how business is conducted in the Parliament, and their behavior on that day was, to say the least, not honorable at all. So I hope that after tempers have come down, the budget is being rejected. If the finance minister really wanted to address or wants to address some issues we have raised in the budget, he has a perfect opportunity.
But here is the case. Your people voted against his motion to engage you. On what basis would you want the minister to do something about the budget and then not give him audience?
Well, the minister, first of all, should have engaged us when they started putting the budget together. Because there are issues that were going to go into the budget that required some kind of consensus and discussion. And Parliament was taken out of this. The first time we saw these things, we heard rumors. The first time we saw it is when it actually appeared in the budget, as we had suspected. So we had an opportunity to have debate on the budget, which the minister did not show up. Normally, I have been a deputy minister of finance before, so I've been on the other end where we have presented, a few budgets to Parliament. What we agree is that the finance minister, whose budget, on behalf of the president, is being approved, needs to be there to listen to the debate and take some notes as to the concerns raised and see what he can do about it. In the absence of the finance minister, maybe because he's been called to cabinet or whatever, one of his deputies, and he's got more than one, should sit in. So, in my time, myself and Honorable Atufosin were both members of Parliament, so it was easy for us to take his intent. But if your minister is not there and your deputy is there, the understanding is that maybe the deputy is taking the notes. He wasn't there until the final day. And I equate that to a marriage. When you are having a marriage ceremony, usually there is a famous saying when the couple are standing there about to be married, where the pastor will ask, or the priest will ask, if there is anyone who has something against this marriage, must speak out or forever hold their peace. So if there's someone in the public who is probably married to the man or married to the woman or had something that makes it impossible for them to marry, that person will speak up. But when such a question is put, and one of the couple, let's say the husband, puts up his hand that he has something to say, you would think that that is not the place for the husband. And the husband says, oh, I'm sorry, I have another wife, so I want my wife to know that I'm marrying her as a second wife. That is not the place to say that. So the time the finance minister was asking for us to give him time, that was like being in the altar and saying to the wife.
So by your analogy, you were ambushed, or he was attempting to ambush the minority?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because the issues that we have raised, when minority leader puts it together, he mentioned the issues which we've been talking about. It was not different. He didn't say anything new. Maybe the only thing new was the Qatar issue, which is something that happened during the budget process. The e-levies and all that, we have spoken about it long before. He never consulted us. He went ahead that he thought, what these guys have refused to understand or appreciate is that the parliament as we know it has changed, and that there has to be a paradigm shift in the way we think, and that now this is more what you call the hang parliament. 137, we have an independent who makes them a majority. Otherwise, they are not a majority party. They are a majority group, as the speaker describes them. And they have to understand that with that kind of numbers, business cannot be as usual. Gone are the days when you have 169 and 106. Even if your 30 of your people don't show up, you will still carry the day. But now, even one member absent, like Ajo Safo was quite problematic for them. And they need to see that this is probably the best, I say, that this is probably the best parliament for Ghana, in the sense that parliament will not become a rubber stamp again, and that we will have an opportunity to execute our duty as the people who provide oversight and put the executive.
Do you think the parliament has so far lived up to that expectation?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It has worked both ways, where we have been able to elect a speaker, where we have lost out on ministers' approval, where we have now rejected a budget. So it's been up and down. It's not been one way where one party has gotten its way throughout. So that is the kind of parliament, even though we were accused in the ministerial thing. But then I will say that since I didn't know anybody who did something wrong, or as they were claiming collected money or whatever, I will say that this is the kind of parliament you will get for the next 3 years.
Okay, so Tuesday is coming, and you are saying that they should change their approach. In what terms are you asking for the majority and the minister to approach your side?
Whatever consultation he wanted to have at that 11th hour when we were about to approve the budget, now he has ample time to do that consultation. Whatever he was going to change in the budget, because he can't just have a consultation with us and we'll go and approve the budget per his consultation. They were definitely going to change something, unless of course they tell us they're not going to change anything. Then we are right in even rejecting the budget. Whatever he was going to change, he should suggest that to us, and then let's have an agreement on it and present a new budget as soon as possible. As you were saying, we need to have a budget by the 31st of December. Otherwise, we can't spend on the 1st of January. So we have time. If we have to work through the Christmas period, it's happened elsewhere in the US and other places, where when there are budget dispute.
And your side, you don't mind?
No, I wouldn't mind. I will cancel. I had holiday plan. But I serve the people of Ghana. That is why they elected me to parliament, my constituency. And I will not have my personal comfort over the nation. So if we are to work during the Christmas period, even Christmas Day, I'll be in parliament to work for Ghana. Ghana first. It's not about what we want to score. For me, I don't see this as a political score, as they claim we are doing politics with it. I don't see it as a political score that NDC has won by rejecting the budget. Rejecting the budget and NDC winning does not do anything for my grandmother in the village. Doesn't do anything for people who are looking for jobs. It doesn't do anything for the hardships that people are feeling. So we should go together as the political class to address this problem the best way we know how, and cut out all this insult on speaker who is our speaker, all of us. and say that the speaker was wrong. People have become speakers overnight. Honorable Cheche Mensambuso is not the speaker. Neither is he the deputy or whatever speaker. So he cannot give interpretation no matter how long he's been in the parliament.
You think he's going beyond his
He's
limits?
going beyond his purview. He's going beyond his purview. I mean, the ruling has been made by the speaker. There are channels open to you if you disagree. But to come and say that the budget has not been rejected, I mean, as who, in what capacity are you saying the budget is not being rejected? When the speaker, look, we need to understand that there's only one president in this country, and that's Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and he's going to be president, God willing, for the next 3 years. There is only one speaker of parliament, that is ASK Bagbin. God willing, with good health, he's going to be a speaker for the rest of the term, which is the 3 years. We should learn to work together. We should not take criticism to be enmity. We should sit down and work together for Ghana. We were elected for a reason. Ghanaians created the 137. It wasn't our doing. God and Ghanaians created that for a reason. The reason is that we should be able to work together and get good value for money for the country. Not do the rubber stamping parliament in the past, where minority will have their say, but majority will carry the day. This day, nobody has their say, nobody carries the day. We will have to do the right thing for the country, and that this budget, this parliament, God willing, will ensure that. I don't think there's anything going to, nobody should worry about anything going to happen.
That would have been my next question.
Nothing is going to happen.
Ghanaians are concerned. He said that, well, it will be far-fetched, but then are we heading towards a government shutdown? Should we be afraid?
Look, there's not going to be any government shutdown, because government shutdown on the 31st of January, the framers of our constitution and the standing orders make room for some important spending to go on, like paying of salaries and all that will be done.
So even if there's no budget before 31st December, Ghana will still be there?
There can be a resolution for certain things too. Nothing is going to, the election you had, people are going to do this. So we had the election. One side thought the election was not won by the other. It was taken to court. They had been ruling. We are sitting in a country. A president has been elected, whether you like it or not. Whether I thought that he didn't win the election genuinely or not, he's my president. There's nothing I can do about it. Mine is to work with him to make sure that things work out. You have people who are saying Bagbin was not elected and all that, by the majority. That is neither here nor there. You have people saying that, oh, he did that quickly because he was traveling. He traveled on a Saturday. He would have sat there all night on Friday if he had to. So all those little things trying to divide us, there is more that puts us together than divide us. And we should begin to realize that and stop that random attacks, unnecessary things, and do the work for Ghanaians. I pray and hope, and I stretch my arm of reconciliation to the people on the other side, that we should go there on Tuesday and be honorable members and do the job Ghanaians expect us to.
So we are just about wrapping up, but then we can't leave without getting the honorable members' view on one specific issue. The issue about the president's recent travels and his decision to use private jets and all the issues that has come along with it. Honorable, what do you make of this whole issue about the president's private jet issue?
Well, thank you again on that. I really don't see what this government is trying to hide. You are spending the people's money for your travels, and the people are saying that the money that you are spending on your travels, our money, we want to know how much money you are spending on your travels, and you say that is a national security. But your travel itself is not a national security. You could travel to the United States by telling the Speaker of Parliament you are going, and that honorable, what is it called? His Excellency Baumia is now to take over. We know your location, but you cannot tell us how much money you are using to do those travels. I find it very difficult to understand that. When you go to other jurisdictions, such information are public information and they are available. The money you spent has no security threat than your traveling. So I don't see how the money becomes a national security, but where you are going is not a national security. So basically, we had called the Minister of Finance when I was at the Ministry of Finance, when a president is traveling, and obviously president goes with staffers and maybe other ministers and all that, their finances for the traveling is worked out by the Ministry of Finance. Obviously, if a particular minister is traveling, it will be worked out by the ministry, but the money will be taken from the Ministry of Finance, because that will be part of their budget. Government machinery, those monies for traveling and stuff are factored in, and the Ministry of Finance look for the money for them. So if a finance minister should have that information as to the cost of the minister of the president travel, for him to come and say that he has no answers but is the Minister for National Security. Where does the Minister for National Security get the money from? They get it from the Ministry of Finance. So the Ministry of Finance should know how much. Okay, now the minister too says he doesn't have that information, or it's a national security. The national security component of his answer is what I don't understand. If the president travel itself is not a security threat, therefore not a national security, how can the money spent be a national security? I mean, if the president is traveling and somebody wants to harm, they are not going to harm the money he's traveling with. It's his person.
So for you, what is the government hiding?
Well, the government is hiding the overspending in that area as well, for their luxurious living, the renting of jet for thousands of dollars in an hour in the air, for providing a bathing facilities, which they found it important. I mean, if there's a bathing facility in a plane, there's nothing wrong with it. But to come and insist that the president needs a particular bath room or something in the plane, that is why, as a justification for going to that plane, it's a complete nonsense. And I want them to come again and tell us exactly what the taxpayers' money is being used for. If you're going to stay, if I travel on a government, money, and you want to ask me that, Honorable, when you went, the hotel you stayed in, how much did it cost? As a citizen of Ghana, I should be able to tell you. If you are staying in the hotels at an astronomical prices or rates, and that's why you don't want to tell the people. Because a country like Ghana, you cannot go and stay in a hotel, as we recently saw, for $8,000 a night or something in the United States. I mean, it's basically an abuse of power and the waste of taxpayers' money. When people are here suffering, when you are taxing people, that the country is so tight that the little momo somebody is doing, they should be taxed. And you are renting plane at that cost, going to stay in a hotel with a lot of people with you. That's an abuse of power. And the earlier they come and answer that question, I think it's also one of the things we requested for as part of the things we need to approve the budget. But for me, that should not hold the budget from being approved. But we need those answers.
It's been pleasant having the Honourable Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, Honourable Ricketts Hagan. Honourable, thanks for joining us. He's a former Deputy Finance Minister, so issues that has to do with budget is his stay. And he says that the minority is ready, available and able, and are extending a hand to the majority. They should just engage them, and Ghana, hopefully by 31st December and by January 2022, will have a budget to work with. Thanks for joining me. My name, as always, is George AEC, and this is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV.
On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, I would want to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22 solid years of existence. I know it's not easy for any organization to be 22 years and still counting, with the kind of reputation that you've enjoyed, even though there have been some flaws. I guess you've done very well. You've added value to advertisers, especially Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, in terms of visibility, whether eyes or ears. And we would want to congratulate you. We would want to see more enhanced, what do you call it, benefits and products that you could churn out for your clients going forward in the next 22 years.
There's no better experience than going back to one's roots and learning all about one's history, and that's what the Nchinchi Museum is here for. It's a place full of rich African history about where we came from as a people and where we are heading to. We are visiting today to experience some of that, and we are happy you could join us. This is People and Places. My name is Wandami Hagan. After the break, we'll meet our first guest and get right into the conversation. Welcome aboard. Welcome back from that quick break. Thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. Now we are at the entrance of the Nchinchi Museum and we are meeting Gideon Kweku Diajiman. He will be taking us round. So I would say he's our tour guide for today. Gideon, it's saying.
Boko, I would say.
Yamiadum. So how long have you been here for?
Okay, I've been here for 2.5 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gideon is an artist, by the way. So in Nchinchi Museum, no, how big is the place?
Currently, we sit on 200-acre land here. But we have developed about 50 acres of the acquired land so far.
So far.
Yeah.
Okay.
So currently we are operating on a 50-acre land.
But it's still expanding.
Yeah, it's a museum that is evolving. So we're still in the early stages of developing and expanding it.
These are very in-your-face monuments. I don't know what they mean. Can you just take us through?
Oh, okay. So we have here 3 monuments that are highlighting civilization in Africa.
Okay.
So the first one is the Sudano-Sahelian monument.
This one?
Yeah, the very first one. And we want to incorporate the art forms and architectural styles, not only in Ghana, but the whole of Africa.
Okay.
So this one isn't found in Ghana. This is found in the southern part of Africa, or Sudan.
When you say this is found, as in the structure?
Yeah, this is typical of the architectural forms in Sudan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they've been engraved on the structure here. I mean, the designs inside are the ones from Sudan. That's what you're saying.
The structure.
The whole structure.
The whole structure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we decided to incorporate these traditional art forms and designs on it. Since we are talking about our culture and our heritage here in Ghana, so we wanted to include most of the popular art forms and symbols that have meaning here in Ghana.
Okay. All right. And then what do we have next?
The one that we have here is called the obelisk.
Obelisk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the obelisk, that's the name, right?
Yeah, that's the name.
I see different symbols, footprints, and the rest. Do they have meanings?
Yeah, they have symbolic meanings. Okay. If you are really conversant with Akan traditional art forms or symbols, you realize that most of these symbols are found in our cloth and the art styles and forms in Ghana. Okay. So there's a spider, there's a snail, there's a tortoise, there are footprints which are all symbolic.
Okay. Right, and then the third one?
The third one is what we call the Lukasa. It is made by the people of Baluba, who are found in Dr. Congo.
DR Congo.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is just the entrance. We are now getting into the place, but we want to find out, Gideon, what should we expect from our tour today?
Well, expect a lot. We have most artworks here that are not really found in Ghana here. We are one of the biggest outdoor museums here in Ghana and soon to be in Africa.
Okay.
So we are still expanding, and we have art forms that talk about our culture and our heritage here in Ghana. So I think there's a lot that are going to be unfolded here.
Okay. So from the entrance, where next are we going?
So from the entrance, we enter into the museum proper, and I will take you to the story of the goats, or how the goats met the goats.
Okay.
It's a story that we have created, and I think when you get there, I would explain that story. Yeah.
Let me just hold you a little. These statues, are they called statues? Or
yeah, they are
sculptures?
statues. It's the same thing.
What do they symbolize or signify?
Okay, we have the sacred grounds up there where we have our ancestral hairs, but pictures are not really allowed there. So when people come on tour and they want to leave a memory or go with a memory, this is where they can take pictures.
Oh, I see.
So you can stand with the sculptures and you take pictures. That signifies that you were once here for a tour.
All right. Okay. So we are going to see the goats which met another goat.
Yeah, how the goats met the goats.
Okay.
So we move to this area first.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
And then this one, and there's another one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this area talks about how the goats met the goats, and it's a story that we created using world art. And you can see that there are goats found here in their universe or in their jungle, and they're all striving to get to the pinnacle of their lives. They're all trying to be successful. As humans, all of us are, trying to be successful in one way or the other. So these goats found themselves trying to do things that will take them to the highest pinnacle of their life. So you realize that on my left here, you would see two other goats there.
One down and one.
Yeah, one finds herself on the top of the roof, and in the world of the goats, the level that the goat up there has gotten to is the highest peak of the universe or their life.
Okay.
So it means that this goat has become successful. So you realize that there's a goat down there that has been trying several times to get to the level that goat is. But
trying to be like the successful one.
But she has been unsuccessful. And the goat up there is the greatest of all time, GO80.
Yeah.
Because she has been able to make it.
Oh, okay.
So you realize that there's a dialogue between the two of them. So the one down there is asking the one up there how she got there, and she was advising the one down there about how to make it to where she is.
So giving her maybe tips or something.
Sure.
So the things in the wall are like the footprints.
They are the footprint because
the one on top.
No, the one down there that has tried several times to climb to where she is, but so there's an advice that she gave her that I think would be told when people come here. We don't want to put everything out there.
That's for you to find out. So
Yeah.
you just have to come to the Nchinchi Museum to find out why. I mean, what advice a successful goat gave the goat which is trying to be successful.
Yeah.
Okay, but why the story though? What's inspired the story?
What inspired the story? You know that Africans we like creating stories. And these stories, they are embedded in them nuggets of wisdom that advises us, in the path of our life. So we wanted to create a story that has a symbolism with African lifestyle and how we live. So we wanted to use sculpture ways to create a story that has advice in it that can advise all people from all walks of life.
Okay, great. Okay, so then our next move is that also has the tortoise. And is that a crocodile?
That's a crocodile.
Okay.
So in this particular work, I won't really go much into details, but I can give a brief explanation.
Right.
So the first one is the circle of life. That's the big circle with the black paint.
The one, okay.
Yeah. And we call it Dikenga. Dikenga.
Dikenga.
Dikenga. It's from Bakongo.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's a big circle, and you realize that there are other 4 small circles. And Dikenga means the cycle of life. So you realize that the 4 circles there is talking about 4 phases or stages of life. Okay. So the first one, the one on your right, talks about sunrise, which means that when you are giving birth to or when you come on earth as a newborn baby. And the second one talks about noon, and that's when you become an adult. Okay. And the third one talks about sunset. That's when you get to your old age.
Your peak.
Yeah. And the last one talks about midnight. That is where, after leaving on earth, that's where you enter the underworld or when you die as a human. So that is the meaning of the...
So from the time you're born to the time you die.
Yeah, okay. So that's the cycle of life.
Right.
So we decided to use these particular animals, that the tortoise and the crocodile and the fish in the mouth. Can you see a fish in the mouth of the crocodile?
Oh yeah.
So this represents certain personalities as humans. Throughout our cycle of life, we, in one way or the other, tend to put on certain personalities or characters. You realize that the tortoise and the crocodile, they both have different personalities. The tortoise is very aggressive compared to that of the crocodile is very aggressive compared to that of a tortoise. So you realize that the tortoise, when you attack it, it will just crawl back into its shell without retaliating, but you can't do the same thing a crocodile. Okay. And you realize that there's a fish in the mouth of a crocodile that has a story too behind it.
Okay.
And there's a proverb in Akan that says that,
okay.
So you realize that the fish finds itself in the mouth of the crocodile.
Right.
And we are using this to relate to the different personalities as humans. So as you go through the cycle of life, there are certain times that some people are very calm, others are aggressive, they fight for, or they go in for what they want in life or what they desire in life. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So that's it for the story of the goats and then the
cycle of
4
life.
phases, the cycle of life.
Yeah.
What's next?
So we have...
I don't know what to call them, planks or wood or what are they called?
They are made of different materials. You can see wood, you can see metals there. And we have some brass sculptures on top of them that tells about a story.
So each of them have different components on top of them?
Yeah, when you get close, you realize that many activities are happening. And this particular section of the museum talks about the work life of the people of Adan, or the economic activities here in Adan.
Okay.
You realize that the people of Adan are mostly into farming and fishing. So we have used this sculpture to tell
their story.
The story. So when you come here, you realize that there are sections of how they fish, the commodities that are found in their market, that is fishing. Because when they go to the seashore to get their fishes or harvest their fishes, they have to bring it to the market. So there's a story that have been created using these sculptures.
Okay. And do you have an idea who molded these?
Okay, since we have a creative director here, that is Kwame Kotobanfo, he has under them artists, which I'm one of them. Okay. So we have in-house artists that produce all these works found in the museum.
Right. Okay, so where's the next stop?
We are heading to the studio that produces most of the artworks here in the museum. So welcome to the Ostramba studio. As I was saying earlier, studio. Okay. So this is the studio that feeds the museum with all the artwork here. So here are the artists.
Some of the artists.
Yeah,
okay.
That's work.
So this is where you do your sculptures.
Yeah, this is where we do the sculptures.
Okay. I'd like to speak to one of them.
Okay.
Okay, so we are speaking to the gentleman who is part of the artist who starts the whole sculpture molding process. His name is Mauli. How are you, boss?
I'm good.
Okay. What are you working on right now?
This bust, a short bust.
Okay. Does it have any significance or?
They're supposed to look like someone posing a daunting look on a slaver.
Okay. Okay.
And so he's supposed to look like someone who has been captured and maltreated. And so the expression is supposed to suggest something towards that end.
I see. And how long does it take you typically to do something like this?
Professionally, we are supposed to take up to between 4 and 6 months.
For one bus?
To do something like this.
Okay.
That's because we want it professionally made with a lot of details.
I'm not talking about the entire thing, just the molding stage.
Yes, just
6
the molding.
months.
Yes.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yes, just the molding.
Okay.
But then because of the nature of what we are doing, and then working with Kwame, who likes to push us a lot, so
you go beyond
we have
the
to
6 months.
we have to increase our speed.
Okay.
And so this one, for instance, started on Monday.
Wow.
Yes.
And you're already at this
already,
stage.
yes.
That's nice.
And coupled with the fact that I don't spend a lot of time on it, and so maybe I'll just work on it 4 hours and then I'll move to something else.
Okay. And how long have you been sculpting for?
I've been working with clay since childhood.
Okay. But you were designing pestles and mortar.
Yes, I used to design. I was into cars back then, and so I used to do clay models of cars. Yes.
Okay, at
and then I remember when I was in kindergarten. That was when I was doing the cars. Okay, but then
kindergarten.
Yeah, kindergarten.
You started at a very early age.
Yes.
Okay.
The school I was at, they had this imported clay, colored clays, and so they made it fun.
Okay. Okay. So when you are sculpting something like this, do you have something you look on, or it's just from your mind?
When we are working on pieces like these, it's 3 ways.
Okay.
Either we have a model, and then if the model is unable to sit up with us, we just take images of the model. And so we start with the model, but then we end with the images of the model.
Oh, okay.
That's the other way. And then the third one is just using images.
Oh, I see.
And then sometimes this is a generic piece. And so a generic piece means that how you understand the human anatomy. And then the looking at people, interacting with a lot of people, the number of faces that you've been able to record of head. And so when you sit behind to work on pieces like this, how you're able to recollect some of these informations. That's what we put on display. And so this is a generic piece. It's partly from memory and then partly from reference.
What has your experience here at the Nchinchi Museum been like?
It's interesting.
Okay.
And it's fun. Naturally, I like environments like this, and so coming here and then working under these environments, it's stressful, but then it's enjoyable. Yes.
Okay. Even the pieces you get to work on, I mean, having to sculpt people in pain and all of that. What's the experience like? Does it give you any
naturally,
unique
yes, naturally, when I'm working on pieces like this, I'm rather immersed in the process, and so I don't get to. The feeling I have with the piece is rather the transference of whatever I'm feeling
in there.
Exactly, and so that's what happens within the process. But then the actual feeling of the whole piece comes to life when I'm done with it, and then it's already in the space.
Okay.
And so that's when I'm able to have some connections with it. But then in the process, the only connection I feel is what I transfer.
I'm sure you've designed hundreds of pieces since you were a child, since you started at,
Yes,
kindergarten. So, since you came here in Chinchim, how many moldings or how many sculptures would you say you've done so far?
That's an interesting one.
An estimate. Maybe it's a lot, but 20, 30, 50.
The nature of what we do over here, one, it doesn't allow us to keep record of how many pieces an individual person is doing, because a lot of the times we are interchanging responsibilities, and so sometimes, for instance, yesterday I just spent 2 hours on it, and then Kwame took over.
Okay.
So when it happens that way,
you can't
it's
say
more of a
one
collaborative thing than an individual piece.
All right, thank you, Mauli, for speaking with us, and all the best in finishing up your piece. So we are moving to the next person, to the next stage of sculpting, and we'll be speaking to Williams. How long have you been here for?
Oh, I came here August, and then I'm here to do my attachments, and then it was supposed to last for 2 months. But after the attachment, I was supposed to go actually, but I decided to stay around and then learn some more.
Where did you come from?
I'm from Accra, Kaswa.
Okay. I mean, which institution?
Takrady University.
Oh, okay. So you came here for like training or practicals or internship?
It's actually internship, which will last for 2 months, from August, and this August, September, yeah.
I see. So what have you been doing since you got here?
Talking of that, I've done a lot, but the basic ones, I think I support cleaning, yeah, and then I don't only assist them on sculpture works, but I also help them to put up structures to keep the place clean, and then make sure that the place is organized, and as well as also come to the studio and then, of course, work.
Okay, so what are you working on?
I'm working on a piece that I'm supposed to cast, and then after they are done with the head, they'll bring it to me, and then I'll cast it. I'll take the mold actually, sorry.
Okay.
And then I'll use, what I use is the silicone, right?
I think you're going a bit fast.
Okay.
So what does the process entail? You start by molding the clay.
And then after molding, right? Let's say it's a head that you are doing. So after molding the head, which is actually there, it will be brought here for me to use silicone.
Okay.
Right, to pick the mold of it. So I'm going to use to cover the face. That means the front and the back will be covered with the silicone.
Okay.
After that, I will send it there for them to also use cement or POP, right, to also cover it, so that
to cover the silicone.
To cover the silicone
on the clay.
Yeah. So that.
But what does this process do? What does the silicone do?
Okay, the silicone actually is used to pick the exact, content in the clay. So if there's a face that is closed or the eyes are closed, the silicone will pick everything, every detailed part of the image or of the face. Basically, that's what the silicone does.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then after that, you send it to the next stage, which is what?
he will be doing the casting,
Okay.
right? So he will cover the front and back with cement. Yeah.
And then after that,
After that,
the
when
sculpture is ready.
it's dried, it will be split apart.
Okay.
And then inside it, we are going to either pour cement, which we pour it inside the silicone.
Okay.
So we'll let it dry, and then we'll pick it out, because this surface is flexible, right? So when we pick it out, then we are going to do the same to the back too. So we are going to join them.
The cement
Yeah,
from both ends.
join them.
And that's what he does.
Yeah, that's what he does, the joining and the cement work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And how has your experience here been like since
Well,
you started working?
it has been educative. I learned more, and it's not only about sculpture. We be taught history, in terms of Black history. Yeah, and then basically you learn more. It's not only about sculpture that I learned here. I learned more about time management too, and I think it's very important as an artist to know how to manage your time. So there are basic things that I was able to learn, and I was taught some of the things that when I go to school I wouldn't be taught.
How challenging is it here?
Well, basically I will start from the experience, because you haven't had such exposure. Sorry. So first of all, it's a challenge to you. So are you going to be open up to the task and do it, or you are just going to give up? Which I chose not to. Though I'm done with my attachment, I decided to stay to get more knowledge. That's my decision. So you have to accept every challenges that comes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for speaking
welcome.
to us. And we are still exploring the sculpting process. We are at the last stage, and we have me. He is the one who completes the whole process. How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay. How long have you been doing this?
Quite 11 years this.
11 years?
Yeah. Started working with Mr. Kwame Akutubanfo. I started training with him, so...
Oh, I see. Okay. And what does this... let me ask, how is this stage called, or what is it called?
This stage is called detailing. It's a finishing process, that's the casting and the detailing of its parts.
Okay. Okay. And how long does it take for you to do that?
Personally, like the cast take like 2 days to be cured, because it's cement.
To be cured?
Yeah.
What else?
To cure very well, like the cement cast. So it takes like 2 days when you cast it in the mold. I think in the mold that is doing preparing over there. So it will take like 2 days for it to be well cured before you can take it off and join it. To get to this stage before you come with the finishing processes, or so at least it can even take like 3 days or 4 days to finish everything up.
Okay. And here, what do you do?
Here it's like the processes of it all ends here. So it's like it's the finishing stage, and this is where we want to get the projects to. So it's like the starting. This is the kind of material that we need to finish the particular piece.
So which materials do you use?
We use cement, we use white glue to do all the finishing touches.
So you mix,
it's a
mixture of cement and
it's
white
a mixture of white glue, like something like this. All forms of different shades, like we have different techniques. So it depends on the kind of model. Like if I see the kind of model, I know what hairstyle or any detailing that I'll give. So all depends on the material. So something like this, I'll have to bring in white glue to do the finishing of it. Some too, I can just use only just cement to finish it.
And I see a woman opening her mouth.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, what
It's
is
like-
it supposed to signify?
It's like it's a pain.
She's in
She's
pain, and
yeah.
agony. Okay. Right. All right. So thank you for
You're
speaking to
welcome.
us. That is the last stage of sculpting. It's getting interesting, but there's still a lot more to explore. Right about now, though, we want to have a little conversation with the owner of the place, Kwame Akoto-Banfo, after which we'll continue with our tour. Don't go away, we'll be right back.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Jinchim is an Edinkra symbol of the same name, and it signifies our journey as an African people. So it's Akan, and coming from Akan traditions, that's what I could relate to, considering the narrative that I wanted to use our art to tell. Well, I did set out to give a much more panoramic view or panoramic narrative of our African heritage, and in Chinchim just does it. It's about twist and turns, it's about adaptability, and it's about evolution across time, and that is for me the best symbol to signify what this installation, my installation, and what this museum represents. It's about 11 years now, but we've only been here in this space for 4.5 years. The concept itself was conceived somewhere around 2006, after my first degree at KN University. But I only started creating the first sculptures for it 11 years ago. It came as an idea. For every creative, you have an idea, and then you learn how to refine it over the years. So for example, I was more of a creative then, and I had very little experience in museum organization or even running my own studio. But I had to start something. So part of it has been a learning process. I had to take a few courses, or maybe work with a few institutions to gain more experience to be able to run this on my own. Bachelor of Fine Arts and then Master of Fine Arts from the same institution. Both my undergraduate graduation projects and then my master's research was into multidisciplinary eclecticism. Okay. So basically, as an artist, I do everything. From animation to stone carving to writing to sculpting and painting, whatever and then creative directing. Whatever the media I'm able to, I try to choose the best medium of expression. But over the years, there is this part of sculpture that I feel appeals to the African story and then the African people, and to making the art and then the history and the narrative very accessible. And that's how come I use sculptures more. What our purpose has been and how it has evolved over the years. So what has made up our life and our purpose as a people. African enslavement, as we feel it now, the Middle Passage, transatlantic slave trade, the Arabic slave trades, are relatively much more smaller, but it is one of the most impactful, especially in the negative sense, and the ones closest to our time. It is one of the major phenomena that is affecting our life now as Africans. Now as being considered people with black skin, and certain people choosing to see themselves as better off than Africans. It's been difficult, but it's certainly getting better. It's been difficult because various sections of this project have been attempted by various people in Ghana and all over the world, but the way in which we are putting it together is a bit unique, and thus at the beginning it made it difficult for people to really understand what exactly that we were doing. People thought it was all about African enslavement, which it is not. And secondly, to some of the subject matter which I decide to stress on or emphasize have automatically made it difficult for some people to feel comfortable sponsoring what we are doing. So in that sense, it becomes difficult and challenging. But we've also had, whilst we haven't always had financial support, we've also had non-financial support and encouragement from various people and institutions. I work with people who are genuinely interested in having us tell our story without trying to be the deciders of how the narrative should go. I work with people who are used to the very idea of academic dialogues, having black people tell their own stories. And in the spirit of academia and research, it's about human relationship and who is nice to you and who is not. So usually I won't go in with the idea that this person is a descendant of a slave master, as long as we are treating each other as normal human beings. So usually it hasn't been most of what will be considered negative has been a bit more remote, because I've been lucky to mostly work with academics who are aware of the current dialogue on racism, various tropes surrounding African narratives and the telling of African narratives. Number one is a very spiritual journey. Number two is very nuanced. And so there is a healing process, which is one of the major reasons for doing this, apart from just telling our story, is to try and have a healing process so that the smallest section or the bad nuts in our history doesn't spoil the whole of our history. And so one of the key moments is realizing that different people have are in different stages of healing and freeing themselves from the legacies of African enslavement. It comes with a realization that your peacefulness within your soul, a realization that your culture and your history is not devilish, and acknowledging or venerating your ancestors is not going to lead you to hell. That is there are a lot of people who are living their lives to get to a better afterlife. And this journey of them getting to a better afterlife has been polluted by the thoughts that everything African is negative and nothing positive is going to come from our culture. And we are having a lot of people who are going outside of the continent for pilgrimages. For those of us who've had or who are continuing to get the spiritual healing, we have now found that peace that we think we will get from going outside the continent on a pilgrimage to get. We are now beginning to get, you get that healing within yourself and then on the continent from the very way of life that your ancestors lived. It has everything to do with religion, and then also it doesn't. Christianity especially has always been on the continent. Only if you're looking at the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, only the kind that was pushed to the enslaved and then the colonized was a bit different. So yeah, in that context, it does have something to do with religion. But there are those who just learn and practice the ways of their ancestors without necessarily tagging themselves as traditionalists. I'm speaking from the experience of Ghanaians who really mostly have three religions. So we have two Abrahamic religions and then a traditional religion. So we Islam, Christianity, and then our own traditional religion. Yeah. And then again, it also has everything to do with religion when you realize that most of the people who were able to free themselves from enslavement and colonization first had to decolonize their minds and their religions. So if you're looking at the Haitian Revolution, it was deeply connected to the religion. So like people who didn't believe that the colonial masters or their enslavers were the epitome of holiness. So there's a section dedicated to the enslaved, and by the time you go around, you realize that there are other sections dedicated to healing and the rest of our journey, and then dedicated to the self. For example, when you start interacting with the mirrors that we have at the end of the installation, you realize it's pointing to your relationship within history, your place within history, and how you matter, and you are a key element in the Nchinching journey. Yeah. So the ones with the heads, those are specifically dedicated to the memory of our enslaved ancestors, and we have a few of them, like the ones you find in the US, which, even though they are full-bodied sculptures, are also dedicated to the memory of African enslavement. But then there are other sculptures that you will find which are on our heritage and not necessarily got to do anything with African enslavement. Like the monuments at the entrance are also part of the museum and within the space, but they are not necessarily about African enslavement. Ghanaian African heritage, using Ghanaian African heritage because we are tracing a history that goes beyond when country boundaries or artificial boundaries were created for us. So we were tracing migrations and people and philosophical concepts, which precedes the ideas of countries and Anglophones and Francophones, and regrouping ourselves according to the language of colonial masters. Well, the first revelation, which is the largest, I may not be able to give a second one, is the fact that you don't know it all and then you can't do it all. And there's always somebody who knows more about some of these things or these phenomena and then the history and the heritage than you. So that is I think that's the biggest. I'll probably wrap the two into one, and that is why we invite other scholars to contribute and then to guide where this is going. And then we also invite historians from various traditional homes to also contribute. I always say that it's not my story, it is our story, and so being inclusive to all kinds of Africans, whether they've been to formal school, formal Western style school, or they've been trained traditionally. We have created a system that welcomes all kinds of creatives and people who want to express. So one typical event that we have created for the specific reason of making sure that everybody's voice is expressed is Nchinchimza Festival.
Okay.
So it's a creative communal labor, and we've had people from as far as New Mexico to the Caribbeans, to as close as Ada and Vume and Togo and Nigeria, coming into the space, learning what they don't know, and then contributing what they know and what we don't know to be able to, create this and make this our thing. My favorite collaborator is Efosela AJ.
Okay.
Or should I say Dr. Efosela AJ. He's a Ghanaian artist, philosopher, and then educator. He's currently at the National Film and Television Institute, NAFTI. He's also an independent researcher. I've also had a lot of both training and exchange of knowledge from Dr. Obadele Kamon, currently with African Studies, my good friend Michael Morand from the Bianiki Library for Rare Manuscripts, Yale University. Yeah, and then I've had Mary Yabwa. Mary Yabwa is currently at Wheaton, Chicago. And she also helps with all sorts of organizations and all sorts of things, whilst doing her own personal journey on African, the life of Africans in the US. And then I can never forget Danny Danson, who is currently one of the curators and directors at Dusable Museum, Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah, who I've also worked with ever since we met in 2016, 2017, when he was a Fulbright scholar. And we organized a really huge exhibition at the Cape Coast Castle.
Okay.
So there are various scholars, various not only talented but masters of their field who are contributing to this. And the people I've mentioned, we are black people and then white people as well. Yes, I have. I definitely have a better understanding of how neocolonialism worked and is still working. And we are hoping that part of the healing that this project provides is educating and emancipating our Africans as well as our oppressors on how this is working and how we need to stop it. The viewers cannot see, but when I look straight at our camera people, everything that they are wearing was not made in Ghana. So that is dollars, that is not coming into Ghana now. And I have also bought into that, while I was growing up. We have used clothing that are brought in, we have electronic waste that are brought in. We have an influx of products that can be manufactured here, but we have had various African countries being sanctioned if they decide not to bring in certain waste products, and then maybe not buy what we call certain used clothing. Ghana's not on PayPal, so we can have European markets having access to us. For you to be able to sell your homemade products, you will have to go outside Ghana, have a US European account before you are allowed on Amazon, you know. So there are so many of these that I can mention. You know, even the way we judge our own. If you don't speak a certain class of English, you are not intelligent enough. You will have to speak, oblivious of the fact that it is not your first language. You know, so the master's language has become the standard. You know, and not only are not judging you based on the language, they are judging your very intelligence based on how articulate you are. And not everybody, you can be as intelligent and not articulate in somebody else's language. And when I came here to Ada, if I'm speaking Cree, I can speak very intelligently. If I'm speaking Ga, yeah. If I'm speaking Dangbe or Ewe, I speak like a child. So that's every time to an Ewe person or to an Ada person, no matter the education that I have, whenever I'm speaking, the words are coming out one at a time. We provide what we can. We are training people in agriculture. We are training people in facility management. We have an apprenticeship system here. So people from different levels are still able to come and learn. While they've not been to the university, so we're teaching certain subjects in local languages. As you go through the back, you see different girls learning hospitality and catering. We do pottery and fish farming. So other practical skills aside of the arts that they will find useful as everyday Ghanaians who don't have access to elite artistic or creative spaces. They will still have something to do with their daily. Chinchin is all over the world, but that is not the impact for me. The impact is when it changes the livelihood of an African and when it's able to keep pressure on racial injustice. I see it at the end of the tunnel. I see it's a journey. A lot of the students we've had here and tourists, because we've had people who come for educational tours and for pilgrimages, we've been able to reach people spiritually. We've had various pilgrimages that is done here. Pilgrimages that previously would have been done outside of the continent are being made here to pay homage to our ancestral enslaved ancestral site. Our work is to change the mindset of the African and let him or her feel the impact of the mindset that has been changed. So our work is to educate. We had our youth outreach program before we came here. We've been as far as the Volta region. We've been to Ada, we've been to certain schools in Ghana. Basically schools that will not have had access to PhD teachers and high standard artists or professionals to be able to learn from. So we're taking my friends, my colleagues, part of our staff. We have people with high degrees and PhDs. We're taking all of them into these spaces and we are letting them impact on the pupils and the students. That was before we had our space, so we were touring around, going to various schools. And now that we have our space, pre-pandemic, we had buses of schools coming here. And then we've, even outside Ghana, we had people, me working as a study abroad professor for certain institutions outside Ghana. Yeah. So we are in a dialogue with certain people at GES to be able to extend the reach so that a lot of people benefit from what we have to teach and tell. Well, I have a few sculptures coming bound for the US again next year. But I'm also excited about our new history wall that we unveiled this year that is showing the art of our generation, the art of our now generation. You will see we just started to cover the protests in Nigeria and then the protest in the US as well. Considering that it's a 100-meter wall and 15 feet high, it's still relatively small, but we are excited that we are connecting the history of now to the past, and people will now see, as I've tried to explain to you, the impact of the past on the present. It would take you to share what you want to be healed about. One of the things that I talk about when it comes to healing is for the ill, him or his or his, himself or herself, to be part of the healing process.
Okay.
And as you come, we dialogue with you, and then we find out what you need healing in, and we help you to embark on that journey, whether it's healing physically or spiritually. And as you said, spiritually, and what exactly in spirit would you want to heal from? We'll do all the best that we can to help you embark on that journey. We are a syncretic society, so we have Muslims, and we have Christians, and we have traditionalists. So depending on what appeals to you, as long as it has got to do with your African heritage, to point you in the correct path, as best to our knowledge as we know, then we can help you on that journey.
Gideon tells us we still have a long journey ahead of us. There's
not
still a
really,
lot.
not really long, but we can still manage it.
Okay, so where are we going to now?
So right now we are heading towards the ancestral veneration grounds, where we have the main Inchinchim installation, a place that has been dedicated to pay homage to our ancestors.
Okay. Right. And that's the main installation here.
In the museum.
So then let's get to see.
So welcome to the ancestral veneration grounds, where we are paying homage to our ancestors. So this is what we call the Inchinchim installation.
And what do we have here? Those are a lot of human sculpted heads all over the place.
Yeah.
And then there are the clay items. What are they too?
These are fired clay. We call it clay or terracotta. That's the art term for it, terracotta.
Okay.
That's the traditional ones, and we have the modern ones made of cement.
So these are also sculptures.
Yeah.
But smaller
ones, and they are in clay, fired clay, called terracotta.
I see. So these ones are left like that, no cement is added?
No.
But you sculpt them too?
Like we sculpt them. And this is the traditional way of making heads in the Akan tradition. Yeah.
And some of them are black. Is there any reason?
No, we fire them in a kiln, or we bake them so
they become black.
Yeah, some of them got that color.
Okay, so these heads, what do they represent?
So these are what we call insudie or insisuo. In the Akan, yeah. And in the Akan tradition, when someone dies, they will make one of these insudie and put it on the grave of the person. And currently, when you go to our various cemeteries, we have the modern ones that are made of cement or sprayed. So many years ago, in the Akan setting, this is what they will use to pay the last respect or pay homage to a dead person. So this is the traditional form here. And on our left, we have that of the cement one.
So it's the same thing, just the cemented form?
Yeah, the same thing.
So these bigger ones are also called insudie?
Oh, no, these are made, it's insudie, but we are using modern materials to talk about the same thing. And that's what inspired my boss to create these heads.
Okay.
So these
so
are
the smaller ones inspired him to create
the bigger ones. And you know, we use modern materials and modern techniques of making sculpture to produce this one. But basically, this is what inspired him to create these sculptures.
Okay. So I see different faces with different expressions. This one for instance has a blindfold.
Yeah.
Like what do they represent? Why do they have these expressions on their faces?
So this particular area of the museum is dedicated to pay homage to our ancestors that were involved in the transatlantic slave trade. Our ancestors who were enslaved and taken from the shores of Africa.
Okay.
So these heads are to pay homage to our ancestors. So these particular ones found in the water is dedicated to those of our ancestors who were drowned in the ocean when they were being transported out of Africa.
Those who tried to escape, or those who were thrown into the water?
Some were thrown into the water, some also tried to escape the brutalities and the atrocities that they were facing in during their journey. So this particular section of the installation is dedicated to that narrative.
There are children also involved, so it's adults, grown and children. It's a mixture of things.
Yeah.
The water here, is it like rainwater? You actually pour water?
It's a combination of the two.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's always in water?
Yeah.
Okay. And then this side, I see something like a graveyard.
Yeah. So here is the Chichim installation, as I said earlier. And we have about 1,005 heads over here.
This part?
Yeah. 1,005 heads over here. And the clay ones that are there in Sudan also close to 1,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are the faces of our ancestors who found themselves in the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay. They are imitated faces, right?
Yeah.
Like from Kwame's own idea.
Yeah. So these are role models or human beings that were modeled in our studio. And Kwame believes that perchance one of our ancestors or great-great-grandfathers or grandmothers were parts of the enslaved. So when you come to our studio and we model you, we believe that you are representing one of your ancestors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so these are real faces that have passed through our studio or our museum and we've sculpted them.
I see. Since when?
This project started about 10 years ago. So he has been evolving. He's been able to create different faces from all walks of life.
But is it that these people make the expressions, or he just looks at their faces and models different expressions in their faces?
Because of the narrative that we are talking about, that is the pain and the brutalities that our ancestors went through, they had to go with this particular expression. You realize that all the expression on these faces are that of a sad face, those who are in pain.
So aside tourists coming here to learn about history and all about the slave trade and everything, what else is this place used for? What else happens here?
So this place has been dedicated to pay respect to our ancestors. I know we know their story although, but it's not really taught in most of the histories that we find around the world. So this place is to add to the history of what happened so many years ago. To realize that the first ship that left the borders or shores of Ghana took place about 400 years ago. So that's why we have these 4 poles over here that signifies 400 years that slavery started here.
Ghana.
Yeah, that is early. These 4 poles. Yeah, that's what has been documented. But even before that, the Portuguese came here during the early 1500s. So we have another pole here that makes it 500 years.
Oh, okay.
So the 400 years is what has been documented, but before that, it was happening. Yeah. So this place is dedicated to pay respect to our ancestors, as I said earlier on.
And is libation or anything poured here?
Well, in the African belief, anytime that we want to honor our ancestors, libation is poured. So in August every year, we hold a program and we invite people from all walks of life, and we receive chiefs from Adan and surrounding neighbors. They come here, they come and perform their traditional rituals, and they do also pour libation to pay respect or homage to our ancestors.
And I see some pots beside the poles. Do those have unique significance? Or?
Okay, for the pots, earlier on I was saying that in Sudia, the clay works are used to pay respect to our dead relatives. So in the Akan tradition, when a man dies and leaves behind a wife and some children, what they do is they will cut the fingernails of the wife and the children, and also cut the hair, shave all the hair of the wife and the children, and they will put it in a pot and put it on the graveyard of the man. And currently what we have is the flowers that we put on tombs. That was what traditionally Akans were doing. So this is to signify that part of the history. Because
the last bit is the, I don't know what to call them, the stands in front there.
These ones?
In front of the big baobab.
So these are all traditional art forms that are used to educate us Africans and all people from other parts of the world about the values that we have here in our culture. So we're trying to combine both traditional artwork and contemporary ones. So these are most artworks that can be found in and around Africa.
Okay, so that's it for the Inchinchim installation. Very symbolic, spiritual elements in here. And we've had the chance to see it because Kwame and Gideon took us round to have a feel of the place. So what's next for us?
So now we are heading out of the ancestral veneration grounds. We'll be exiting the main museum, but there are some few artworks that we can see before we finish our tour. So now we'll be heading towards the healing section of the museum. Yeah.
So we are getting to the end of our tour.
Yeah.
But I see some symbols around here.
Okay.
What does this section?
So this section talks about rebirth or healing. And as you know, Africans right from beginning of history, we have suffered a lot of things, right from slavery to colonization, and even up to now we're still fighting many battles. So this section of the museum, it's talking about rebirth, healing from what has taken place over the years. So we have some fertility artworks here that we call Akuaba.
Okay.
And you know what Akuaba means. In the Akan tradition, Akuaba is used when someone wants to conceive. Yeah, so this fertility yeah. So we are heading towards the exit of the Inchinchim Museum. Yeah.
What are the mirrors in the museum?
So after going through your tour, you come and learn about the values of Africa, our culture and heritage, our history. After getting this knowledge, we believe that now you have fair knowledge about where we've come from as Africans and where we are as Africans and where we are heading towards.
So it's for reflection.
Reflections.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. This is how we end our tour today. It's been a very, very enlightening experience, and we did this with Gideon. Gideon, thank you so much for taking us around the place. Earlier we spoke to the brain behind this facility. It's very monumental. You need to experience this place for yourself. Come here, learn all about the African heritage, where we came from, colonialism, the rebirth, and just reflect on where we've come from and where we are now as a people. This is People and Places. Thanks for your company. We'll meet you in another edition. Until then, stay safe and take care. My name is Wanda Amihagan.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that they've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV. The name is Abrantipa. Up next is the man at the center of this whole controversy, the agenda setting man. His name is Albert. In fact, all of us know him as journalist Albert there. Baby, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
How are you doing?
I'm well.
How are you dealing with the fame, the pressure that this whole thing is coming with?
Well, I'll not call it fame, but I'll call it cosmetic trending. So I'm trending for a while. When a new issue comes up, I'll just be, the focus on me will just be over. It will just die. So I'll not call it fame because it is not going to last for long. So I'm just soaking in the pressure, trying to right the wrongs and get back on track.
If you say you want to right the wrongs, what exactly do you mean?
Well, we all know what I did, which has landed me in this awkward situation where it appears everybody's talking about me and everybody's talking about the incident that happened and all that. So going on Twitter, going on social media, and commenting on the posts of others and making them feel less was what I was doing. So I need to right the wrongs and know that if you don't have anything positive to say, don't say anything at all. So, basically that's what I mean by righting the wrongs.
When you stood in front of Nana Banamwa, Biditotu and Sewa Mihe, you said what you were doing is called agenda. What exactly does that mean?
Well,
so do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Hello and welcome again to another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and today we are here with a coach who has done it all when it comes to women's football. He's won the African Games with the Black Queens. He's won the Women's Premier League on 4 different occasions and went ahead to conquer Africa by winning the Zone B of the Women's Champions League before going to the main event where they fell short to Mamelodi Sundowns. But despite all, he stood up for Ghana and put Ghana on the map. Today my guest is Coach Yusuf Basigi. Coach, you're welcome to Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you very much.
Since we've met Coach Yusuf Basigi, we're taking a short breather and we'll return after this. Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafio and I'm here with Coach Yusuf Basigi. Coach, against all odds, you guys went to Egypt for the first time in the Women's Champions League in Africa, and you did so well. Against all odds, what did the trick for you?
Well, we went there with the intention of winning the trophy, which of course was the same mindset of all the participants, because you wouldn't go for a competition just to go and participate and come back. So our intention was to go to annex the trophy, the maiden edition of course, which would have been very good and historic for not Hazakes did it, but for Ghana women's football. But unfortunately we were first runners up.
You guys did so well. Ghanaians were rooting for you like it was a national event or a national assignment. Do you feel like you let Ghanaians down by not winning?
Not really, because the intention was to win and to make Ghanaians happy, and then to unite Ghanaians, because when the enjoyment is high, a lot of people, someone you have not spoken with for a very long time, you wouldn't even know when you will embrace the person, or maybe you hug the person, and then because it's for Ghana. Unfortunately, we didn't win, but I wouldn't say that we disappointed Ghanaians.
But were you surprised with the kind of support you received from Ghanaians, not only the people from Sekendi, but the entire country?
I was a bit surprised because I thought women football is not followed by Ghanaians. But this time round, I have realized that no, women football is of age. Ghanaians are actually following women's football and immensely. And in fact, the support for us was massive, actually.
What went wrong in the final? Because we watched the semi-final and the group stages. You guys were superb, but in the final, it looks like your opponents overstudied you guys. What went wrong?
Not really. They didn't. I wouldn't say they overstudied us, but it was like we exerted a lot of energy in the semi-finals against Asfar of Morocco, and Asfar, I will continue to say that they were a very good side, without doubt, because they stretched our team so high, and then also we also exerted a lot of energy in order to qualify for finals. So, in fact, the players were a bit down in terms of endurance, because the energy that we exerted in that match was more or less the final match. If you had met Sundowns in the semi-final, we would have beaten them. Wow. Trust me, we would have beaten them. But in fact, against Asfar was a different ball game altogether, because anyone who watched the game will tell you that that was the final match.
Having gone ahead to represent Ghana at the finals of the Maiden Champions League and earning such praises and experience, how does that feel for you and the team?
Oh, it feels good, because hard work pays. Whenever you work hard and you are being recognized by the populace, you feel good, because if you don't do it well, Ghanaians will say you have not done well. They will say it. If you do it well, they'll praise you. Yeah. So we'll do it to the best of our ability. And even if you perform to a certain extent and they see that you did well, but your effort was not enough to get to where you have gotten to. So, well, there'll be mixed feeling here and there. All the same, I think you will still get one or two praises. So it is only when you put in a lot of effort, you perform, that is where Ghanaians will also hail praises at you. Yeah. It is everywhere. You know, Ghanaians, they are very objective. If you do it, they will say. If you don't, they will say it. So for me, it is not too much of a surprise as Ghanaians are showering praises at us. But it is also something that is keeping us to be awake. Not to take things for granted. Oh, Ghanaians are saying blah, blah, blah. No. This is the time. It is a big test for us to do better next time.
When you take a good look at the men's Premier League and the women's Premier League, it's two distinct things in terms that we've seen the male team go to the Champions League and Confederations Cup, and sometimes they don't get to where we want them to, the expectations that we have of them. But you guys went to the maiden events and you guys were able to do so well, and you've gotten the attention of the country. Do you think we've done much for Women's Premier League in Ghana?
Yeah, if you look at last season, the way it was organized was marvelous. The packages involved by the FA and the kind of incentives that were also put in terms of coverage. We had a lot of coverage, live stream, Facebook live stream. You could watch it from one venue to another venue, and even when the COVID relief fund came, we were not left out. As a result, some clubs were able to even buy buses out of it. Some also used to renovate their clubhouses and all that. And a lot of things came in. We were giving a lot of footballs, about 40 footballs, babes, you see. So it was a good motivation for women football. And no wonder all the clubs, everybody did well. And this year will be tougher than last year.
I know that for sure, because when you take a good look at Accra Suffolk after winning the Ghana Premier League, now they become the target of everything. Now they've not been able to win a match in the Ghana Premier League. as the Women's Premier League beckons, do you envisage start?
For Azakes ladies, no. We are awake. We are awake. We are target. Even with the Super Cup we are playing, if you look at our match against Lady Strikers, and you watch their match yesterday against Kumasi Academy, you wouldn't believe it. Was that the team that beat Azakes ladies? No. They played about themselves and won. Meanwhile, yesterday, they were just pale shadow of themselves. Excuse me to say, because I was there to watch it, nobody told me. You see? And Ashtown lost to Kumasi Academy 3-0. And yesterday, we found it very, very difficult to beat them 2-0. Okay. So this is clear indication that Azakes ladies will be a target. This time around, we will not allow Azakes ladies to win the league. I will not allow Azakes ladies to beat my team, whether home or away. So it's going to be very tough for us. Very, very tough.
There have been rumors that most of your players have become targets of other club teams on the African continent, with Evelyn Bidu being linked to Sundowns. Is it true that she's leaving the club?
Well, for now, we've not had any message from Sundowns, though there were one or two approach from other clubs in Europe. But officially, we are waiting for their letters for us to weigh which one will be better for her and even other players.
When we talk about women's football in Ghana, for the last couple of years, it's been growing because we have players who move from the shores of Ghana and they are playing in leagues in the US, Spain, and everything. With the kind of players that you have, do you envisage that they are going to be with you in camp, or you are going to have a new crop of players for next season? Because most teams are interested in your players.
Yeah, it all depends on the package that they will get from, the offer that they will get from the clubs, and then the players' decision, either to still serve us for another season, or better still to move on to play in Europe. So that will all depend. And if it happens that way, it means we need to beef up the team again, or to augment the team. So it will all depend on the kind of movement that is going to go on.
Your team enjoyed a lot of support from the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, and Dr. Baumia, the Vice President. What message do you have for them?
I'm even short of words, because they have shown motherly love, fatherly love, because we know of the engagement of His Excellency the President Nana Akufo-Addo. All the same, his vice was able to get closer to us. They work hand in hand. So I would say that they did well for embracing us. When we returned from Cote d'Ivoire, before we left to Cote d'Ivoire, the Vice President sent us a message with money worth $10,000. When we returned, he invited us to the Jubilee House, and also he didn't leave us to go empty-handed. After that, there was another package for us, and we gave him all the assurance. And before we went to Cote d'Ivoire, the First Lady wanted to meet us, but due to her busy schedules, we couldn't meet. And on our return, she invited us. We went there. It was so marvelous. She hosted us. She gave all the girls half piece of Rebecca Foundation cloth. They have certain fabric. All the 30 players had some, including our female officials. And then also, she assured us. Even after that, there was a little package.
Wow.
Yes. And when we got there, we had a message from him, from her, and then from the vice president. Live, she called, and then I put it on loudspeaker to wish the girls, and we were training, and it was so nice. The girl was so full of praise and then highly motivated. The same thing applies to the vice president. And the GFA also did their very best, supported us, ministries also supported us, and a whole lot of corporate institutions. They did very, very well. National Lotteries, their boss did a lot of good job by also giving us a big package, which even we were able to use it for our ticket. Yes.
Having gone on to play at the maiden edition of the Champions League, prior to that, most of your players were players who had played all their life in Ghana. How did you psych them up for the task ahead, going to play in the Zone B in Ivory Coast, then going to Egypt, because they were going to meet players who had traveled maybe across the continent and everything? How did you psych them up?
There was no much of psyche there, because most of my players, about 96 to 7% of the players are national team players.
Okay.
Some have played World Cup about twice, once, AFCONs, series of AFCONs, qualifiers across the continent. So they were not new to the terrain. So it wasn't anything that could put them off and maybe for them to feel so tense or inferior in terms of the competition. No. There was no anything like inferiority complex, because they have seen it all. Most of them, about 96% of them, they've seen it all.
Before we put what happened in Egypt to a close, I want to ask you this question. Going into the final against Mamelodi Sundowns, you know the Black Stars have engaged South Africa in the World Cup qualifiers and everything that had happened, and Kurt Okriku, before your game, said that Ghana football was a powerhouse than, how do you call it, the South African Football Association. Did that play a role into the going to play in the finals, that Ghanaians wanted to prove to South Africa that we were better, we are better in football?
Of course we are better. We are better than them. We are better than them. For me, there's no day I would say we are not a powerhouse. So if the president says so, he's right. When did they start?
Yeah.
Even though, yes, they are putting their pieces together, but they just want to rock shoulders with Ghana. Of course, they have the facilities all right.
Yeah.
They have their facilities, everything in place. But to rock shoulders with Ghana in terms of player materials, I'm sorry.
They should come again.
They should come again. Honestly speaking, they should come again.
Well, you're still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafi. We're taking a short break and we'll be back after this. You're still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafi, and I'm here with Coach Yusuf Basigi, the man who has made us proud when it comes to women's football on the African continent. Coach, let's come back home and talk about you and Hazakes, your relationship with Hazakes and the Western region. What makes you love the Western region so much that whenever you are not on national duties, you are in the Western region with Hazakes?
Hazakes ladies or Hazakes?
Hazakes, second year Hazakes and Hazakes ladies, because I read about you and I found out that you were with Hazakes, second year Hazakes when they returned to the Ghana Premier League, and now?
Well, I'll say that Hazake's family as a whole, they brought me up.
Okay.
I must appreciate it. They brought me up. I started my coaching career with Hazake's ladies. Since 2003 to date, 18 years down the lane. Yes. I have not coached any other club apart from Hazake's ladies and Hazake's proper. I coached Hazake's the men premiership. When they were in the premiership, I coached them for 2 seasons. But blending Hazake's ladies and Black Queens as at that time, in fact, I thought I was doing it, but you, the journalists, were saying one man handling this, blah, 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 a whole lot of noise. So I decided that, okay, I will opt for the ladies, because that is where I started. Then concentrate on Black Queens. So I was shuttling between Hazake's ladies and Black Queens. And I left the men. However, I will say that even to date, I am the technical director for the men.
Oh, okay.
You see, so for Hazake's family, I am part and parcel of them. There is no way, even if I am leaving Hazake's, I will still have Hazake's in mind wherever I am. But for the ladies, I'm even a shareholder.
Wow.
So when I am leaving, I am going to look for money to come and then build Hazake's ladies.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Let me ask one question about Hazake's, second-year Hazake's, the male team. What is the issue? Why are we not seeing them in the return to the Ghana Premier League again? What has been the struggle?
They'll come. It has all been financial difficulties. You know, the way the ladies will be able to sustain the pressure in terms of finances and other things. You know, the men are not like that. Yeah. Their demands are higher. So it has really affected the team or the club. And the club is still looking for support. And they have very good players, just that the financial support is what is, slowing down issues. But I know they will bounce back.
All your life, you've spent most of your time coaching the female side of football. What makes you enjoy your work as coach? And because a lot of people would, most of the male coaches love coaching the men team. What makes you enjoy coaching the female team?
I have the passion for them, and I always say that if we all opt to coach for the men, who are going to coach for the women? Who are going to coach them? Who are going to coach the women? Because the female coaches in the country are few. There are not many. So if all the men divert their attention to the men's side, they'll be handicapped, and women football in Ghana will suffer. So I have sacrificed to do that. Just to set the pace. Now, there are quite a number of male guys who are, and I am even training my former captain, a female player, to become a coach. So that in future we'll have many female coaches in the system. Then we will backtrack, and maybe I will divert to the men's side, or maybe a technical director to either Hazake's ladies, Hazake's, or maybe another club. But for now, I have to go deep down into it to do all that I can. Because, you know, women, you leave them on the streets, it's something else. It's more than coup d'etat. Seriously, let's count the number of female players in the country, and they are all on the streets, hustling. It's more than coup d'etat. So if we are bringing them together for them to ply this trade, engage them, I think that we are doing good for the nation. And I am one of the people who are leading
Park. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
As one of the pioneers leading the female football in Ghana, how do you convince parents when maybe their female wards develop the love for playing football and their parents don't want them to play?
Initially, it was difficult. But now, I wouldn't need to tell a parent, I need your daughter to play football. Because they've been watching them on the television, they've been hearing on radios. And the elite ones, maybe the educators, excuse me, say, the parents who are quite educated, they also read on the internet about female players doing well. Especially when they watch them on telly, they wish their daughter or their daughters are also playing. So this time around, it's not as difficult as the beginning.
Okay.
So I would say that now the eye opener on women football is growing day in, day out. And I think that is good for women football. So this time there's no much difficulty in terms of parents. They've been calling me, they've been calling me, worrying me. My daughter is a good player. She's been training with the men, boys, blah, blah, blah. It's okay. Let her come for me to see.
Okay.
So if the player is good, then if the player is coachable, I'll pick and then start training her. So this is what we have been doing now. For this time around, it's not as difficult as before.
How about the misconceptions out there that women who are into sports struggle to build a family for themselves, like getting married and giving birth and all that? Such mentality, how do you encourage people?
Well, the misconception is unfortunate. That was the perception, but now they are seeing that it is not true. Initially, they say as a woman or as a lady, young lady,
under the circumstance. And Mr. Speaker, what I see perhaps is possible under the circumstance now, and I would like to suggest for them to consider when they go back to reconsider the business for the week, is to perhaps get the ministers that are available to begin to answer the questions that are advertised and have been on the other paper since last week, that have been suspended because of budget considerations. If in the absence of an agreement to get the budget that was modified or revised to be properly laid before us, the House must continue to work, because budget is not the only work that we are limited to doing in this House. Questions are available. The ministers, if they can be billed to answer those questions in the meantime, especially when we know that the president has issued an edict that none of them should travel out of the country. They will be present on the floor to answer these questions whilst we look at how to clean up the budget and then have one version approved for committee consideration. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the call for this business to be rejected. Committee report to be shelved, so that they can go back and consider what is more realistic and what is practical. I thank you very much.
Members, I don't think that anybody is saying anything new. It's the same thing we're repeating. Yet, Honorable Chairman, can we hear from the leader after that? Maybe if you still want to ask him a question. Can we hear from the deputy leader? If you still want to ask a question, I'll give it. Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, nothing useful to add except to pray you to adopt the report.
Honorable members.
Yeah, he will lay it. Mr. Speaker, I believe we will adopt the report. Then after Mr. Speaker will lay. No, but this business statement. Let's finish it. Then it will be done. Yes, Mr. Speaker, let's finish this. Then you will lay it. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Very well. Honorable members. the report brought to us by the Committee of the House. And the Committee of the House determined that certain things will be done. It's not always that the things contained in the report are able to be done, but there's no way we'll have a business without doing anything. So the modifications as we go along become necessary. So kindly let us adopt the report as we go along. There's no way we can bring a report if the committee has not finished its work. Last week it was advertised that some reports will be late, but no work had been done, so no report were late. But there are some reports ready. Some have been late, which can be taken. So let's proceed with the business statement whilst modifications as and when necessary, the business committee will advise the House. So the business committee is adopted for implementation by the House. Now, honorable members, I've been given the letter from the Minister of Finance. It was received at the office of Mr. Speaker on 6 December 2021. The Speaker has actually minuted on it that it should be brought to the First Deputy Speaker to be laid in the House. So I'll ask the clerks to lay it on the table, make copies available to the leaders for their comments after that. Very well. It's duly late. Can you make copies available to the respective leaders, please? Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly, through you, would want to request Hansard to make copies to all members. Make copies to all members, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, even before you direct that copies are made available to members, the table for the record must read the head notes. What is being laid? For the record, what is being laid? We need it. Then copies made available to us. Then probably the leaders can make comments to it. What is being laid? We need to know. You have only indicated where it is from. We need to know what is being laid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Notifications of the government's 2022 budget statement and economic policy. Modifications of the government's 2022 budget statement and economic policy.
Very well. Kindly make copies available to the leaders. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, by our known practice and procedures, I have seen communication to the Speaker. You directed the clerk to so lay it. But under normal circumstances, Mr. Speaker, we expected the Finance Minister or a Minister of State or any of the deputies to be doing this. What has changed? That the clerk must lay it. Is it because it's official communication to you as Speaker? Because what is appropriate is for the Minister of Finance to lay it. Then we know he is the sponsor of the modifications. For this has been our practice with the Speaker. So when you say a clerk, is it that the Finance Minister is not available, or none of his deputies is available, or they don't want to own these modifications and concessions? If they so do, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable. Yes, Leader.
The deputy ministers are here. But Mr. Speaker, the letter was addressed to you. And Mr. Speaker, appropriately, you have laid it. they sign it. It's still their property. It's still a document that emanated from them. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, if it is their pleasure, that notwithstanding the communication to your office, they must still lay it. Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't spoil anything. Mr. Speaker, do it. She should just do it. Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't spoil anything. We are in a vehicle called consensus. Mr. Speaker, we are in a vehicle called consensus. So, Mr. Speaker, if it means he has to lay, if it means it has to be laid, it will be done.
Yes, Honorable Member for Boko Central.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Finance Minister brought a policy statement and a budget before us and moved a motion for us to vote adopting or rejecting the policy statement and budget. Mr. Speaker, we debated the motion based on the content of the policy statement and the budget. We voted on the motion. Whether we rejected or accepted it, we ended up voting on the motion. If he is to change the policy statement or budget, he must come by another motion. He must come by another motion. He cannot just lay a paper here and that paper will have the effect of changing what we have already voted on. He cannot lay a paper and it will change what we have already voted on. So, Mr. Speaker, the proper procedure is for the minister to come here and move a motion to amend his earlier motion in which he asks us to adopt a certain policy document and tell us that that policy document has changed to the following effects. And this House will then consider the amendments that he seeks to make to a policy that we either have voted in favor of or against. So the procedure is irregular. Laying the paper doesn't have the effect of changing a motion that has already been voted on. So please, we don't know what the content is. Perhaps it accepts what we are proposing. So perhaps we will accept it. But let's follow the proper procedure so that we don't set bad precedents. That's my only contention. I don't know the content. So I'm neither for or against it without knowing the content. But the procedure of this House is a subject matter of a motion moved, debated, and voted on. If he is to come back on that matter, he must come by another motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member concedes that they don't know what is in it. But this letter is only reducing to writing comments that were made in the plenary. And the minority leader made a request that it be laid, and has been laid. Let's leave it and take it from there. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, if you recall correctly, and I recall exactly the Honourable Minority Leader drew your attention, that the Minister moving the motion, he said, subject to modifications. He said to Honourable Minority Leader, I hope you remember, and subject to modifications. So whether you call them concessions or what, is proposing modifications, and that modifications is what has been laid to the House. So it's not anything that is surprising us.
So I think we should proceed. I'll let the leaders comment on the document. Kindly resume your seat, please. I'll let the leaders comment on the document if they so wish. Honorable Minority Leader, I'm aware that you have seen a copy. Would you want to comment on it?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. At least for our purposes, there is modifications to the government's 2022 budget statement and economic policy. And Mr. Speaker, in the introductory paragraph, the Minister refers to reactions and contributions from the public and the minority caucus and employers. He has assured us abandoning Ejepa royalties. Mr. Speaker, what is significant is that we are a very responsible opposition, and therefore we engage, and we engage with government, appreciating that fiscal consolidation was important to save our country and the economy from the dire paralysis threatening the economy, whilst we call for transparency from government in the management of our resources, and in particular for expenditure cuts. Mr. Speaker, yes, it's true that we engage. You were part of the engagement. But at that engagement, Mr. Speaker, regrettably and unfortunately, on the vexed matter of e-levy, we could not have agreement and consensus as captured by the Minister's own statement in paragraph 7, when he states, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the e-levy, having regard to its serious fiscal implications, we will continue our consultations. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the e-levy is punitive. It will undermine our quest to grow a digital economy, is seeking to tax transactions. Mr. Speaker, you just can imagine if remittance was sent to your mother, 1,000 Ghana, he sends 800 to a sister, 400 to a brother, 400 to another brother, all that will be taxed. Transactions will be taxed. Mr. Speaker, we are guided by the public good, and we think that monies recoverable from the Auditor General report can as well compensate for the imposition of an e-levy. So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we are unable to support government in its quest to impose an e-levy at 1.75% on Momo and associated transactions, including remittances and bank transactions. Therefore, we stand opposed, and at every level that e-levy is introduced, we will stand united to oppose it, because it will inflict hardships on the core poor of the Ghanaian people. And we stand opposed to it, as I indicated earlier, that you don't tax capital, you tax income and revenue. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst we see that he has made overtures on Ejepa and correctional statements relating to ACA and fees and charges, to which he now accepts that he has no mandate for an automatic 15% every other year. As I indicate, that will amount to a usurpation of our mandate. So, Mr. Speaker, on the vexed issue of e-levy, we are unable to support government and would continue to oppose it, and oppose it in its entirety, in its character now at the threshold of 100 Ghana at 1.75%. We will stand with the Ghanaian people, just as the people of Cameroon have done, in raising our fundamental objections to it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard the minority leader, the views expressed by him for and on behalf of his group. Mr. Speaker, the beauty of democracy is to agree and disagree. And for the records, at least, he concedes that the minister has listened to all the concerns raised by the minority side and has addressed them. The sum that he addressed are very significant. The Ketu South, Keta, Alo, Enclave, the issue of tidal wave, and the desire of the people to have that infrastructure done to save lives and property. At least he has committed himself to this, and I think it's a good news for the people in the area. Mr. Speaker, on the e-levy, yes, we respect their views, but the minister has indicated there are two important things that they seek to do. I believe that in the final analysis, it is how this is applied that would matter. And he has even assured that he is going to continue with the consultations and engagement. We are of the view that the whole essence of democracy is not to shut the door, but to open it up for continuous engagement. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I would want to assure our colleagues on the other side that we may be emotional at times, we may disagree and be at each other's throats at times, but in the final analysis, we are ready to work together for the sake of Mother Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this kind audience.
Honourable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Honourable members, on the 30th of November, I directed that the policy statement of Ghana year ending the 1st December, subject to the concessions outlined by the Honourable Minister responsible for Finance in his concluding statement on the motions. So I will direct that the statement as tabled be annexed to the policy document so that at all committee level discussing them, we take in considerations those documents as have been laid on the table. Yes, Honourable Member for Jomoro. Am I right?
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to rise to state that on that
is
day...
Elembele?
Yes.
Okay, I said Jomoro.
Yes.
Confusing you.
That the minority leader stands vindicated. On that day of the approval, he stated, and he stated that are we going to approve based on something that was not laid? Today, we have a document here. And so that decision that was made, I just wanted to bring this up because it was important. And the fact that that document was here, and I raised that because, Mr. Speaker, I am very concerned about the posture and responsiveness of the Minister of Finance. Even today, a day as important as this, he's not here. And Mr. Speaker, today is the 7th, and we are rising in 10 days. The business of this House will end. Don't blame this majority when at the end of the year, this government does not have.
Item 10, presentation and first reading of bills. Are there any documents to be presented? Honourable Majority, are there any documents to be presented?
Mr. Speaker, if you will be pleased.
First, I'm sorry, I think I've jumped to, we have to deal with questions and then statements. Yes. I'll go to questions. Question time now. First, urgent questions.
Mr. Speaker, if you'll be pleased, we would like to proceed to 6B. 6B.
Foreign Affairs.
The Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa.
That's the question time.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we want him to have the opportunity to ask his question.
Very
the
well.
Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa. Mr. Speaker, we want to prioritize his question. Yes.
Very well. We are asking that the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs be given the priority. After that, I'll come to the others, please. Yes, question 6B, in the name of the Honorable Member for Norton, Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa. Yes, Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, kindly take your seat. Yes, Honorable, you may ask your question.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration steps the ministry is taking to urgently resolve widespread complaints and agitations from Ghanaian passport and visa applicants abroad, particularly at our US and UK missions, about the mission unresponsiveness and consular relations. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in pursuance of promoting and protecting the interest of things abroad, the Ministry, since 2017, has in a number of interventions aimed at improving the delivery of consular services, that is, visas and passports by our diplomatic missions. These measures are indicated as follows. 1. The online application system. Mr. Speaker, under the government's digitization agenda, my ministry has rolled out an online integrated system for passport and visa applicants in our missions abroad. Based on this new arrangement, applicants are required to book appointments through an online platform and report at the missions on scheduled appointment dates in order to be attended to by consular officers. Through the online system, missions abroad are now able to handle passports and visa services in a more efficient and reliable way, thereby reducing the turnaround time for providing these services. On the other hand, the system makes it very convenient and comfortable for our compatriots to access consular services abroad without having to go through much hassle and frustrations. Indeed, in the case of our mission in London, a chat room service has been introduced, which makes it possible for applicants to ask questions on issues of concern and to channel their complaints about consular services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Sorry, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, forgive me. I hadn't actually finished. Number 2. We are extending biometric passport application services to our missions abroad. As part of the efforts to decentralize passport application services and make it easier for our compatriots abroad to acquire Ghanaian passports, my ministry, since the year 2020, has commenced a program to equip all Ghanaian missions abroad to enable them receive and process biometric passports. I am happy to report that as a result of this initiative, 36 out of the total 66 missions are now able to process biometric passports. it is important to mention that plans are ongoing to cover the remaining 30 missions to ensure that Ghanaians abroad can apply for passports in any of our diplomatic missions without having to travel to Accra to do so, as was the practice previously. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, my ministry has also designated 11 missions as printing hubs. These missions have been resourced to print passports for our compatriots abroad. Based on this arrangement, all missions have been grouped and assigned to the printing hubs to print passport applications. Number 3, outreach consular services. Mr. Speaker, I wish to further inform the House that our diplomatic missions also embark upon outreach programs, consular services to Ghanaians who reside in remote communities. This initiative makes it possible for such people to access consular services such as acquisition of passports without having to travel long distances to our missions. Our missions engage the Ghanaian communities through town hall meetings. Indeed, our mission in London has divided the United Kingdom into 6 zones: the Southwest, the Southeast, the Midlands, the North, Scotland, and Wales, with a schedule to visit at least every quarter. With this initiative, the mission is able to reach out to every community. Apart from the town hall meetings, the consular section periodically holds virtual meetings with the communities to respond to concerns of Ghanaians on matters relating to passports, visas, dual citizenship certificates, and other consular-related documents. On measures to resolve complaints, whilst my ministry has made tremendous efforts to improve on delivery of consular services by missions abroad through the measures mentioned in my presentation, we also acknowledge the need to put in place a system which expeditiously addresses complaints from applicants. Accordingly, the Client Service Unit, located at the Ministry in Accra, has been equipped with the relevant software which enables the unit to provide real-time updates on passport applications to applicants across the globe. The unit is also able to respond to basic complaints and grievances on matters concerning passport applications. The contact lines of the unit are currently posted on the Ministry's website. Additionally, missions abroad are being supported to engage services of customer service professionals to handle complaints about consular services of applicants. I also wish to mention that the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020 significantly affected the operations of our missions, particularly in the provision of consular services. Missions had to scale down consular activities in compliance with public health safety measures instituted by their respective countries of accreditation. Fortunately, with the easing of restrictions globally, full consular services have now been restored in all our missions, and in some instances, some deliberate measures have been taken to clear all backlog of applications that were recorded during the lockdown period. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to inform the August House that effective early next year, the Ministry is rolling out e-visa stickers, which would improve on our visa regime and harmonize it with international practices. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I wish to emphasize that my ministry remains committed towards its prime responsibility of promoting and protecting the interests of our nationals abroad. In this regard, it will not relent in its effort to ensure that missions are adequately equipped to discharge efficient and reliable consular services to meet the welfare needs of our compatriots. Mr. Speaker, permit me also to use this opportunity to appeal to this August House to support especially our committee, the Committee on Foreign Affairs, in obtaining the required resources, particularly from the Ministry of Finance, to help execute our mandate towards Ghanaians, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Foreign Minister for her elaborate response. My first supplementary question, Mr. Speaker, relates to the impact of the agitations that happened on our international image in the Committee of Nations. There were all kinds of media reports, videos from people who felt, poorly served, and they really ran us down as a country. Some of those WhatsApp videos that I saw. I want to find out if the ministry is considering some early response mechanisms where you can forestall some of these developments so that we can keep intact the high image of our country. Yes, I've heard you on what you are doing subsequently after, but what lessons are we learning so that we can be more proactive to prevent some of this bad press that really does not enhance the image of our country?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, some of these complaints that go international as a result of social media and its spread does, in some instances, dent the image of the ministry. And it is for that reason that we are putting in place similar what we've done in London, which is the customer chat rooms in other missions, so that applicants, our compatriots, can actually come in and ask questions even before they access the services that we provide. We also have customer service online systems that also deal with our customers or our compatriots who are applicants who want to access services. But Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that we find when we investigate many of these complaints is that about 50% of the time, we would find that it is actually the applicant who has not either gone through the requirements as they should, or in some cases, they are even filling the online forms not as they should, wrongly, I must say. And this is what results in the frustrations. I have had several occasions when I have gone into the system to find out what exactly happened, only to find out that it is the fault of the applicant. So I think that more and more we should be educating our people on what to do when they go online to fill these forms. Because most of the time it is the online system that they find frustrating. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that for all of us, we find filling forms quite problematic. However, this is where we are now, where most things have to be done online. And therefore, we must all tune our minds to ensuring that we do what is necessary, because that is the way now. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what I want to say. We are continuously improving on our services so that the complaints are less. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my second question relates to the current policy of the ministry on turnaround time. I want to find out from the Honourable Minister, what is the current policy on the turnaround time? Because there are complaints that sometimes they start the process 2 months, 3 months, some even claim 7 months they have been in the queue waiting. Is there a policy so that we can educate the public and all of us can know, and then we can help with the monitoring? What is our turnaround time when you begin the passport application process or the visa application process at our Ghana missions abroad?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for passports and even for visas, we do have standard applications and expedited application services, which we offer and on our website. However, many times our compatriots do not read carefully the steps, and as a result, for instance, they want an expedited service, but they do not pay for an expedited service. They want a postal service, overnight service, but they pay for standard postal service. I'll give an example. Just yesterday, I had a complaint that somebody's passport had been with the mission for almost 2 weeks, only to find out that that particular person had actually applied and paid for standard service, means that he's within the 2-3 week period. And so it is not the fault of the mission that the passport is still there, and he thinks that it has delayed, but in actual fact, he has paid for standard service instead of expedited service. So we have all these services and times clearly advertised on our website, and I would be grateful if we all could let our compatriots know. But we do so when we go around visiting the various communities. We avert their minds to the fact that these are the services we offer. This is the turnaround time for each service, and therefore please pay attention. Even with the postal service, some will do overnight, some instead of doing overnight will not. And so this in itself delays, because if you do the standard postal service, it could take 1 week before UPS or FedEx is able to send your passport back to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, finally from me, the Honorable Minister said that so far 36 out of 66 of our missions are issuing biometric passports. But she didn't give us an indication on when the remaining 30 missions will also be brought on board. Can we have any timelines in that regard? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at the year 2022, next year, to equip the rest of the missions. But I must say that I'm probably one of the people in the ministry who think that these machines, these missions must be equipped with the biometric systems according to the estimated number of Ghanaians. Otherwise, it does not make business or economic sense to put or pay for a biometric machine, put it in a mission which probably has about only 100 or 200 Ghanaians. And so this is what we are looking at. So far, we've done all the big the missions with huge populations of Ghanaians, and we are going to go through the rest and do it according to the number of Ghanaians who will access the service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Since the Honourable Minister is on the seat, can we proceed to other questions to be answered by the Honourable Minister? Other questions to be answered by the same Minister. That's what I intend to do. All right, so yes, question number 725 is also in the name of Honorable. Yeah, Zida, do you want to say something?
Speaker, I was only drawing your attention to an addendum order paper where we have questions directed to the same minister. So if we can put the cluster together, and then the minister will deal with those questions.
Those are not urgent questions, so answers provided have been modified. Is that my understanding? Very well. So, question number 725, Honourable Member for Norton.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, the foreign policy considerations for approving requests from other presidents to use Ghana's presidential jet, the total number of approvals since 2017 to date, and the financial implications to the Ghanaian taxpayer. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, the foreign policy considerations for approving requests from presidents of sisterly countries to use Ghana's presidential jet derives from the tenets of Ghana's foreign policy enshrined in Article 40 and 73 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, which include good neighborliness, commitment to regional integration, African unity, mutual assistance, and interdependence. Those considerations respond to Ghana's deepest national interest. Approvals to the requests were based on the exigencies of the situation in the West African region, Ghana's leadership of ECOWAS, and the necessity for ensuring the effective participation of West African leaders in meetings that are critical for brokering peace in the sub-region to enable our citizens live in a safe and secure neighborhood and to achieve our national transformation objectives through regional economic integration. As chair of the authority of ECOWAS, Ghana has had to exert extra efforts and resources to provide leadership in finding lasting solutions to the crisis in our ECOWAS region. These crises have the potential to worsen the security and humanitarian situation in our sister countries, resulting in the influx of refugees as well as the infiltration of terrorists into Ghana, a situation that will create insecurity in the country. The considerations for approving requests are also based on the concept of reciprocity. States, as part of bilateral and multilateral diplomatic relations, provide assistance of different forms to each other. Thus, Ghanaian leaders have in the past been transported to different parts of the world on the presidential planes of other states. Similarly, Ghana has found it beneficial to our interest in a peaceful and thriving West Africa to lend national equipment for mediation efforts within the sub-region. The total number of approvals since 2017 to date and the financial implications to the Ghanaian taxpayer falls within the purview of the Ministry of National Security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first supplementary question is grounded in our constitutional provisions on foreign policy. Article 41A provides that in its dealings with other nations, the government shall promote and protect the interests of Ghana. The Speaker, Article 73 also provides that the government of Ghana shall conduct its international affairs in consonance with the accepted principles of public international law and diplomacy, consistent with the national interest of Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, the national interest is core, is very fundamental in our foreign policy considerations. I want to find out from the Honourable Foreign Minister if, considering the rate of these approvals, I have been doing some tracking for some time now, and I know that at least over the last 4 months, not less than 10 African presidents have used our presidential jet. And you are indicating to us that we are doing this gratis. Do we have any limits? yes, I understand that it's good to look out for our neighbors, good neighborliness and all of that. But we must not do that, as the Constitution provides, to the detriment of our national interest. Because this is a country where we are told that we are so broke that we need the e-levy at all costs. And at times are really, really hard. So national interest, as Article 40 and Article 73 provides, do we have any threshold so that maybe you approve probably 1 or 2 a month, or is it that as many African presidents who apply, we approve to the economic detriment of our country? Are we protecting our national interest if we continue on this path? That is the question. The Honourable Minister understands the question.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the supreme national interest of Ghana today is to ensure that Ghana is safe, Ghana is secure, that Ghana is not plagued with the kind of insecurity of armed conflict and terrorist attacks that our neighbors, and I give the example, our immediate neighbor Burkina Faso is plagued with. And for me, that is the supreme national interest, to safeguard our citizens. And it is for that reason that some of these decisions are taken. Yes, financially, it may place a burden on us, but I think that the cost of insecurity spreading from the Sahel into Ghana is more than the financial cost that we will have to deal with, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is also asking whether there is any threshold. I am not aware of any threshold, but I believe that what we do, the decisions we take, are taken in a manner that is very responsible. The immediate use of our presidential jet by other presidents was as a result of an emergency meeting, summit, that the chair of authority had to call. And he had to immediately assemble his colleagues. And that decision had to be taken in the supreme interest of the West African ECOWAS region. It was to do with the coup d'etat in Guinea and also issues to do, and of course, the Sahel as well. So, Mr. Speaker, these decisions are taken because they are necessary. And cost, I believe, is important, but it takes a backstage when the security of a nation is in jeopardy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my second question relates to how all of this is being funded. At the work of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I know that this is not budgeted for. I follow proceedings in this House keenly. I don't see it as a line item in any of the budgets from the various MDAs. Does the Honourable Minister have any indication where we are funding these, for want of a better word, African support presidential charter systems that we are carrying out? Do you have any indication where the funds are, or which vote is responsible for financing these arrangements?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the presidential jet and how it is operated actually falls under the Ghana Air Force. under the purview of the Minister for Defense, and I'm sure that he may be able to give figures. So I don't have any figures at this moment, and it's not part of our budget, whether budgeted for or outside the budget. It's not part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, sir.
Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, my third supplementary question relates to the last paragraph of the Honourable Minister's response. I must indicate that I'm quite disappointed at that response. The Honourable Minister says that the total number of approvals since 2017 to date and the financial implications to the Ghanaian taxpayer falls within the purview of the Ministry of National Security, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honourable Minister why she did not follow her own precedent, which she set here the last time, which I hailed her for publicly. I really commended her. That was a question I filed on evacuations. And she went out of her way to get the Minister for National Security to provide answers to her before she came to the House and provided a comprehensive response to my question. I want to find out why the Honourable Minister didn't do that this time round. I mean, it was a very beautiful thing she did. We all commended her. But this time, she didn't contact her cabinet colleague and is redirecting me to the Minister for National Security when she could have been kinder to me as she did the last time. So I want to find out from the Honourable Minister why she didn't follow her own beautiful precedents.
Yes, Honourable Minister, do you want to answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me apologize to the Honourable Member for not following precedents. He did not give me enough time to be able to go digging at the Ministry of National Security, which I have no locus. I don't have any locus there. So it's the Minister for National Security who will be able to give the number of approvals that have been granted to date. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I refer to a publication dated October 2010 that the government of Ghana has donated $3 million to the Haitian government. And to buttress or support my question, Mr. Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, Deputy Minister for Information, told the Ghanaian Times in Accra that the donation was in fulfillment of President John Atta Mills' pledge. Mr. Speaker, my colleague referred to Article 40 and the side notice on international relations. I want to find out from the Minister whether it was in the same spirit of international relations that our colleagues from the West Coast were supported in that regard. Thank you very much.
Honourable, were you the Minister? Which year are you referring to?
Okudzeto, 2010.
But the questions are not directed at him.
I'm asking the Minister.
Honourable Minister was not the Minister
in the same light of international relations as. Yes.
Honourable Minister, were you the Minister in 2010? She was not.
Mr. Speaker did not understand my question.
Kindly clarify.
I laid a foundation based on Article 40, which my colleague referred to, and referenced it to a donation of $3 million that we donated to the good people of Haiti when they were saddled with that disaster. And I'm asking the Minister that the President goes round to support our colleagues from West Africa, whether it's in the same spirit of international relations as yes.
Honourable Minister, hold on. Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the spirit the member is referring to are two separate spirits. The spirit that he's referring to, it was 2010 spirit. We are referring to 2021 spirit. So if you file a question for the 2010 spirit. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, do you want to answer the question about spirits? Whether it's 2010 or 2015? Yes, leader.
This can never be a supplementary question. I'm drawing your attention.
Let me take that decision.
I'm drawing your attention that this cannot be a supplementary question. But if you want to admit it, you can do so. That will know that you have admitted questions that are not related at all.
Thank you, but I've decided if the minister wants to answer it, I'll permit her. There are many questions I allow her to answer because it may generate calm down tensions here in the House. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is in that same spirit. The spirit. The spirit of being a good member of the Committee of Nations. Yes, that same spirit, although we are here physically. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, the Honourable Member for Ododio.
Right, Honourable Speaker, in the answer to the second supplementary question asked by Honourable Samuel Kuyeto Abrapa, the Honourable Minister made it clear that even though this places a financial burden put on us in the spirit of our international cooperation, these things are not looked at. The monetary aspect, the financial burden is not looked at. Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to ask the Minister, does it lie within her bosom to decide whether a financial burden overweighs an international interest or international interest overweigh a financial burden? Or the people of Ghana deserve to know how much is costing the taxpayer of this country for us to discharge this our diplomatic responsibility to fellow African countries. It's important that the Ghanaian taxpayer must know. So I want him, the Honourable Minister, I want her to be able to look at the question once again and see whether she can provide for us how much it costs us as a country to do these things for our fellow neighbors.
Yes, leader. Minister, hold on. The leader is on his feet, sir.
Speaker, I want to employ my colleague to revert his mind to Order 67. Speaker, he should revert his mind to Order 67 1C. No question, Speaker, with your permit. No question shall be asked which raises an issue already decided or which has been substantially during the current session. Speaker, clearly that question has been answered substantially by the Honourable Minister, except to say my colleague was not listening. So the answer has been provided. My colleague is completely out of order. An issue, if he has another question, he should rather come with another question. This particular question has been answered.
Yes, in fact, the minister answered that question from the questioner himself. And he said that the cost is borne by, it's not part of her ministry's budget, and that it is by the Ministry of Defense. And so, Ghana Air Force, is that right? I think he said Ghana Air Force, which is part of the Ministry of Defense. So, I'll move on. Yes, Afaja Tusa.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. May I know from the Minister if the request for these services were channeled through his ministry, her ministry, given the fact that the requests are coming from foreign heads of states, and if she can give us a fair idea as to the number of trips that has been embarked on this far. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, you only ask whether it passes through your ministry. The other part has been answered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, some of the requests could pass through my ministry. And I give the example of the last meeting where 3 heads of state had to be picked up from their respective countries to Ghana for an emergency meeting. The time was very short, and they had to be part of the meeting because these are countries that border the Republic of Guinea, and therefore those heads of state had to be here. So they made their difficulties known, and we had to work on it. But apart from that, I don't have readily any other trips which have been routed through my ministry. But this recent one, because it had to do with a summit, an emergency summit, I knew of the difficulties, and I then had to relay the messages to the appropriate quarters, which is the Chief of Staff's office and also the Minister for National Security, as well as the Minister for Defense, who has the presidential jet as part of his responsibility, the operations of it. So that's what I can say regarding the question by the honourable member. Thank you.
Yes, honourable member for Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, on the 18th of September this year, the record will show that whilst our president had travel commitments to the UN, national carrier was then in use by the Liberian president. So my question is, what is our national policy when a travel request from a sister state coincides with the travel commitments of the sitting president?
Like in this case,
like it happened on the 18th, when the president, because the flight, the carrier was used by another president, he had to charter. I just want to know the policy in that regard. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister, I don't know, I'm not sure if I understood it, but please allow her to clarify.
Mr. Speaker, if a request which does not happen often at all clashes with the president's travel, of course, the president, this is for the use, the jet is for the use of the president, and therefore the president will use the jet and decline the request that has been made. I'm not aware of this particular situation of the 18th of September. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but it did not pass through my ministry, so I'm not aware of it.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honourable Minister that these foreign presidents who use the presidential jets, have they on any occasion complained to her that the jet do not have the adequate facilities that can make them comfortable when they travel in the air?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not have direct contact all the time with heads of state for them to be able to engage me on such matters.
Very well. There's one more question in the name of the Honourable Member for Southton for the Minister. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration whether the Ministry is aware that Ghanaian passports are in the hands of foreign citizens, especially brothers and sisters from Nigeria in the United Arab Emirates, and the steps the Ministry is taking to probe and immediately correct the situation.
as it is creating problems for the Ghanaian citizens in the UAE. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, the issue concerning foreigners acquiring Ghanaian passports has been a long-standing problem for the country. The problem has been largely attributed to the ease with which one can acquire the Ghanaian birth certificate, which serves as the key requirement for acquiring a passport. Mr. Speaker, as part of the efforts to tackle this menace, my ministry migrated to the biometric passport regime in the year 2010. The new system, which involves taking fingerprints of applicants, has largely minimized the acquisition of Ghanaian passports by foreigners. Indeed, the current process for acquiring Ghanaian passports entails very rigorous vetting process by a team of security personnel from Ghana Immigration Service, National Security Council Secretariat, National Investigation Bureau, Criminal Investigation Department, and Research Department. With this arrangement, the ministry is able to detect and weed out cases of foreigners attempting to acquire our passports. Indeed, the vetting process has led to the arrests and prosecution of a number of culprits engaged in this criminal conduct. I wish to use this opportunity to thank Ghana Immigration Service and other security services for assisting my ministry in this regard. Mr. Speaker, on the specific allegation of foreign nationals in the United Arab Emirates holding Ghanaian passports, I wish to assure the House that our diplomatic mission accredited to that country has been directed to liaise with the host authorities to investigate and submit a report on the matter for appropriate action. This is the only action we can take in the first instance, as the relevant institutions in the host country are mandated to investigate the allegations. Any necessary corrective action will follow as required. Mr. Speaker, the ministry remains committed towards safeguarding the security and integrity of our passports, and every necessary measure will be taken to adhere to that. It is against this background that the ministry is currently taking steps to introduce the chip-embedded passports by the second quarter of next year, 2022. It is part of the efforts to enhance the security of the passports in line with the standards prescribed by the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. Let me also inform the House that the ministry is working closely with the National Identification Authority to integrate the Ghana card into the passport acquisition system. The move will enhance verification of passport application and hence enable the ministry to effectively address the issue of foreigners trying to acquire our passports. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the first paragraph of the minister, she acknowledged the fact that with your kind, let me quote her words, that the problem has been largely attributed to the ease with which one can acquire the Ghanaian birth certificate, which serves as a key requirement for acquiring a passport. Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister is, having known this, is there any collaboration, ministerial collaboration or interagency collaboration to assist the birth and death registry to enable them render services and also to check some of this from happening in the first place, since that seems to be one of the major causes as identified by the answer given? Between your ministry and the ministry under which birth and death is, if there is any effective collaboration support helping them build the capacity to enable them to render services.
You'll answer. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there is collaboration, and even more so now as a result of the national identification card. And therefore, it's now easy for us to verify a birth certificate, which is now in biometric form as well. And so that in itself has weeded out a lot of these foreign nationals who ordinarily can acquire a birth certificate. And so today, I believe that because of the close collaboration that exists, and also the fact that many Ghanaians now have the national identification card, it is a lot better in terms of the numbers that we see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, the paragraph 2 contains the support, the rigorous check that these institutions help to apprehend culprits. And if I may quote your portion of the second paragraph, you said, indeed, the current process for acquiring Ghanaian passport entails very rigorous vetting process by a team of security personnel, as you have outlined there. From the time of application and when one is expected to get his passport, from the time of applying for the passport and the time to get the passport, probably the duration. Will you consider that to be enough, considering the kind of work these institutions do, to have been doing a thorough work to ensure that nothing slips, that they are able to really find out the fraud that is so key and dear to all of us? Are they well supported in terms of capacity to be able to, even though you have outlined some successes in terms of arrest, but looking at the time of our putting in application and when we expect to get our passport, do they have the required capacity to be able to do all of that and apprehend such people? Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say that vetting takes place in two forms. The vetting that takes place when an online application is deposited. A lot takes place then because the background checks are done behind the scenes without having the applicant before the officers. And then when the applicant then has an appointment to appear for biometric taking of the fingerprints and also going through the different processes, all these face-to-face interactions happen. And in many of the cases, we have detected false applications either through our background checks behind the scenes or in the face-to-face interaction between the officers from the various MDAs and applicants. And so this is done in twofold, behind the scenes and then face-to-face. And it has worked and continues to work. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Yomi, any supplementary question? Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to know, again, the effort to introduce the chip embedded passport as one of the ways to solve this problem. Will the Minister walk us through how effective, when this is introduced next year, per your answer? Because we heard about this somewhere, I think, from your predecessor in 2016, that government intended to introduce this, and we've not really seen that happening. Good, 2022 is going to be done. Can you walk us through how effective this, when finally introduced, will help prevent this from maybe occurring? Honourable, is that a supplementary question? Honourable Ayumi, to ask the Minister to walk you through, is there a supplementary question or? Minister, are you minded to answer the question? Mr. Speaker, if I may add a little to just clarify what I wanted to request you to give us. Give us further, better clarification on how effective this chip embedded passport will be in solving the problem. since that has been acknowledged as one of the ways to solve it.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I'm not technically able to take you through the process, but all I can assure you, as I have been assured, as is happening in other countries, even within West Africa. Some countries are using chip embedded, and it has reduced a lot of fraudulent applications and so on, because your details are embedded in a chip and it is easily accessible. And the processes, together with that of the national identification card, will ensure the integrity of our passports. So that's what I can say. But, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member is minded to ask that specific question as a substantive one, I will come to the House with the necessary details to give the House. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Member for
Adaku.
Adaku.
Yeah, we thank the Minister for providing answers to this question, and I commend her for the steps we are taking to make the Ghanaian passport more secure. In her answer, she suggested that applicants have been, or fake applicants have been detected and taken out of the system. Is it, in your opinion, that the problem is one-sided, that is only applicants, or do you also notice that some officials could also condone, because in the past we know when you get fake passport, fake driving license, it is not merely the applicants doing that. You need a collaboration from other people to do that. Do you detect that there will be work to be done on your side as well to make sure that we can make the passports more secure than they are currently? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in every human endeavor, you will find people who go against the grain, who do what they're not supposed to do. But I must insist that the officers there do their best, and I cannot vouch for them 100%, but I know for sure that they give of their best. And what I've done, Mr. Speaker, is to move them every 6 months so that officers don't stay there for too long and get familiar with the system. But I must draw attention to the activities of those we call Goro boys, the middlemen. And we have found that in many of the cases, they are the ones who are aiding and abetting such applicants who really shouldn't even come anywhere close to any of our national documents, whether it's birth certificate or passports or any others. So that's what I can say. But we continue to improve on the system to make sure that the people there have enough integrity to do their work. Thank you.
Yes, let me come to member for Busa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has made several references to people who try to obtain Ghanaian passports with fake or fictitious documents. I want to know from the Minister if there are any prescribed sanctions for such persons if and when discovered.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we put them before the courts and they are sentenced. And there are many of them in Ghanaian jails. Thank you, sir.
Honourable Member, do you want to ask question? And that's the last question I'm admitting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I would like to find out from the Minister. In her answer, she mentioned that
there is a chip that contains data of various people in terms, so that is a way of being effective. I would like to know how protective is those data, because when you look at Data Protection Act, how protective, how secure is those data?
Honorable, may you repeat the question, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question to the Minister is, they are collecting data of individuals in a chip which is embedded in the passport. I would like to find out from her how protective or secure that data is, vis-a-vis in consonant with the Data Protection Act.
Minister, I don't know whether you got the question. You wanted to know how protective the chip.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe this is a question for me, because first of all, we have not started the chip embedded regime. Secondly, matters to do with data protection, I believe, are under the purview of the Ministry of Communications. And so she may be able to answer that question, a substantive question put to her, better than I can. And of course, as and when we start, I probably will be able to shed more light on this question. But for now, we haven't started. We don't run the chip embedded regime yet. And so issues to do with data protection, I cannot speak to. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. On behalf of the House, let me thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer questions. We are so grateful, and you are hereby discharged. Let me now invite the Minister for Transport. To answer questions from members. The Minister is anxious to answer the question. Anyway, let me invite Honorable Kabradonko, member for Pru East, to ask his urgent question to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport when new and reliable ferries will be supplied to Ketekrachi, Yeji, Dambai, and Donkokru. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Water Lake Transport Company Limited is operating ferries that transport passengers and goods at 5 ferry crossings, namely Yeji Makango, Ketekrachi Kodokrom, Dambai Dodokope, Agodake, Donkokrom, Pando, Toko, and also Achim Amonfo. Areas around Donkokrom benefit from ferries that operate from Adosu to Echi, Amonfo, and Agodake to Pando, Toko. Mr. Speaker, as a make, the project, among other infrastructure facilities, will provide 5 new and large vessels to improve access ferry services on the lake. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Minister and his answer states that the government is in the process of negotiating a loan
in the process of negotiating, will the minister inform the good people of the Voltairean areas when this negotiation will come to fruition? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the arrangement between Government of Ghana and Korean Exim Bank started in 2019. Mr. Speaker, we needed to go through a lot of processes. The feasibility studies had to be done for it to determine the level of infrastructure and the equipment that you know. That one is done. The mission has been here on 2 occasions. Now we are at the tail end of the program. It means that the Minister of Finance, they've submitted the form to the Minister of Finance, who are leading the loan agreement arrangement. And I'm sure that by the first quarter of next year, the loan facility will come to this house. And I'm urging on the honourable member to support the arrangement so that we can secure the facility and get the ferries for the people that is successful. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honourable. Any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The minister in his answer mentioned the Volta Lake Transport Company Limited as operating a number of ferries. Will the minister agree that as the supervising minister for Volta Lake Transport Company Limited, that the company's operation leaves much to be desired, the company is undercapitalized, and the potential of the Volta Lake as inland transport hub has totally been underutilized?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm not aware about the problem that the minister, the Honourable Man, is talking about. The arrangement that is there is that the Volta Lake Transport Company is under the supervision of Ministry of Energy, that is at the VLA, but they operate the transportation system, which is under it. So I don't know their financial position, and because I'm not directly supervising their operations, it will be difficult for me to say that whether they are having financial challenges or not, because I am not in charge of their operations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, this is your last supplementary question.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I appreciate the difficulty of the minister as not being in a position to know the financial position of the Volta Lake Transport Company Limited. But as the minister responsible for inland water transport, of which Volta Lake Transport Company is probably the biggest player, will the minister tell this House whether he is satisfied with the level of operation on the Volta Lake Transport and of the Volta Lake Transport Company, and whether as a country we are properly utilizing the resources available to us as a transportation hub on the Volta Lake? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Volta Lake is a major transportation artery for this country. We have what we call north-south operation and cross-ferry services. So any improvement, like any other system, there is always the need for you to improve the system that you are operating. So far as I'm concerned, we may have challenges, but what we need to do as a people is to improve upon the services. So far as the Volta Lake transport is concerned, and that is exactly what we are trying to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me invite Honourable Member for
Pando.
Pando.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I'd like to find out from the Minister. He mentioned Toko to Yeji. I wanted to find out if he can consider the ferry stopping over at Pando as it used to do from Yeji. Thank you.
Very well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are running the service to people. If the request is that they also need it, well, I will communicate the message to Voter Lake and let them see how possible they can also render that service. So thank you very much.
Honorable Kwame Boja, is your constituency?
Yes, my constituency, in terms of water.
In terms of water transport.
Oh yeah, we have rivers.
Then let me invite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's response, he mentioned the ferry plying Kitikrachi and Kojokrom, which is in my constituency. Considering water transport as a public good and also a social service because of its peculiarity as compared to land transport, will the minister consider asking the ferry plying Karachi and Kojokrom to go on 2 occasions, because they ply only once and go back, and then when they go, passengers who come around Kojokrom side will no longer have the opportunity of crossing to Kitikrachi, and Kitikrachi is the place that have the biggest hospital within the vicinity, and they only go once, and most of the times sick people and other things come to lock up at the other side, and they also prevent private.
Honorable, your question, please.
Yes, I said, will the minister consider advising or authorizing them to fly on 2 occasions or double movement from Karachi to Kojokrom and back? Thank you very much. Because they go only once.
Minister, have you gotten the question?
Yes, if they can go on 2 occasions.
My understanding is that you want them to increase the number of services that they render. And I will communicate that information. I will discuss with them if it is possible to do them to do that. But I will impress upon them, since the honourable member wants his people to have a very good service. I will impress upon them to do that. Thank you very much.
Well. Yes, Honourable Adaku.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the minister. Mr. Speaker, I know it's a policy issue. VRA also belongs to the state, and the ministry, GPH, everybody, all of them belong to the state. Would the minister consider making a policy recommendation at cabinet so that we transfer the operations of water lake transport totally under his ministry, so that the limit to which he's got now, where he cannot fully take control and address the concerns of colleagues, can be done? Will you consider making a recommendation in Parliament so that the House can support him to take out the operations of the water lake transport under his ministry entirely?
Honourable Member, your question cannot be admitted. I don't think the minister will have that mandate to take that particular role that we are asking him to do. Probably further negotiation will have to be done. So the question is tender. Are you asking a question?
Speaker, I'm seeking your leave to make this application. The greatest of respect, Speaker. Following the business of the day, I want to plead the questions that are constituency specific, as much as possible, will limit the members who make follow-up and reserve it to the constituency MPs, so that, Speaker, I'm only appealing so that we can speed up business of the day.
Honourable Leader, I'm fully aware of that. This particular question cuts across constituencies. That's why I'm admitting questions from. So the last question from member for Saraga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honourable Minister. In his response, he says they are making arrangements to acquire new ferries for the communities on the lake. I want to know from him whether these ferries are going to be brand new ones or home use, as we commonly say, and whether he finds the landing ports, especially those at Yeji, Makango, and Dambai, appropriate for brand new ferries to operate from. And if not,
what is government doing to make those landing ports stand to accommodate new ferries? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my initial comment, I did say that the arrangement between Government of Ghana and Korea Merchant Bank is one arrangement that is seeking to do a complete or to improve the services so far as the water lake is concerned. So if you go into the arrangement, it consists of building of new landing sites, reception areas, sleep areas, buying of new ferries, and a smaller shipyard to enable them to repair these ferries. So let me assure the new honorable member that yes, we are going to acquire new ferries. It is not second-hand ones. They are new. They are new ones. And when we finish, we will make sure that we are not only going to buy the ferries, but we're also going to construct and improve the landing site to accommodate the new ferries that we are bringing. Because the new ferries that we are bringing, the existing landing site cannot accommodate them. So we must build new ones to enable them to land at those landing sites. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We move to question number 351. That stands the name of a member for Kita, Honorable Kwame Gapi. Yes, Honorable Member, the Minister is here.
Thank you very
Anxious
much.
to answer your question.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport the status of work on Keta Seaport.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Port of Keta project is progressing steadily. The feasibility study and other important investment strategy reports have been completed and is going through stakeholder consultation. Mr. Speaker, a market sounding forum was held on the 11th of November 2021 to sensitize and attract potential investors to the project. Mr. Speaker, a project and information office has been developed at the site to enhance public or community engagement and information services, as well as project site visits by potential investors. Mr. Speaker, the feasibility study was necessary to determine the viability of the project. Thankfully, the result of the study has proven that the project is viable. Mr. Speaker, having determined the viability of the project, the next stage is to go through the necessary processes to engage a concessionaire for the phase 1 of the project. Mr. Speaker, this will be done alongside environmental impact assessment studies for the project. There are expectations that by the third quarter of next year, Mr. Speaker, these processes would have been completed and the actual construction of brick and mortar would have been start. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Kwame, any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I would like, in the answer provided by the Minister, he make mention that a project and information office have been developed at the site. I would like to find out from the Minister, is in that office, is staff recruited to man the place? Because as I speak, there is nobody. I would like to find the Minister.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have provided that office to enable investors come around and find out what they are doing. So far as I'm concerned, my understanding, my information is that staffs are there. It may happen that you go there at times that you may not meet anybody. That has not made that the staffs are not supposed to be there. They are supposed to be there. If effectively they are not manning the place effectively, you should let me know and I'll go back to GPH and let them understand the concerns of the minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, any supplementary or you're okay?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to re-echo this question that I would like to inform the Minister that since the 40-footer containers were there as office. No staff have been there. And then that is information I wanted to give to the minister. My second follow-up question is, I would like to find from the minister, how long does it take for the feasibility study to be completed? How long does it?
How long does it take to do the feasibility studies?
Mr. Speaker, let me answer the first. But if he's giving me information worth taking, I will cross-check. The feasibility studies may not have a fixed time so far as the project is concerned. It determines what kind of project you want to do and what kind of assessment that you also want to do. So for me to give him a specific time that this particular project, if he's asking in relation to the Qatar Port project, then the feasibility studies took us at least 1 year, 2.5 months. We delayed by about 3 months because of the complex situation. So that is what I can say to his question. But if he's asking feasibility studies in general, I will not be able to speak to it because it determines the kind of project that you want to do. Thank you, Mr.
Very well. So we move to question. No, this is specific to the constituency. Come again.
Mr. Speaker, this is a port. It's a national asset. No, this is a port. It's a port. You can't say by virtue of the fact that
Honorable Edward,
yes,
I'm not admitting you have supplementary question. Please, bear with me. I'm not admitting it. Bear with me, please. So we move to question number. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Qatar port will not be used by the people of Qatar alone. It's going to be used by the whole of Ghana, in fact, national asset. So, Mr. Speaker, please admit 1 or 2 follow-up from other members. Thank you.
Leader, please indulge with me to go on with my ruling. Any question that is specific to the constituency. The previous question, we have admitted so many questions from other members. But this one is Qatar Harbour. Leader, please indulge me. This is my ruling. Let's move on, please.
Mr. Speaker, my constituency also benefits from Qatar port if he comes on board. In fact,
meanwhile, he is from Bongo. He is not even from.
In fact, Tema Port, Mr. Speaker, Tema Port is not for only the constituencies in Tema. It's for all of us. So please, members have concerns. Let's clear it out, and that will settle the matter.
Leader, I'm okay. Are you asking questions yourself? Do you have supplementary questions yourself?
I defer my question to honourable member.
Okay, Edward, let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will want to ask the minister, from all indications, currently you are engaged in feasibility studies, or you are almost done, or done. Meanwhile, you appointed a CEO. What was the job description of this CEO to be drawing salary from state coffers?
Minister, are you minded to answer the question?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, in building the port is not an event, it's a process. We need to go through the process step by step. So the fact that we have appointed somebody to be the director of the project does not mean that this process is not part of the construction of the port. If members are seeking to see the brick and mortar as the construction of the port, then I'm sorry. That is only the construction of the port. The construction of the port starts from the day that the area is declared as a port zone, continue for the feasibility studies to determine, because like the Honorable Aveji said, a port is an important project. You must go through the arrangement, you must go through the process to determine the level of infrastructure that you need. And all those are an integral part, they are important part of where the construction of the port is concerned. So if the members are seeing, or the honorable member is only looking for the putting up of the brick and mortar cannot be possible without going through the process. So that is my answer to you.
Very well. Honorable Member Edward, I think he's giving a very. So we move to question number 393. That stands the name of a member for Sisala West, Honorable Adam Mohammed. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you.
The Minister is waiting for your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport, what is the status of construction of the Air Navigation Service Center at the Kotoka International Airport? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the Air Navigation Services Center commenced in January 2017 and was expected to be completed by December 2020. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which significantly affected the finances of the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, the project has stalled. Currently, the project is about 92% complete. Mr. Speaker, the authority is now negotiating with our bankers to finance the rest of the project. Hopefully, if the negotiation goes well as planned and the financing secured, we should be able to complete the project by the first quarter or the middle of next year. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, may I refer the Minister to the budget statement and economic policy on 2021 financial year. On page 165, paragraph 910, there was a provision for this particular project. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I read? Construction is progressing steadily on the construction of an air navigation service center at KIA to provide state-of-the-art equipment for air navigation services and offices for air traffic controllers and engineers. The project, as at the end of December 2020, Mr. Speaker, was 85% complete. 85% complete, and is expected to be completed in 2021 and put to use. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister is saying that because of COVID, they could not complete the project. I want to find out from the Minister whether the budget allocation that was made for this project, whether the Ministry of Finance did not release the said amount that was allocated for the completion of the project. Mr. Speaker, this is my question.
Minister, that was his question, so come and answer.
Mr. Speaker, if I heard the Honorable Member right, he said that at the time that the Minister came here, the project was 85% complete. I'm telling him today that the project is 92% complete. It means that we are working on it. That is my simple answer.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member, any further?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister in his answer admitted, he says that the authority has, however, started negotiation with his bankers to finance the rest of the project. I want to find out the rest of the project from 85%, meaning the 15% that was left, was budgeted for in 2021 budget, and same was approved. What happened to the said amount? And they are now going outside negotiating with their bankers to secure new loan to complete this project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, did you get the question?
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member should be aware that civil aviation is an authority that pays itself, finances its own project. When this project was started, we did not have any funding from government of Ghana. It is when we are having difficulty in raising funds because of the COVID that the government decided to come in. Government provided some money for us to do. Unfortunately, that money could not complete the project. That is why we are now engaging our bankers to finance the rest of the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's the last question.
Noted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, what is the guarantee that in the middle of 2022, he will not come here to tell us the same story? Thank you.
He wants guarantee.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not telling stories. I'm telling the honorable member the reality on the ground. And I'm telling him that we've gone far with our bankers and they've assured us because the situation is not improving. So we can then pay for the money. So be rest assured. But the next time I come here, either the first quarter or the middle of next year, I will give you good news. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, well. Yes. Honorable member for Temale North.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer, he spoke about the fact that the project is about 90%, 92% complete. Without an ANS, I do know that the airport can still be functional. So, Mr. Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission, apart from the fact that this project is 92% complete, what other reasons are given for the underutilization of that facility at the airport? The underutilization of the airport itself. The airport itself, what are the reasons for its underutilization?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the decision must be drawn that there's a difference between Civil Aviation Authority, which is responsible for security and safety, and Ghana Airport Company, which manages the asset of the place. So the ANS is a requirement from ICAO that you cannot be an operator and supervising yourself. So the requirement is that the operator should be different from the person regulating the. So that is why this house agreed to the separation. And actually the separation was done by this house based on the ICAO's requirement. And the second leg of the airport being underutilized. Mr. Speaker, this is the reality on the ground. Whether we like it or not, the COVID has done a big blow to the aviation industry. And in 2018, we had engaged a private business people, a private company, to acquire the Terminal 2 to convert it to business activity area. Unfortunately, because the COVID came in, the passengers dropped because they also did their own studies and used the number of passengers at our airport to carry out their business. Unfortunately, like I said, the COVID came in, the number of passengers dropped, and the people thought that the project wasn't going to be viable again. But thankfully, let's pray that if this COVID comes down, the passengers start increasing. I'm sure that we can engage them again. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, leader, do you want to ask a question? Honourable members, we move to question number 672. That stands the name of a member for Nsawumaduajiri, Honourable Frank Arnold Dompre. Honourable, the Minister is here waiting to answer your question.
Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport what findings have been made in the feasibility studies for a new airport in either the central, western, or in between both regions, which will complement the agenda to transform Ghana into the transportation hub of West Africa. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a feasibility study is currently ongoing to determine a suitable location for the development of an airport in central region, that is in Cape Coast, Takoradi in western region, or to build one in between the two regions which can serve the same purpose. Mr. Speaker, the consultant has presented the inception report submitted to the ministry. The final feasibility report will outline the findings of the study, which is expected to be completed by the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, the feasibility study will then determine the level of infrastructure in the real location where this airport is concerned. So as I'm talking to you, the feasibility study report, Mr. Speaker, is not conclusive now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Arnold Dompre, any further question?
Rightly so, Speaker. Speaker, I wish to find out from my good friend, the Minister, whether it is the case that government has demonstrated abundant commitment to this project, and there is evidence to prove to this, especially in the 2022 budget, if the Honourable Minister can speak to this and show us evidence of that.
Minister, did you get a question? Okay, very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think government has shown enough commitment to this important project, which will open up the Western Enclave to our South world. Mr. Speaker, before the minister even came, the Minister of Finance has even made commitment to the consultant as the project is going on. Indeed, if you look at the budget, I'm sure I think page 54 or something, he has made some allocation in 2022 budget to complement the project. So I think that with these two things, we can see that government has indeed shown real commitment, and not just by mouth, by real commitment. And I thank the Minister for Finance for making some allocation even before the budget is ready to the consultant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Do you still have questions?
Speaker, this is supposed to be my second follow-up.
Go on. Go ahead.
Speaker, the Honourable Minister will agree with me that in recent times the media is awash with statements made by naysayers to the effect that indeed the MPP government has failed to make concrete steps in ensuring that the people of Western region and Central region have an airport facility. With this answer, what will be the reply of the Honourable Minister to all the naysayers and all the negativity put out there that indeed the government has failed the people of
Honourable Questioner,
Western and
put the question again, put it differently.
Speaker, can the Minister confirm that indeed this government is committed to this project and indeed has not failed the people of Central and Western region?
Minister, are you minded to answer the questions?
Mr. Speaker, I can confidently tell you that the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is not in the business of deceiving anybody. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this particular project, like I said concerning the port at Kita, it's a process, and we need to go through the processes. So if people are looking for the actual construction to start, yes, it will start, but without the report, without the feasibility studies, determine the level of infrastructure and the location, it cannot be possible, because there will not be any data, any evidence to what we are doing. So I can assure this House and the people of this country that by the time that the feasibility study is completed, thankfully by the end of this year, next year, we will start the procurement process. And by the third quarter, you will see the construction of the airport. Thank you very much.
Why? Why all of a sudden all of you? Yes, Honourable Member, you are last supplementary question.
Clearly, this question has generated. I see my colleague, my good friend, Rabo Dafiamefo, the speed with which he got up. Unfortunately, he couldn't catch your attention. Speaker, I have exhausted my question, except to thank the Minister and the government on behalf of the people of Central Region and Western Region for the abundant display of commitments towards this project. God bless you.
Well, well. Let me come to member for Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Transport. In his earlier answer about Kita, as he himself alluded to, he talked about the importance of a project, and that is why they have to appoint a chief executive even before construction even commenced. I want to find out whether the airport for the people of Central and Western is not so important. That's why he's not appointed a chief executive for the airport. Thank you.
Honorable member, this question is I wouldn't have made the person. Leader, I wouldn't have made the question. Let me come to honorable member for South Dai.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. This project is of sentimental value to me. Mr. Speaker, I heard my brother say that the director in question is director in charge of the project. But I was part of a team.
Which director are you talking about?
Director of Qatar Seaport.
Honorable, you are far lead. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we thank our friend, the Transport Minister, for the answers. He spoke vividly about the fact that he's appointed a consultant. The consultant will finish work today. It means that he knows how much the feasibility and everything will cost. Minister, how much is the cost of the feasibility of into the airport in between Central and Western region?
Minister, hold on. Are you sure of the figures? If you are not sure, here is a house of records. Well.
Mr. Speaker, the cost. Mr. Speaker,
yes, I know why I asked the question.
Mr. Speaker,
he's my friend. I don't want him to.
And it's my responsibility to give it to the House. The cost of the feasibility study is costing $2 million, which is about 12 million Ghana cedis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes, let him come to you later.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question from Honorable Chief Whip, Majority Chief Whip, is about the new airports in either central region, western, or in between the two regions. My question to the Honorable Minister, my friend, is that hasn't the ministry briefed the President about this promise of building an airport in central region before the President went on air that his government has never promised the central region people an airport? Having to brief him.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the President said that he hasn't promised the people of Central Region an airport. No, Mr. Speaker, that was not what he was talking about. A harbor, an efficient landing site. The President never said anywhere that he hasn't promised the people of Central Region an airport. And the records are there, they can cross-check. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well. We move to Honorable Minister for Transport. On behalf of the House, I would like to thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. We are so grateful, and you are hereby discharged. Yes, let me now invite Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport, or leadership.
We will seek your leave to hold on with the questioning or the questions, and then there are some motions to be taken related to the Finance Committee, after which we'll come back to the questions.
The Honorable Chief Whip should be clear. You said there are issues concerning the Finance Ministry. Are they motions? So if you want to amend the order then you come under order 53. So come properly.
Speaker, as my good friend and a respected deputy minority leader has said, yes, we come under the 53 and amend the order of business and come, Speaker, starting with item 15. Item number 15, which is on page 9, item 15.
Very well. So the chairman of Finance Committee, item number 15, page 9, motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I would like to move item number 15 and item number 17 together, since they are covered by the same report.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motions listed as item 15 and 17 on today's order paper be taken now. And in the process, I would like to lay your committee's report. I request the Hansard Department to capture the entire content of the report whilst I indicate the highlights. Mr. Speaker, the report covers the credit facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and HSBC Bank PLC for an amount of 120,137,300 euros to partly finance the contract value for the design and construction of the Pediase Mamfi-Koforidua Scenic Route project, and the tied commercial facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and HSBC Bank PLC for an amount of 45 million to finance the design and construction of the project. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with officials from the Ministry of Finance. The objective of the project is to improve travel time and reduce waiting times within the corridor, with consequent reduction in property and enhanced development of Ghana. The terms of the facility, the Speaker, are captured under paragraph 4 of the report. And then the detailed project description we see under paragraph 5. The Speaker, the committee observed that the current state of the project road, especially from Mamfi to Koforidua, is very deplorable. The pavements are deteriorated with potholes at various locations, hindering the flow of traffic and affecting economic activity and productivity. The project therefore seeks to deal with this together with the other hazards experienced in using the road. Mr. Speaker, the other observations of the committee are captured under paragraph 6. Value for money audit we requested, we were told, has been done. And therefore, in conclusion, the Speaker, in view of the foregoing, the committee respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve by resolution the credit facility indicated above, and 2, the tied commercial facility associated with it. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Member for Who Central.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion ably moved by the Finance Committee Chairman. Mr. Speaker, we know that the total amount being borrowed is 165 million euro for the project. And we have looked at the all-in cost for the two loans. The CESCE facility is 3.3% all-in cost. But the other one, which is the tied commercial facility, is 6.32, which is considered high. But that is the option we have. The project itself is 150 million euros. But because of the premium, which we have to pay for borrowing 120 million, which amounts to 15,137,000, we have had to go in for 165 million. We know that the Roads and Works Committee, or the Roads Committee, has considered the commercial agreement, which I think either has been tabled or will be tabled at the appropriate time. We were concerned about the financial commitment towards the project, and we recommend that this be approved for the works to be carried out. I thank you.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. The motion has seconded. It is now for the consideration of the House. I will invite, let me start from member for Okankwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important project, and it's taken a long time for both administrations to carry it through. I know under the before era, it was done up to Manfe, and most MPs in the chamber apply this route, and we've all identified the risks associated on that route. So we must give this project all the support that it requires, and ask that the House approves this facility for the project. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Let me invite member for Sujaman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As earlier speakers have said, this road is a very important road, and I'm particularly happy about it because it's linking my regional capital to the national capital. And people who normally would want to travel to Kumasi using the Accra-Kumasi busy road, some would want to use a bypass through Ebri, through Koforidua, and join at Bunsu. And so if this road is constructed, it's going to help a lot. But Mr. Speaker, as was said earlier on, the report shows clearly that there was an assurance that value for money audit will be completed. It's actually going to be done before any drawdown of this facility is done. So that gave us a lot of comfort. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the terms and conditions, as Honorable Kodo mentioned earlier on page 5, the amount needed for the project is 50 million. But because of the premium required, we have to borrow in excess of about 15 million euros. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is all because we have not improved our risk profile. And so we have to borrow so much to be able to finance such a project. And so it is important that the finance ministry works very seriously to improve our risk profile so that the cost of borrowing to this nation is minimal. With this view, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the motion that we approve this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as... Why? Oh no, Bawa, what is it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are about to put a question on a motion.
Very important decision.
A very important decision to be made about some facility for a project. But we, as we speak now, per Order 1091 and Article 1041, we are not up to 138 to be able to take a decision. And therefore, the House is not in the position to do that. I just want to draw your attention to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to the Honourable Member for Okankwe Central.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker. The debate and the resolution by the Speaker has not been taken. So please, at the conclusion of the debate, the question has not been put. So the listen. The resolution has not been taken. The question has not been put. So your application is a bit premature, Bawa. So read the House rules well. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member, honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member quoted was the 1091, which says no question for decision in the House shall be proposed for determination. Mr. Speaker, we are about to put a question, and it is draw your attention to order 109 that we don't have the number of quorum to take decision. And I saw you counting members yourself. Mr. Speaker, we don't have the number. You can direct that we are counted.
Yes, honorable Majority Whip.
Speaker, we don't intend to litigate on this matter. We are in total agreement. So we'll move on, Speaker, we'll move on to 19. That is item So we'll move on to
honorable, hold on. Don't jump. So, honorable members, the House should be aware that the motion number 15 and motion number 7 has been moved, has been seconded, has been debated. The only thing left is the decision to be taken. So we come to that at appropriate time. Very well. So,
with your indulgence, we can now move on to item 19 on page 12. Today's order paper.
very well, let's turn to page number 12, item number 19, motion. Chairman of Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to move the motion listed as item 19 on today's order paper. And in doing so, I present your committee's report. I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content whilst I indicate the highlights. Mr. Speaker, this is the report of the Finance Committee on the amended and restated self-covered and downward export credit facility agreement amongst the Government of the Republic of Ghana, ING Bank, as original lender, arranger, ACA agent, coordinator, and social loan coordinator, BNP Paribas Fortis SANV, as original lender, arranger, and social loan coordinator, and ING Bank NV as agent, for an amount of 176,536,952 euros, including Swiss Export Risk Insurance Agency (self-insurance premium) for the construction of the 9 state-of-the-art technical and vocational training institutes in Ghana, Phase 1. Mr. Speaker, the project objective is to expand access to technical and vocational education in Ghana and increase youth employment and productivity in Ghana through TVET skills acquisition to meet the high-quality, middle and high-level manpower needed to propel economic growth. The key objectives of the project are stated, Mr. Speaker, on page 4 of your report. The terms and conditions of the loan stated under paragraph 5. The justification for the project captured under paragraph 7.1, and then the differences in the two agreements, namely the original agreements and the amendments, have been clearly explained under
paragraph 7.3, we noted, Mr. Speaker, that a delay in the commencement of the project would affect project completion timelines and ultimately affect the commencement of phases 2 and 3 of the project. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee, after careful examination of the agreement, is of the view that the facility, if approved, will help expand access to technical and vocational education and help train critical human resource requirements to support the industrial drive of the country. On this basis, Mr. Speaker, we recommend to this House to adopt this report and to get the facility approved. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Member for Afram Prince. Is it Section Afram Prince?
Section Afram Prince.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second the motion. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I'll make few remarks. Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that this House on 21st December 2019 considered and approved resolution the terms and conditions of the Central Bank Facility Agreement in this House. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that the loan had not been effective after 18 months of parliamentary approval due to failure of Central to provide the export credit insurance guarantee. Mr. Speaker, it's also a fact that no country can develop without a quality technical and vocational education and training. Mr. Speaker, technical and vocational education and training is an efficient way to upskill the employee and increase the productivity for industry. And for individual, it is an effective means to raise income. Observation, Mr. Speaker, you know that technical and vocational institutions afford an individual a chance to acquire practical knowledge and requisite skills training needed for a job market for immediate employment work. The Speaker, justification for the premium. The original agreement was insured by Central Premium amounting to 8.7 million euro. But Central failed to provide the export credit insurance guarantee for the loan facility. The Speaker, the guarantee was a critical for the loan facility. The later government agreed with the company to replace the Central insurance, guarantee insurance. But, Mr. Speaker, one thing that we have to know that replacing this one increased the cost of the insurance, and that increased the cost of capital. The Speaker, we noted that the delay in the commencement of the project would affect the project completion and timelines. And therefore, we recommend that phase 1, phase 2, and 3 need to be commenced immediately so that they will meet the completion time before the due time. The Speaker, when we come to the benefits that the company will gain, is a lot that we are explaining, since the technical vocational is important to the nation and also to improve the nation's unemployment skills. With this view, the Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well. Honourable members, the motion has been moved, it has been seconded, it is for the consideration of this House. So let me invite Honourable Member for Afajet 2 South. to make his first contribution.
Right Honorable Speaker, when I turn left and turn right, I don't think we have 138 members here to do this.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Sujaman.
Mr. Speaker, actually this loan facility is not new in the sense that there was an earlier loan that was considered by this House in 2019 for the same project. But because our partners could not meet their end of the deal, we have to look for other lenders for the same project. And Mr. Speaker, if this country actually wants to solve unemployment, particularly youth unemployment, then we must encourage investments like these in our TVET institutions, because we have a lot of our youth who will be equipped with skills that they will need to survive in the job market. And so that is why we will have to really support this, because it will reduce unemployment in this country. But Mr. Speaker, as I said in the earlier loan, if you look at the terms and conditions in this particular one too, you realize that we have to borrow extra 17.6 million euros in order to meet the risk premium for this facility. And so it still brings us to the point that we need to do a lot of work to improve on our risk profile, so that anytime there is the need for us to borrow, we borrow at a lower rate. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the motion and call all of us to vote in favor of Mr. Speaker.
Let me come to member for Nshieso.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I will not cry. Mr. Speaker, my support for this is quite simple and credible. We all know that the main goal of every country in the world is the attainment of economic growth and stability. And the two key functions are one, productivity and labor force. And for you to attain in terms of size of labor and skill component, you need to make sure that your technical skills and vocational skills as a country become richer. And Mr. Speaker, because of the COVID that we all know, in terms of industry and market activities leading to impairment of our productivity as a country and even affecting our labor size and skill component.
Honorable Member for Brassel West. Why are you looking at your member like that?
Sinosure, there was a delay and other differentials, and because of that we decided not to, because it is a extremely important area that we all have to. I'm sure it will not benefit only in Shiayeso, but my brother John Jinopo's place,
yes,
and
Jinopo.
his brothers
Yes.
Jinopo's place.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to say much. For any country to do well, especially a developing economy where we're talking about industrialization, skill acquisition is very paramount. And because of that, all of us, I think, must come together and support this good cause, in spite of the fact that time value of money and other changes have actually caused slight increase in terms of cost. It's still more important that we accept this. If you compare the pros and cons, and even value for cost or whatever, it is so important that this has to be supported. And Mr. Speaker, because of that, I think I fully support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Member for Medina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Indeed, TVET is a very, very important part of our nation if we indeed want to create jobs, particularly for the young people of this country. And Mr. Speaker would take judicial notice of the fact that the parliamentary notice I hear of the fact that the 2022 budget is so much focused on entrepreneurship and creating jobs and opportunities for the people. Whilst I support this motion, my only concern has to do with the main focus of the 2022 budget, which is the e-levy, which we've been told is going to rake in sufficient money to support entrepreneurship. And yet we are still laying before this parliament loan agreements to the tune of over 176 million euros. So it leaves me with a little bit of conflict. It's an internal conflict which I'm trying to resolve. That why would we be laying, loan agreement to this tune, whilst we actually are saying that the only reason why we are pushing for this e-levy is to rake in sufficient money for purposes of supporting entrepreneurship, which, in my view, TVET is definitely key as far as that is concerned. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, and I believe that this is, it's just to wait. It's something we just need to, think about. With these few words, I still support the motion that we would get this facility.
Let me invite the Honorable Deputy Minister for Education. Are you in charge of the sector, the technicals?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Tell us something.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to Parliament and especially to Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, state-of-the-art TVET centers, which we're going to give 32 of them, and we have phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Mr. Speaker, if not for the pandemic that hit the whole world, the phase 1 would have almost been completed as of now. But because of all these things, the whole world was at a halt. But we've been able to secure the loan and information. Honorable Medina, this loan is not part of the budget. Mr. Speaker, we have these state-of-the-art TVET centers, and it's a very paramount project that everybody should embrace. We are in a country where we pass bills here to ensure that when foreign companies are established, there is a local component factor. However, when we get to a number of our industry like the oil fields and others, we have the 25% local content. However, we do not have the skilled personnel who can take advantage of this. And with all these industrialization that we have in the country, it is therefore important and paramount that all of us agree to this very loan to ensure that we equip Ghanaians, especially our youth, to be equipped with world or global competitiveness in the area of TVET. And as we do that, we will become very competitive in here in Ghana, and even those who want to travel elsewhere for greener pastures go there not raw as they go and they are molested, but they go there well-skilled personnel from Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to say that our 6 regions, new regions who do not have TVET centers, are going to benefit from this phase 1, and for that reason, I appeal to everybody to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable, before I come to you, let me also invite the Deputy Ranking for Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I speak in support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, I do so because we are all intimately aware that if we are to make progress as a nation where we can produce what we consume and what we use, one of the surest avenues is through technical and vocational education and training. Mr. Speaker, as we are at it, it is important that as a nation we make a conscious effort to promote TVET education. We have tended to posit the argument as though those who are gifted in the use of their hands to be creative are less intelligent compared to those of us who have mastered literacy. In fact, it is this stigma that has made it difficult over the years for us to get more young people to take up the challenge of going through technical and vocational education. Most of the products we cherish and respect and admire, be them from South Korea or Germany, are as a result of the fact that those two nations have invested heavily in TVET education. Mr. Speaker, and that is why when the NDC was in power, we made a conscious effort to transform what was then known as our polytechnics to technical universities, so that those who take up TVET would have avenues to go on and to get degrees and be at par with the rest of those who access traditional education. Mr. Speaker, with these two words, I support the motion.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Minority, you had wanted to speak, or you're okay now?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just want to draw the attention of the chairman, Honorable Parton, to page 5 of the report, paragraph 5.0, under the terms and conditions of the loan. Now, you realize that the line 3 says that the agreement will therefore be financed with an export credit facility with ING Bank and Swiss Export Risk Insurance Agency as an insurer. The total facility amount is 167.5 million. This is made up of a Swiss Export Risk Insurance Agency covered facility of 152.7 million and a tied commercial facility of 23.8. If you put the two together, it's more than the 167. But you explain the difference because of the change from the Sanoshore to the Swiss insurance, which give additional cost of 8.9. But I think that on this page, where you quoted the 167, you should have quoted the 176, so that if you put the two together, it will tally. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely right, and that correction is hereby effective.
Very well. So, Deputy Majority Leader, will you conclude the debate?
Mr. Speaker, you want to say something? Mr. Speaker, let me first commend the Finance Committee for their industry in ensuring that this report is put together. Indeed, looking at the introduction of free SHS and its effects on our youth, and the fact that some other unfortunate ones will have to go the path of technical and vocational training, there were several concerns as to government policy towards that direction. In this report, we find an answer. The answer is government is soliciting funding to address this major important matter for our young men and women who would want to acquire skills. So, Speaker, my hope is that as a House, we'll build consensus on how to internally generate revenue for nation building, so that in future we will not be going for loans for important projects like this. And saying this, the all-important matter before us is very critical. And I'm sure that if eventually we build consensus on this levy, which is coming up, we'll be able to now internally tap into what we have generated to even finance this project like this without incurring extra costs. So, Speaker, having said this, I shall thank you, and then perhaps, if it pleases you, put a question.
Honourable members, Honourable, I haven't invited you. You've already given me the hint why you are rising. Honourable members, flowing from the decision we took in respect to motion number 15 and that of 17, I want to also remind you that motion number 19, that motion has been moved, has been seconded. We have debated it well. We are suspending the question. Or I should put the question. Oh, look, you said you've already spoken.
That you were spot on by your introductory remarks. Flowing from the earlier approach on item 15 and 17, I mean, we go by the same means. So we suspend tomorrow, and then we can take the decision. So, Speaker, under the circumstance, we can now, with your indulgence, we can now go on to. Speaker, we can now go on to. We'll do the next one. We can now go on to item 21, the motion on page 14.
Honourable members, let's turn to page number 14, item number 21, motion, the chairman of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to move the motion, and I so move that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on the item listed as 21 on today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, again, I request the Handler Department to capture the entire content whilst I take the highlights. The report covers the request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, import NHIL, import get fund levy, EXIM levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, special import levy, and domestic VAT, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of some 34,809,263 euros and 40 cents on materials and equipment required for the establishment of the 12 state-of-the-art technical and vocational training, vocational educational training centers phase 2. The Speaker, the master list that this requested waiver covers is attached to your committee's report. The breakdown of the figure I have indicated is captured under paragraph 4.1. The Speaker, the rationale for the waiver is that the conditions, the particular conditions of contract for the associated commercial agreement provides for the waiver of relevant taxes and duties applicable to the project, or the contract price is to be adjusted accordingly. The Speaker, is the reason we invite this House to approve this request for waiver. It's also important to indicate that when we got a master list, the committee agreed with the Ministry of Finance that certain items that were available on the local market had to be taken out, which, Mr. Speaker, we accordingly took out, bringing us to the revised figure indicated in the report. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, in view of the benefits the education sector stands to gain, as well as the immense socio-economic benefits to be derived, the committee is satisfied that the request is in the right direction. We accordingly request this House to approve this waiver so it would go to support the project. I so move, respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Is it honorable member for who Central or such a from please? Who Central?
Mr. Speaker, I am Go Central, where you have the workshops.
From please out, please. Okay. Yeah, who Central? No.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. This is not new. The exemptions are quite a lot for almost all the projects. And those who go to negotiate these projects on our behalf insert such binding clauses in the commercial agreement. So we have no alternative other than to grant the exemptions. I believe that when we bring the exemption bill, we'll all look at it and then make rules which can really benefit the country. Because these are means by which we rather get money and we are giving them out free. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that when the exemption bill comes, we should take very serious attention, we should give it very serious attention. Because if you look at the exemption list, so if you look at the exemption list, some very funny things are there, including spanners, tools, in a number of cases, being just about $10. So such things are so small, and I think that we should limit the items on which exemptions will be granted when the bill comes, so that we can earn money from there. And then we can also insist, those who negotiate these contracts on our behalf should also be able to insist that as many items as in the country should not be exempted, so that we can get business through the procurement of those items, even locally. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, since we are compelled by the commercial agreement to grant the exemptions, I second the motion to do so. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me come to honorable member for Yapi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I initially didn't want to comment, but there's been a discussion about tax waivers. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that we ought to be looking at our tax waiver regime. But if the chairman will recall, I made this submission at committee level that we have two options. Either you do the tax waiver or you don't do the tax waiver, but that amount is passed on to as part of the cost of the project, especially for strictly government projects. When we are dealing with tax waiver, I think we should distinguish between what goes to the ordinary private sector when they take opportunity of the tax waiver regime and abuse the system, and strictly governance projects. Now we are talking of a tax waiver of about 34 million euros. These are monies that if you don't waive, they would eventually become part of the cost, which means that the contractor will pay the tax, but when it gets to value for money,
All these amounts have to be added to the sum of the contract, which will then increase the value of the contract. And sometimes when you look at the transmission mechanism between telling the person to pay the tax to you and you then turning around to use that money to pay the contractor again in terms of the cost of the project, government may even be losing out. So I think that in as much as we are working on this tax regime generally, we should be careful not to move into overdrive, where we just think that every single tax waiver that we are giving is a disadvantage to government. If you do the proper computation and you look at the transmission mechanism and the cost involved in the value chain, you may be better off giving a tax waiver than deciding that you won't give it. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Nobody from this side. Okay, let me give the last slot to Honourable Member Fadaku.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I also agree that this is not the first time we are doing this in this House. It's become a ritual, especially when we are doing 10 key projects. Mr. Speaker, I go to paragraph 5.4, value for money. And I want to commend the sponsors for at least this one has come to the House with VFM. So those who keep saying that it is not possible or we usually don't come to the House with VFM, this should let everybody know that indeed end this House with VFM already done before they come to committee. Mr. Speaker, but if you read, it tells you that at VFM, Crown Agent saved Ghana 6.4 million euros. So it shows, obviously, anytime we bring agreements here that we haven't done VFM, we actually don't know how much we are paying for the work. The committee actually was not happy that the ministry unilaterally decided that they were reapplying the savings to the scope to enhance the scope of the project. That cannot be their sole responsibility. That has to go back through the mill again, including the Ministry of Finance. So this idea that entities can just say that we've made savings and we have reapplied it on their own, I think it's a wrong move. But Mr. Speaker, I agree that we must take a second look at this. Mr. Speaker, if you see the long list of items added, Mr. Speaker, in this House, I keep repeating, we have done, tax waivers here before. And an electrification project, which is rural electrification. We saw an item there, $600,000 for a quarry machine. And I said that there's no way you will do rural electrification and a machine that actually crashes stones. We are not talking about drilling. So I'm encouraging the finance committee, since you've added this, we would expect you that in the course of the project, go and check whether these things have actually been procured. Because otherwise, people basically load these items to justify the cost of the project, and Ghana becomes the loser. And I am going to follow up on the 600,000 stone crusher, which is part of a rural electrification, to find out whether actually that is being used on the project. Mr. Speaker, I also saw in this consultancy for 4.7 million euros. Mr. Speaker, is there a template or standard by which government determines how much consultancy fee we pay on 10 key projects? Because one day they come, it's 2.5. Another day, it's 3.3 something. We don't get fund charges about 6%. Can't we have a standard? Is it the prerogative of the entity to determine how much consultancy they pay? Mr. Speaker, we are an oversight arm of government. I think we should do a better way. Because when we pass this, it will be difficult, Mr. Speaker, for you to ever hear about this project apart from the day the President is commissioning this. And that is not enough oversight on behalf of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, before that said, I think this is a good agreement. Let's work together as a House to see whether you can tighten this and make more savings for government. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, let me give the very final to Honorable Member for Burakwandof.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I will thank the committee for the good work done and the rate at which they put the team together to go through this. I also express my gratitude to the chairman who insisted that some items which could be purchased in the country should be taken off. It means he's really doing the work and doing it well for all of us to benefit. Again, it is also appreciated that we were able to provide the value for money. Yes, it is a feather in our cap. However, this project we started earlier, but then it came to a halt because of some issues that we had internationally. That was why it was possible for us to get the value for money. It doesn't mean that when we have financing and the value for money is not ready, it doesn't mean that the loan had not started. For this one in particular, it was because of the lapse that we had during the COVID era. So we were able to work around it to get the value for money and all other values. Mr. Speaker, Honorable, I would just say that we should do better work. I want to say that the Finance Committee, they did a woman's job. They debated the items one after the other, and then after that, they also deliberated a lot on the tax waivers. All these together, I want to say that the Finance Committee really tackled the issues one after the other. Mr. Speaker, with the state-of-the-art TV centers, I'm glad everybody who had contributed to this motion has stated that we need the state-of-the-art centers to facilitate our development and indeed to reduce poverty and to eliminate youth unemployment. The solution is here, and that is the establishment of state-of-the-art TV centers, the phase 1, which are 9, and the phase 2, which are 12. And with these, we could be faster in our development than ever. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, for emphasis, motion number 21 has also been moved. It has been seconded. It has been debated. We are, however, deferring the question. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking motion number 23. That's on page 16.
Very well. Honourable members, let's turn to page number 16, item number 23, motion, Chairman of the Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the motion as indicated, listed as item 23 on today's order paper, and in the process, I lay your committee's report.
Honourable Chairman, hold on. Honourable Sasu, why?
Right, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the third motion that we are taking on which we may not be able to take a decision because the House is not properly considered for decision purposes. Mr. Speaker, my worry is that we are deliberating on these motions and to take a decision at a time that majority of the members who were not here to listen to the deliberation to take a decision. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that will not be appropriate. That we will continue taking motions that we cannot take decisions on, only for a later date before we take a decision on that. And Mr. Speaker, I think I need to draw your attention to that.
Honourable Chairman, you may go on with the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was indicating, the Hansa Department should cover the entire content of the report once I take the highlights. Mr. Speaker, your report covers the request for waiver of import taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of some 7,330,621 euros and 50 cents
on materials and equipment required for the Wenchi water supply project. Mr. Speaker, the details of the master list, the items that the import taxes exemptions would cover, has been attached to your committee's report. We see under paragraph 7.5, the justification for the waiver, similar to the earlier one we dealt with. A commercial contract has been signed in which this provision has been made. In conclusion, therefore, Mr. Speaker, the committee considers that in view of the socio-economic benefits to be derived from the project and in view of the favorable terms of the facility financing this project, the committee recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve by the resolution the item listed in the third motion. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Richard Echampo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to second the motion and raise some few concerns members raised at the committee level. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague Honorable Janapo talk about the issue about tax exemptions and all that. Though I'm glad that the bill has been submitted to the House for consideration and the chairman has programmed it so that members will look at it and the necessary modification, amendment will be done to the bill so that it will be presented to plenary for discussion. But Mr. Speaker, these are some of the issues our colleagues from the other side campaigned against it because they said in 2016 we were given unnecessary tax exemptions. So one would have expected that 5 years of assuming power, things might have changed. It has taken them more than 5 years to present the exemption bill to this House. Mr. Speaker, some government contracts, like Honorable Janapo said, they are condition precedent. So having signed that contract, we are obliged to waive all those taxes. What about those contracts that people will come under 1D, 1F, and other proposals, which will be considered to be giving them this tax exemption? These are the issues we're talking about. We have issues with this 2022 budget.
There are issues, speak to it.
Why are we talking about the loopholes in the system? Because government is not generating enough revenue. So we are talking about a system where we grant tax credit to organizations. Even if you have the tax credit, Mr. Speaker, for 2 or 3 years, after executing the project, paying back to the contractor, you must have used the money to also generate other revenue, create employment, so that it will not be a serious burden on you. I'm speaking to the same report because these have been issues we've been talking about, and we can't give tax exemption as a wholesale arrangement. Okay, any tax exemption must be granted. Look at the other paper. We have a lot of 1D, 1F programs, and I don't want to mention their names. There's no value for money. And you ask for value for money. I heard the minister say they've done the value for money audit. Where is the copy of it? It has not been attached to even the report. They'll give you the indication that they've done value for money audit, and then the report will be ready, and so let's go ahead and give the approval. Mr. Speaker, after giving the approval, the House will not be seized with the opportunity to get a copy of the value for money audit so we can peruse it. Another issue is, if you read the report, they are saying they made some savings out of the value for money audit of 2.7 million euros, and they are going to expand the scope of work. Who gave them that authorization to do that? These are reports. If you read 7.1, they've made some savings, but it wasn't part of the original agreement granted by this House. We visited the Kumasi Market Project, Takoradi Market Project. The same story, Mr. Speaker. They are telling us they made some savings after the value for money audit report was conducted, and they are using the excess fund to expand the scope of work. How can members be in the know of what they're going to use the money for? So it's okay to grant the tax exemption, but let's be careful, because on one hand, government is crying for enough resources to do other things. On another leg, government is granting some, pardon my word, unnecessary exemptions to other companies which inure to the benefit of the good people of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, in principle, I will support the committee's report because I'm a member of the committee, but the time has come for us to do what is right for the good people of this country. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very well. Let's continue to member for Takoradi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this water project for Wenchi is apt and necessary, as has been captured by the committee's report, that one, it will improve economic activities in the area, make sure that water that is being supplied by private water tankers is reduced to a minimum, and also to ensure that jobs are created both directly and indirectly. Mr. Speaker, I understand that when the issue of waiver comes up, it creates a lot of problems or high expectations, especially in this House. Mr. Speaker, I'm of the firm belief that if somebody is coming to do a project in this country and you tax the person, naturally the person will add the taxes to the cost of the project, and the project will not be competitive. Because most of the items that are going to be used on the project at times, and most of the time, don't come from this country. And therefore, I believe that in going forward, whilst people are looking at tax credit, I believe that we should look at the alternative of import substitution. If they are part of the component that can be produced in this country, we should be able to make sure that instead of giving them a tax waiver, they rather use those components that can be produced in the country for the project. In so doing, the economic activities in this country would naturally go up, and then the profits would also stay in the country. I mean, in this House, we have approved some projects like the self-help project, where local electrical material producing companies in Ghana were allowed to supply a lot of the components, and they were being sponsored at that time by Car Bank, and then the ministry at that time was Ministry of Energy. Mr. Speaker, one area I've always complained about is that when people come up with such projects like EPC, sole source project, I believe that in the area of value for money, it is high time that we get different companies to do the value for money, so that we can compare the benefits. Because this business of crown agent, institution of surveying alone doing the value for money, is not competitive enough. Because the company is one, and therefore we need other companies to check so that the client can make a choice, or even use the ideas that will be coming from the various assessments to negotiate better than what we've been doing currently. Because, Mr. Speaker, the cost of that consultancy, if it's done well, would naturally make us succeed in saving more cost than just paying for that little consultancy that will be given. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a project that is very important to the people of Wenchi, and we shouldn't waste any more time in approving it for the project to start. Thank you very much.
Yes, let me invite Honorable Member for BIM.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to the motion requesting for a waiver of taxes for this very important project. Mr. Speaker, they say water is life, and so for me, anytime I see a project that is to provide water, and for that matter, potable water to the people of this country, I rise in joy. And my worry, however, Mr. Speaker, is that we sometimes have done some of these very beautiful projects. You have the system put in place, the raw water is collected, is treated, but the distribution network to take the water to beneficiary communities ends up being delayed so much that sometimes you have some of these projects completed, but then the pipes are not laid to communities that will benefit from this water. I just hope that the 30 months period given by the complete this project will include the laying of pipes to beneficiary communities and not just the processing facility that will be instituted that collects the water, but they're not transmitting it to the communities that will benefit from. I kind of agree with my colleague from Takoradi who indicated that there's a need to begin to have local addition. And I'm happy that the company that did value for money audit, it's a local company, it's a Ghanaian company. And through their audits, we've been saved some money, which has been added to increase the capacity of the project. Wenchi is a growing municipality, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, they need this project. And since government is responsible for paying taxes according to the agreement or the contract agreement, I'm not opposed to the request for this waiver. Thank you.
Do you have Member of Parliament for Wenchi here? The Wenchi MP is not here. My brother, if you are here, let him give the opportunity to also say something about it.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Wenchi, the water challenges in Wenchi has been a headache for the people of Wenchi. Therefore, this project, I may say, is in the dear heart of the people of Wenchi. I visited the project.
Honorable Member for Temel Central, please, you will get your time. You allow him.
Mr. Speaker, I am on a foot on the basis of Order 48(1) and 2. We don't have a quorum to do business in this house. And I demand that you do a head count to see whether we are up to 92. We don't have a quorum to do business, Mr. Speaker. And if we continue, we'll be continuing with something which is affront to the standing orders of the house. We don't have a quorum to do this, and I demand that there should be a head count to ascertain whether we are up to 92 or because I should sit down.
If you have drawn my attention to it, you give me the 10 minutes to look at me.
We have just drawn your attention. We are engaged in an illegality.
So you're doing so 10 minutes time.
10 minutes time, good.
Yes, yes.
Honorable Member, finish your contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The project in question started somewhere 2019 ending. It was a very dear to the people of Wenchi. And then I quite remember during the election time, this project was used as a tool to canvass vote for my competitor. As the Speaker, I visited the site, the project site, and it's what you see there. I will question those in charge, the engineers, to cross-check whether they were able to do. The engineers were able to do their cross-check before positioning the project beside that river. The same river they put that project is Time, which is every dry season. This river dry up completely. So I was surprised that this project was sited beside that river. Right Honorable Speaker, according to the report, that this project was supposed to be completed
30 months from the commencement. As at now, ever since this project was started, we are almost getting to the months that was stated in the report. It's a good project. It's in the heart. It's very dear to the people of Wanchi. Therefore, the waiver that is given to the equipment for the completion of this project, we support it. Then we pray that it should be put in the right direction. It should be the materials that will come should be put in the right use so that this project should be completed for the people of Wanchi. Thank you very much.
Yes, honorable members. Table. Yes, leader, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
I'm listening.
Honorable Mutara, he and I are very good friends, and he knows that. I don't know whether on this occasion,
what kind of numbers?
He's no more my
I just want the numbers.
Mr. Speaker, so you take it. I don't know whether on this occasion we are no more friends. Mr. Speaker, we would have to discuss his application. Mr. Speaker, this morning we started well, and he knows we started well. So the minister has been here since morning. Mr. Speaker, yeah. Then, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Youth and Sports Minister as well is here. I would plead that, Mr. Speaker, no, we have quorum. We have 93, yes, we have it now. So, Mr. Speaker, the rules do not say that whilst we are considering quorum, we should stay proceedings. So, I am only saying that, Mr. Speaker, we proceed with the Youth and Sports Minister to take the questions. Because, Mr. Speaker, members have had questions pending. Members have had questions pending. So, Mr. Speaker, we humbly, Mr. Speaker, so, Mr. Speaker, please kindly proceed with the next item.
Honorable members, before we move on, let me again draw your attention to the motion number 23 we just debated, and we should put it on record. We have moved, we have seconded, we have debated. We are just deferring the question. So we've added to the number of motions that has been deferred. So, Honorable Mutara, the records given to me is more than 92. Well, we are 97.
I am challenging that record, and I demand for a head count. Mr. Speaker, I demand for a head count. And as to whether myself and he, yes, we are friends. But the law regulating our conduct in this house has got nothing to do with my relationship with you. It has to do with we adhering to the rules and regulations regulating our conduct.
Honorable Mutara, listen to me. You raise the fundamental issues. I asked the table to count. The figure they gave me was 97, which was more than a third of it. So that is the figure that I've been given. So let's move on.
I have the right under the standing orders to challenge the figure they have provided, and I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let's turn to page 2. Page 2, question number C, which is an urgent question that sounds the name of a member for Aro, Honorable Member for Aro, Richard Kwame Sifi. Honorable Member, if you are around, the minister is here to answer your question. Honorable Member for Aro. Yes, Honorable Richard Champon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, a fundamental issue was raised by Honorable Mutala, and he referred the House to Order 48. And then you informed the House that he's taking notice of the issue that he raised. Our order is very clear, Mr. Speaker. Ideally, by intervals of 10 minutes, either we'll do a head count or the bell will be rung for us to know the exact members of Parliament in the chamber. But you've given indication that you've done a head count or the class are giving you some information, which has been challenged by Honorable Mutala. So, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I know what to do if I want to challenge your ruling. I have to come by substantive motion, but the issue is still hanging.
Honorable Member, you don't expect me to do the counting myself. When it comes to counting, obviously, the table will have to do that. So I tasked them to do that. They gave me the figure. And the figure which was given to me was obviously more than a third of the House. And that is why I am saying we can go ahead with the decision. Unless the table is not telling me the truth. But what they told me was 97, and that is what I'm moving on with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the number given to you is what you are acting on.
Yes.
But the member who raised the issue is challenging that number. He's challenging that number. That in the House, we are not up to the 92, which is a quorum needed for transacting business. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that in that case, you can ask the table office to do the counting again, to confirm. Yes. So they can count again.
So what is the member for Segi? Anlom. Honorable member for Anlom. You don't want to ask your question? I've given you the platform. If you decline, that's the end of the question. So you may go ahead with the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permit me to ask the Minister for Works and Housing
what the ministry is doing to protect Fuvama and its adjoining communities like Atitati, Anyami, and Jita from tidal waves or sea erosions? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing wishes to indicate that there is the need for the implementation of a sea defense project to protect the coastal stretch containing Fuvomi and adjoining communities from the ravages of beach erosion and tidal floods. Mr. Speaker, this coastal stretch is characterized by sandy beaches which have been eroded at an alarming rate. Also, the communities along this coastal stretch experience frequent flooding. Again, the communities along this coastal stretch are areas of major fishing activities and farming, which are the main livelihoods of the inhabitants. The beach erosion and flooding of communities therefore threaten greatly the fishing and farming activities, as well as lives and property. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing had earlier tasked the Hydrological Service Department to undertake appropriate studies towards the implementation of an appropriate sea defense project to protect communities along the coastal stretch. Mr. Speaker, following the recent tidal flooding of the communities, the Hydrological Service Department has been directed to undertake further studies towards the provision of lasting solution to tackling the beach erosion and tidal flooding of the communities along this coastal stretch. Mr. Speaker, following the completion of the studies by the Hydrological Service Department and submission of reports, the Ministry of Works and Housing will engage the Ministry of Finance to source funds to implement the appropriate sea defense projects. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate to this House that the Ministry of Works and Housing will work towards implementation of an appropriate sea defense project to protect the inhabitants of Fuvomi and the adjoining communities. Mr. Speaker, our ministry will update this August House as we make further progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Member for Anlo, any supplementary question?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister whether he is aware that the salting of the mouth of the River Volta is contributing to this havoc that is being wreaked on these few communities that were mentioned here. The salting of the River Volta is also one of the causes of this. And if he is aware, what roles is he playing to ask the Volta River Authority to come to site and continue the dredging of the mouth of the river? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did indicate that the Hydrological Service Department has been committed to undertake studies to understand the problem of the area, after which they will present their report to the ministry. Based on the report, it will help us to determine how we should structure the sea defense project to address the flooding and tidal wave issue in the area. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable Member, any further question?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know, with the modification done, I'd like to know whether Puvama and its adjoining communities are also part of the feasibility studies and the engineering works that are supposed to be done as been modified in the budget?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Fugomi and the adjoining communities are part of the areas that are going to be, that the Hydrological Service Department are going to undertake feasibility studies. Just to assure the Honorable Member. Thank you.
I hope you're okay. I think this is a specific constituency question. You share common boundary. I'll give you the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, for the purpose of information, we share the same, we share boundaries, and the affected areas include part of Southton. Where the Honourable Member was talking about is the estuary, where the river and the sea, meet. Currently, the situation is not good, and it is compounding the problem of the areas as mentioned. And may I ask, Mr. Speaker, whether the scope of work given in terms of the feasibility studies to the Hydrological Department would take into consideration the routine dredging. In fact, the other day you gave an answer to a question, and you were actually mentioning a one-time off project. But the purpose of the siting of VRA office at Adamfo with a dredger all these years has been to manage the situation, not to be in this sort of situation. But as we speak, they've actually not been working for the past 6 years. The question is, in terms of collaboration, in terms of the scope, in terms of work, in solving this problem once and for all, Mr. Speaker, may I ask whether the scope in determining the works that must be undertaken include the dredging that must be done routinely at this estuary, so that we don't go back to the same problem?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that I have commissioned studies to be undertaken. It is only after we get a report of the studies, then we know the nature of the problem. That will advise us, will inform us what strategy to take. So if this report comes and dredging of the area is important towards addressing the problem, it will be part of the strategy.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add 1 or 2 words to this tidal wave issue. It's a very serious issue which is affecting most communities along the coast. Sege, for instance, has been affected. Not that it didn't happen to the extent of how it occurred at Keta, and I won't sit down for it to happen to that extent before I filed a question though, and the minister happened to visit there in my absence though. May I know whether, as they are making provisions for this tidal wave from Keta, that of Adan Sege is also being considered? I have a question with him though, but then once it's here and it's a very serious issue, if you permit me to find out if the minister is aware of the Sege area and something is being done about it. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to visit Adan West and Adan East coastal areas, and I witnessed at first on how it is threatening the life of the people in those coastal areas. Let me take this opportunity to say this. I think at the last questions, I had the opportunity to mention the fact that the entire coastal line stretches for about 550 kilometers. And out of that, 2/3 of that, which is 360, need some sort of protection against tidal waves. And government is committed to doing that. Yesterday, the finance minister made some commitment that is going to provide some money to conduct feasibility studies
to guide us as to how we should tackle it. As we speak, government is implementing about 9 different coastal protection projects across the coastline. And as and when money becomes available, we are working seriously with finance, Ministry of Finance. As and when money becomes available and after feasibility studies have been done, we'll continue with the implementation of other sea defense projects in these affected areas. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable, do you have a bite? I'm allowing you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I think what has happened there is a disaster and it requires an emergency intervention. And in every emergency situation, normally will have an immediate action whilst you await major interventions to be taken. So I want to know from the Minister, what do they intend to do immediately whilst he goes through the processes of trying to undertake a major intervention? Thank you very much.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the immediate intervention that will be required is to provide the sea defense walls to serve as a buffer between the tidal waves and lives and property. And that is why I'm saying that we are working actively with the Ministry of Finance to raise the necessary funding. But some relief items have been provided by NADMO to provide some immediate relief for the people who are affected. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, let me thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are hereby discharged. Yes, leadership.
Speaker, as was scheduled, the Minister for Sport, Youth and Sport, is supposed to answer questions. He's unavailable at the moment. And we also agreed that we'll take statements. We agreed that we'll take statements. So I think one on either side. Statement. The First Deputy had admitted statement, but if it pleases Speaker, we can take one on each side. And then probably can, after which we can draw the curtains for the day.
Mr. Speaker, the majority whip saying that they have agreed. I don't know who he agreed with. We have not agreed on anything. In fact, I told him that members are tired. Mr. Speaker, members are tired. We'll be sitting here. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you yourself, I can feel it, that you are equally tired. So, taking statement at this time, Mr. Speaker, will not be doing good to ourselves. In fact, our health is important. I've been sitting here for only God knows how many hours. Since morning, this is what I ate. So please, we should attend and continue tomorrow.
Speaker, let me just say that we don't have a problem acceding to your request, but I want to put it on record and to put it to you. You were not there. When we met the First Deputy, I'm happy the Minority Chief Whip is walking in. He was there. The Minority Leader was there when we met the First Deputy, and we had agreed that 3 statements had been admitted by the Speaker, and hence we'll take those statements. If it is the case that under the circumstance we want to adjourn and take them tomorrow, I have no issues with that. But I want you to agree and accept that the Honorable Chief Whip, my good friend, was there when we agreed earlier. So don't ask me where we agreed, when we agreed. You were not there. You didn't come for the meeting. Next time you should come for leadership meeting.
I take objection.
I don't think this banter is.
I take objection to the attitude and the way the chief whip of the majority behaved. What I said was the fact. He did not agree with me. So if I said he did not agree with me, that is not wrong. If you agree with somebody, just say it and that ends it. But don't say that, please, I take objection. Kindly withdraw that statement and apologize to me.
Honorable members, the time is 5:30, and if it is your pleasure, then I'll go ahead to adjourn the House.
We support our colleagues. Clearly, the sense of the House is that we should adjourn. So, Speaker, you may do so.
Very well. Honourable members, we are reminding ourselves we have a lot to do before we adjourn Sine Day for Christmas, and therefore let's make it a point that from tomorrow we are coming to do business. So let's all make time for parliamentary duties. On that note, the House is adjourned to tomorrow, the 8th of December 2021 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honourable members, the House stands adjourned.